Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the south of France and to Paul Ricard for the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, the penultimate round of the 24H series for 2025. We are under blue skies and pretty hot conditions for a full straight 12-hour race. All the way through, no breaks, no dividing the race into two different days. This is a straight 12-hour race with a grid of 32 cars. And as I said, it forms the penultimate round of the European series of the 24H series, which began in Mugello back in March. We then visited Spa in April, which were two split 12-hour races. Misano was a straight 12-hour, much like we have here at Paul Ricard. And then at the end of September, the traditional closer to the European series, the Barcelona 24 hours, the only 24 hours on the 24-hour series calendar for 2025. And then, newly announced, the start of December, there is a new race, the Sepang 12 hours, now promoted by Creventic, and very excited to get cars over for the start of the Middle Eastern Championship. As I mentioned, it's blue skies out there, a little bit of dust and haze blowing in from the Sahara, but our sensors at the moment saying an air temperature of 30 degrees. I'm sure the arch and the bridge over the grid that's forming is saying it's a little bit warmer, and we're expecting 36 degrees, which means around 60 degrees track temperature. Oh my Lord, those Michelin tyres are going to take a beating. Those drivers in those cars are going to take a beating. This is going to be a proper endurance challenge for all of our teams. It's been a lot of drama already in the practice and qualifying days, and we have set our grid. On that grid, melting away already, is our little Scottish lady, Diana Binks. Morning, Diana. How are you? Are you hopefully not too warm?
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Yes, it is pretty warm down here. Trying to stay in the shade as much as possible before the race gets underway. But let's show you what these competitors are challenging for. This trophy here is what they will receive if they end up on the top step of the podium. Morning, ladies. How are you? You well? They're well. They've got their bodies ready, so they're keeping quite cool down there. Let's go back onto the grid now, and if we have a look at Into Africa Racing by Dragon Speed, they took pole position yesterday, and I think everyone might be in the shade. I think they are over there. So let's go and see if we can see Exo and Axel. If we could have a little chat. I'm dragging them out of the shade, unfortunately, to get them next to the car so you can see this incredible car here. Axel, first of all, how are you feeling this morning?
Pretty good. We slept well. It's a little bit hot today. I think it's a bit hotter than it's been all weekend, so it'll be a long one, but we'll see how it goes.
What's the strategy plan for the race? Obviously, you picked up as much information as you could. Yesterday, we had a nice chat during the qualifying sessions. You were happy with the pace that you found. What's the strategy from what you learned yesterday going into today?
I think at the end with racing, we're just going to give it our all every single lap. The most important thing with endurance racing is just no mistakes, keeping the car in one piece, and yeah, just try to be consistent, and then we'll see where we are after 12 hours.
What's the approach for the start going to be for you?
For sure, we have to try and optimize. I mean, there's a couple of other pros starting as well, and we need to try and create a bit of a gap for when our bronze drivers jump in. So there's no real strategy, just to go out there and do our best.
You're looking forward to it?
Of course.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you, Axel. Good luck to you and the team, and alongside them in the Red Ant Racing number 93, I can see a few familiar faces here, but let's talk to the man in charge, of course, first of all. How are you, sir, this morning?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
Very well, very hot, but very well. We'll keep saying that all day, unfortunately. So how are the team feeling? You've had a chance to have a chat after qualifying yesterday. What's your approach going to be for the race?
We're going to try to win it. So that is always the approach of our team. It's always been like that. And after qualifying, we're fairly happy. It's getting a habit to be on second place. We'll try for next race to be on first position for one time. But apart from that, being on the front row is always good.
Great work by you and the team. I see Kobe's over here. I think Kobe is starting the race. He's in the shade quite sensibly in the shade down here. Kobe, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good. I slept well, and I think it will be a tough race, so try to keep ourselves cool and make the best out of it.
Obviously, here at Paul Ricard, it's an interesting circuit. And how challenging do you find it? And what do you think is the benefit of a circuit like this?
There are quite some challenging corners. For example, Signes is quite fast, and some long corners which are a lot longer than you expect. But I think the track suits us quite well, so we're happy to be here.
What's your approach for the start going to be?
Well, first things first, keep it safe, and then we will see what happens after the first corners, and just follow a bit, nothing too aggressive. It's a long race, it will be quite hot, so keep it safe is the main thing.
What do you look to learn on the installation laps before you come back round and form up on the grid?
Not really much to learn, just I think get the tires up to temperature quite good, and see how everyone's a bit behaving. We can always see a bit what they are going to do from their installation lap. But no, not really anything to learn. The learning days are far behind us.
And physically and mentally, obviously, you're an experienced racing driver. How important is it to have everything in place before the start of the race? So hydrating and preparing yourself visually?
Yeah, quite important, especially if it's going to be 34, 35 degrees as today. In the car it will be, I think, twice as hot. I don't know exactly, but then you have to be physically quite fit. And mentally, just don't think about the heat. Think about the track, think about your lines, your references, and don't bother about the warmth. You will get out after 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, maximum 2 hours. So that'll be good.
You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, very much, very much.
Well, go well. Thank you so much, Kobe. Let's wander further down the grid here. And we have Santaloc Junior team, the number 18. And we've got returnees for the guys. And I was looking for Pierre Caffer, who seems to have he's disappeared. Pierre's gone? No? Let's have a little chat with you now.
Which one you want?
Well, I don't mind if no one's here and you're here. Are you starting?
No, I'm not the driver for the starting. It's Elia, and I'm on a car 18. So Elia is not here for the moment.
Keeping in the shade, I imagine.
We are ready, and we are in fourth position, so it's not bad. And all the staff make a very good job. The car is very perfect, honestly. It's a big pleasure to drive on this amazing track also, and all is clear for us. So we will see. It's a long race, 12 hours. So.
Philippe, when are you getting in the car?
Maybe, if I remember, it will be at 2 p.m. normally, 2 p.m. and something like this for a long stint, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Good to see the team and yourselves back, and I hope you have a good race.
Thank you for you.
Okay, so we will wander a little bit further down the grid here. We will have a chat with Scuderia Praha, who are the championship overall leaders at the moment, and they're lining up on row 6. So I think the drivers and stuff are now in the car, so we haven't got... Oh, no, I can see Joseph Kral. He's hiding under a brolly out of the way, which makes perfect sense. Joseph, how are you this morning?
To be honest, a little bit hot, but otherwise perfect.
You've got a nice cool jacket on. Is it doing its job?
Yes, it does, and also it's a holder for my umbrella, so it's even easier for me that I have free hands.
What are the main challenges of a 12-hour endurance race like this, knowing about all the factors that we're experiencing right now and the things that will happen during the race? But what, from your perspective, are the main challenges?
Well, for sure the heat, because you have to manage the tires somehow just to survive, but still keep the pace, because as you can see during the qualifying, the rhythm and the speed of the other cars is really, really big and really high. So we have to really push a lot. So during even that's 12 hours race, you still have to do a qualifying lap by qualifying lap. So you really have to push a lot, but still manage the tires and fuel, which will not be easy during these super high temperatures. And otherwise, just survive, because it won't be easy.
How tough physically is this circuit?
Well, to be honest, it's not too bad, luckily, because you have some long straights, and so you can cool down a bit. We have also air conditioning in the car, which we don't use that much, and it doesn't work that much, but at least we have it. So sometimes, occasionally, you can turn it on to cool down the cabin inside, so it feels a little bit better. But overall, I think it will be quite fine. But still, it's long distance, and the temperatures are very high. So after lunch, it will be really demanding.
Are you thinking about the overall championship at the moment, or is it just race by race for you?
Definitely race by race, because you never know, especially during these long races, you cannot do it that you will start to think before the race, okay, this one we have to take safely or we want to win. Because if you start to plan this, then you have still 12 hours to go. So it's a lot, and especially the next race will be 24-hour race, so you have to really go one by one.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you have a good race, Joseph, for yourself and the team.
Thank you.
We will wander a bit further down the grid. I will give you a little bit of an idea of the track and what to expect, but we're just going to wander down and see if we can find some other class cars that are ready to go. They're all lined up. They've all got their windscreen shields on just to sort of keep everything as cool as possible. Now, Era Motorsport, number 81. I can see Jake Hill here and Ryan. Jake, I'm guessing because you've got your overalls on and he's drinking coffee, Ryan that is, drinking coffee, you're starting the race. How are you feeling today?
I'm actually not, no. Andreas is going to start. I took the car to the grid just to make sure everything's cool. But yeah, car's feeling good. The Era Motorsport have done a fantastic job. And I think, me and Ryan are buzzing to get in later.
Do you like this circuit?
I do, yeah, it's nice. I mean, the heat is obviously quite a big factor for this weekend. The long stints become slightly more difficult, and obviously looking after the tyres and brakes, etc., become a little bit of a tricky situation as the race gets on. So just have to do our best and see how we go. But either way, I'm sure we're going to have a good race.
And Ryan, if I have just a quick chat with you as well, you're obviously waiting patiently. How are things going for you?
Good. Feel I'm back in Florida with this heat, so thankfully you're used to this a fair amount, but. Never raced here, so this will be my first time taking this box. Done a lot of testing here, but never raced. But going to be pretty brutal for everybody.
What's going to be the biggest concern, do you think? We know that the factors always play, but it's a 12-hour race, so you've got to manage it minute by minute. But what do you think the biggest factors at this circuit, with the conditions that you're seeing around you, will bring?
Yeah, I'm probably going to hear it from everybody. It's just going to be the heat, tyres. They have a new rule this weekend on the tyre stint lengths. That's going to be a bit challenging, and then pickup's pretty bad here at the same time offline. So pretty good grid this week, good cars, lots of cars. So probably staying out of trouble is the key to every endurance race, but maybe more so this weekend than we've had so far this weekend. But we feel like we have good pace, so we'll see where we end up at the end.
Ryan, what is it about endurance racing that you love, and why do you keep doing it?
It's because you get to kind of hang out and play with your best friends. These become your family every weekend, and I'm fortunate I get to work with Era on 2 different programs. But it's I always say the time where I feel like I've kind of lost the flame in the belly a little bit is probably when I need to retire. But the flame's still pretty strong right now.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ryan, we'll just continue on our walk down the grid if we can in this beautiful sunshine. But at the moment, I'll just let you get an idea of the track. We've got a track presentation to give you just to tell you about the track itself and corners, and then we'll come back to me down here on the grid with a few more drivers and teams to talk to.
Thank you very much, Diana. Let's have a look at this Paul Ricard circuit then, a 5.8 kilometre length circuit, an option for about 120 different layouts here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Such is the technology centre, but a massively high top speed at the back straight. The Mistral straight, it's famous in Formula One from the 1970s. The circuit built and opened in 1970 and named after Mr. Paul Ricard, the inventor of the Ricard pastiche. And now let's have a look. As we go down towards turn 1, we'll be calling that Verrier, a big hard braking zone, and actually much tighter than even our track map suggests through turns 1 and 2. Then it's Hotel Aéroport and Curve du Camp at the far end of the circuit. Got to get a good run through Saint-Barbe, turns 6 and 7, up the first part of the Mistral towards the Nord chicane, which breaks the Mistral straight into 2. And then the fast run towards Senior, which is not flat out, but pretty close and very much on the limit of adhesion. Through Beausset, the long right-hander, lots of different lines through there, and the final part of the lap. Exit of Dupont, very, very important to get a good lap time. And lots of opportunities for overtaking and getting past other traffic. So a really good place to come racing for the 24H series. And we're very excited to be here for a full 12 hours coming up with the green flag flying in approximately 13 minutes time, which means we can go back down to Diana and catch up with a few more of the stories at the back end of the grid.
Well, I've only made it halfway down, Ben, but GTX class pole goes to Graf Racing. And Sebastian, we chatted to you yesterday during qualifying. You're obviously not starting because you've not got your race suit on yet, but how proud are you to be starting this, taking pole position ahead of this 12-hour race?
Yeah, but it's a good starting position. Now the race is 12 hours, so we got to manage a safe start, I believe. Then gradually we'll go up. We'll see.
What's your strategy? Have you got a strategy plan in place that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, no, I think we are quite comfortable with the car. So the main issue now it will be whether our car will last 12 hours. So we'll see. We'll have
tyre management, and obviously managing traffic will come into play during the race. But I'm guessing you'll be relishing that opportunity.
Yes, of course, yeah. But with a set, we'll do 2 stints probably with the same stat. So we'll see.
You looking forward to it? Are you looking forward to it?
Oh yeah, of course. No. Great experience. No.
You've got a big smile on your face. Well done for the starting position. Have a great race. So teams are now putting tyres onto the car. I was going to make my way a bit further down to the back of the grid, but the buzzers are going. So I think we need to more or less be leaving the grid any second now. But if I can find anyone else on the way down here, we'll have a chat. But the drivers are now giving themselves into the car. So I'll just stand in the shade bit for just a second and catch my breath. But a great atmosphere down here on the grid. Unfortunately, we couldn't get through all the classes. As you can see, they're quite spread out. And most people keeping in the shade as much as possible. So it'll be that time for me to hand you back to Ben and Simon.
Thank you very much, Diana. Down there on a very hot grid. Got about halfway. We do have a couple of cars at the back of the field that we need to cover off stories for because they're not supposed to be there. Obviously, the 2 GT4 cars we'd expect to be at the tail of the field. They are our slowest category. But we then, behind them on the tail of the field, have a GT3 Viper Nissan Mercedes. We have a 992 from RPM Racing, which is our championship leader, of course, and then the 992 of Red Camels Jordan. So some stories to uncover before we go racing. We are going racing in about 11 minutes time, and an opportunity to welcome a new voice to the commentary box, a voice that may be familiar if you've been following motorsport over the last 20 to 30 years. Simon Hill joins us in the commentary box for the majority of the race. We'll have Joe Bradley joining us in the box and in the pit lane throughout as our super sub, basically. But Simon, welcome to the box.
Thank you very much, Ben. Very much looking forward to this. As you've already explained, we've got a superb grid, a very mixed grid in terms of both the quality and quantity of teams and drivers, and going to be such an interesting strategy. As we've heard, and as you mentioned as well, Ben, the temperatures are just increasing as the day goes on. Listening to some of the drivers that we spoke to yesterday, you could really see that in the final part of qualifying, where we have the 3 sections, the fuel loads had gone down. That made a big difference, but obviously you could see the tyre degradation even in a short session of 20 odd laps across the 3 sessions was really starting to hurt. So time management is going to be absolutely crucial. Looking after the cars, you heard a couple of drivers talk on the grid about things like brakes as well. So it's going to be a proper endurance race.
The 992 category cars generally are able to do about an hour and 20 as a fuel limit. The GT3 cars tend to pit around the hour mark. We're not going to be seeing the 992 guys double stinting these Michelin tyres. I'm sure of it, but GT3 seems to be a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just looking at what's happened historically with some of the hotter races that we've had, it is going to very much be car and driver dependent, as we always know, because you get one of the more experienced guys, one of the pros or semi-pros, and they may well be tyre whisperers. They'll be able to max that out. They know the circuit well. They understand how to do that. Possibly some of the AM drivers may be able to do that for a shorter period of time, but not so much on a long stage. So I guess they're going to have to really take that based on how the race unfolds. But certainly a couple of the teams that I've spoken to, the intention would appear to be that they're going to probably be changing tyres pretty much every time.
Yeah, it's that hot. And these Michelin tyres, they are definitely harder than what we had the last time we came to Paul Ricard. Creventic and the 24H series have not been here for a few years, and obviously the Hankook tyre was our provider for the last couple, but these Michelin tyres with a harder sidewall, slightly harder compound, harder to get up to temperature when we were in Mugello at the start of the year and it was cold, but I don't think there'll be much problem today.
No, tight. It was interesting. You could hear, again, guys talking about warming their tyres up on their first lap, but you could see, because of that first section that we've got here at Paul Ricard, where you've got 2 or 3 quite tight corners before they go on to the famous Mistral Straight, that even by the time they got there, you could see that they were already, had got through the tyre warming phase on their outlap and they were ready to go. And certainly I would suggest that the drivers today, by the time they've done their installation laps, they're going to be ready to go in terms of tyre and brake performance.
Our camera getting to the tail end of the grid, having a look at my favourite livery, the 911 911 Porsche with the green livery and red stripes, just slightly broken stripes. It just gives it that extra real special quality. Welcome back to the 911 teams. Great to have them with us. We've checked in with the GT4 category cars there. I don't think Diana's going to be able to give us interviews, so we're going to have to sort of decipher this ourselves. What we do know about the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes is it crashed in Q2 and hit the wall. And having a look at the car in the paddock, it appears that the damage was too much. It sort of slapped the rear left wheel and the front left wheel against the concrete barrier. So the Viper Nisa have got a brand new car on the grid, completely black carbon. Very interesting to know where that's come from and how long it's taken to rebuild that car. But obviously not doing a third time in qualifying meant they're the back of the field anyway, and so any penalties gets absorbed. Maybe they would have a penalty to serve in the first part of the race because they've swapped chassis. I know that's sometimes been the case with engines. And talking of engines, Red Camel's Jordan also with a new engine in the back of that car, because they put a big hole in it in the end of practice. So they missed qualifying completely, and a new engine in the back of their 992 car. And they're joined at the tail of the field, we don't know why, by the RPM Championship leading 992. And so the Tracy Crone car at the tail of the field. And so our championship battle for 992 starting right at the back and with some traffic to contend with. Oh, Diana. We'll come down to Diana perhaps, and she can tell us what's going on at the tail of the field.
The RPM car, the 907, I didn't actually, as I said to you in the grid, I didn't quite get up to the back of the grid, but the team were telling me that Philip got some track infringements during his few laps out at the end of that qualifying session, and then the red flag came out, so he wasn't able to put in another time, so hence they're having to start down the back. But they're quite, comfortable with the 12-hour race. They know what they're doing. The championship is important to them, but they'll be certainly looking to fight their way through. Nick Jonsson will be starting in the race, and we know what a great driver he is. So we'll be keeping an eye on him, Ben, as the race gets underway.
Yeah, we saw a couple of the cars, especially in Q3, slithering around off circuit and getting track limit infringements, and it seems as though perhaps those infringements were just a little bit too delayed to be updated onto our timing screen, and therefore we ended our provisional qualifying grid in one way, and then lap times being deleted meant another. Some smoke coming out the back of car on the second or third row, but it seems okay. Let's have a look then at the full grid, and it is Into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing on the pole position in a Ferrari. Alongside them, the Mercedes of Red Ant Racing in the GT3 Evo. on row 2. We welcome back the Santalok junior team. They're joined on the front row by TFT Racing, a well-known French endurance team, and Nico Bastien putting in a great lap time to get them on that second row. Proton Uber, look at that lineup with Klaus Bachler and Maris Lauk. Scuderia Praha, long-time entrant into Creventic. They are on row 3. And then Continental Racing by Simpson in their Audi on row 4, alongside a new team, Prime Speed Sport from New Zealand. Welcome along to Nick Foster and Jono Lester. Then Era on row 5 in 9th position, alongside Jutta Racing in their Audi. And they have 2 cars here, but before we get to some of them, the Nova NPO2 of Graf Racing, 13th on the grid, alongside the Hofer Racing Mercedes. So it's slightly mixing up some of our categories in the middle of the pack, despite the fact that we have 2 separate qualifying sessions for them. The RD Sainz Lamborghini in 15th, and then we got 3 Vortex. So the owner of Vortex, Olivia Gomez, is the first of our Vortexes, the 703. That's the orange one. Jutta 72 is the new Jutta racing car, alongside Seb Lejoux Racing, pole position in 992 for the strong French lineup. Mulder Motorsport second, and then the second of the Vortexes with Lionel Amarouche. And I'm pretty sure his daughter Solène is in that car as well. Oh, she's in a different car. I'm not sure that's correct. Anyway, Holmgaard on row 11, alongside the third of the Vortex is the 702. And that is a red-coloured Vortex. There's 3 Vortexes. Ajit Kumar Racing by Red Ant on 23rd on the grid shed, with the second of our Seb Lejoux Racing Porsches, with Navarro brothers in that car. And then HRT Performance 25th, alongside Lion Speed, Niederhauser, Kolb, and Jose Garcia getting his first taste of the 991 category. 911 we saw that car. Then the 2 GT4 machines, Mercedes ahead of BMW. Venture once again having somebody to play with, the Verhoeven family in the GT4 car. Then Viper Nisa, we covered off that story, brand new car for them. RPM Racing at the tail of the field, alongside the red Camels Jordan 909. And it's Rick who will start that car and be very aggressive, I imagine, over the first couple of laps to get himself up through the pack. He does not want to be delayed by slower 992 cars. And we've got a real mix of amateur drivers and pro drivers starting. Ajit Kumar will start his 992 in 23rd position, but going off the front of the field, Axel Jeffries is in the Ferrari, Kobe de Bruyke is in the Mercedes, Nico Bastien in the TFT Racing Mercedes, Ella Earhart in the Santalok Audi, Manuel Lauk, Josef Kral. And then if we go a bit further down, Nick Jonsson will start the RPM 992, and Rick Breukers will start the red Camel Jordan. So strong entries at the tail of the field as well. And Patrick Niederhauser, watch out for the Lion Speed Porsche in 26th position, because Niederhauser was a front runner at the Spa 24 Hours last weekend. Very much one of the very best GT3 drivers out there. A lot of cars in front of Nick Jonsson to get through. But it is a 12-hour race, and there will be lots of shuffles of the pack, rolls of the dice, which hopefully, if you play it right, will shuffle you up the pack. We're only going to have a single warm-up lap because, well, we just don't need 2 to get everything warm. Good to see an electric safety car at the front of the field, the Audi e-tron GT. And coming towards the final tight Virage du Pont to get our 12-hour 24H Series penultimate round here at Paul Ricard underway. The revs begin to rise, the speed begins to build. It's nice and neat between all of our cars, and the green flag flies. We are racing here at RICARD, and it's going to be a nice aggressive start from Kobe de Bruyke in that blue Mercedes, kind of boxing everyone behind, so there's nowhere really to go. Aggressive start from Ella Earhart to get himself up into second position. There's a vortex very wide through turn 1. It's quite tight through turns 1 and 2, so clever to keep away from the racetrack completely in the case of the vortex. But it is the Ferrari that leads. Ella Earhart second. Nico Bastian moves up into third position. Kobe de Bruyke actually has dropped down to fourth from second spot, and there's a lot of shuffling of the pack and getting everyone in order, because of course that aggregate qualifying is the aggregate of 3 drivers, but we now just have the single driver in the car. On board with Manuel Lauck, who is crawling over the back of Kobe de Bruyke. He fancies to clear that traffic and move himself forward. Simon.
Yeah, Lauck very, very strong, as we know, at the Nürburgring. That's really where he's made his name, but he seems to be very good in traffic as well, something, of course, if you race at the ring, you have to do. In the background, we can see a nice move coming down the inside from the Nova. Thinking maybe he's got that done going into the first part of the chicane. We'll watch with interest to see how that unfolds. But yeah, Lauck really pushing very hard early on. Clearly, they're looking to get themselves into a podium position early doors.
You mentioned the Nova. There is, in the middle of the picture, the sort of LMP3 looking machine. It is part of the GTX class, racing the 3 vortexes, but that car is very, very fast. In fact, faster than LMP3 when they raced here the Ultimate Cup a few years ago. It was, sorry, not a few years ago, a few months ago. It was the Nova that was the overall winner versus the LMP3s. They've got a grid of 19 cars here in France, and so great to have something like that joining our field. And it was Eric Trullier who started the car, run by Graf Racing, and very much at the head of the GTX pack. And I imagine in this first stint, depending on the driver in the car, probably can get right into the mix of the GT3s. Over the line for the first time then, Axel Jeffrey leads, Ella Earhart second, Nico Bastian third, Kobe de Bruyke fourth, but Manuel Lauck down the inside of Kobe de Bruyke for that fourth position and takes it cleanly. Then it's Vasily Vladikin, Joseph Kraut dropping a position behind Vladikin, then the Lamborghini of Prime Speedport, then the Graf Racing Nova, and Aston Martin of E2P down in 10th spot.
Yeah, already you can see that there's a pace that a lot of the teams are trying to set to just in these very early laps, get themselves into a rhythm, not take too much out of the tyres and brakes, as we were discussing earlier. But similarly, it gives you a chance as a driver to see where your race pace is at. We've seen, obviously, what the single lap pace is like from the individual drivers across the 3 qualifying sessions. As we did say earlier, just to remind that you have the 3 sessions with the AM, the Pro-Am and the Pro driver. Usually that combination would be taking those 3 sessions, and then you take the average to get the grid position. In the background there you see the Era car under a little bit of pressure from the Audi just behind them of Peter Gwellings in the Hassard T car and Arnas Keslauskas in the Duta Racing Audi. So interesting, isn't it, just how strong the Audis are still, considering we know that Audi aren't really involved in GT3 racing in the way that they have been in the past. There's certainly the manufacturer support isn't there, but still such a competitive car.
We did have yellow flags at turn 5 on the last lap. That was for the Vortex 701 of Cyril Calmont, who dropped down the field, trying to go 3 wide through Beausset, which never really advisable, but everyone sorts themselves out and gets in the position we've got. That's for 16th spot, so that's the Hoffer Racing of Max Partal, RD Signs of Paulus Pascavicius, and Magnus Holmgaard in second in 992. Martin Rump in the Mulliner Motorsport Porsche leading 992 at the moment. The Estonian clearing off in the distance whilst he can, whilst the Red Camel and the RPM cars still stuck in the middle of the pack and in traffic. The 888 of Seb Lejoux Racing has Carlos Rivas starting that car, and they've dropped down to 3rd in class, and in fact now 4th because Niederhauser's got ahead.
Yeah, really, really quick lap from Axel Jeffries in the lead, 2:04.046, extending his lead to just over 1.5 seconds at this early stage. And you know the pace that Jeffries has got. He's such a talented young driver that he, I'm sure, will be doing everything to just get a nice little rhythm going, get himself away from the battling pack behind him. And obviously, if you're ahead and away from the traffic at this stage, you can manage things a little bit better in terms of those tyres and brakes we talked talked about, but also understand what the sort of clear traffic pace, clear air pace that you've got, which is going to be a factor when you've got such a big grid.
7 in the Pro-Am category in GT3. We've got 6 in the full Am category, and then just a couple, in fact, only one full Pro car, which is the Red Ant Racing Mercedes in GT3. So in theory, you would expect that their Pro car will take victory because there's only one of them, and the driver lineup is rated as such. But because of the way the driver lineups are, and ratings are, really what that affects most of all is the regulations as to the stint length time, the fuel flow rates, and what each driver is able to do, and the lineup combination is able to do. If you're a Pro car, you can do what you like, but if you are Pro-Am and Am, there are other rules to play around, and it gets a bit more complex.
Yeah, Kral now looking strong on the back of Vladikin. Joseph Kral, of course, has been such a stalwart and part of the Scuderia Praha organisation. Massive history and success in single-seaters previously. But Kral and that team have just been chipping away steadily over the season. Lots of strong results across all of the events so far this year, and obviously that gives them the position at the head of the championship, and also Kral leading the individual for drivers as well. So going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds. Occasionally we've seen them run 4 drivers, just to 3 drivers this weekend, and certainly in Vasek you've got a very, very strong second driver alongside Kral. And interesting to see the 3 Ferraris that we've got in the race. Obviously the Scuderia Praha car, the leading car of Into Africa by Dragon, and the Era Motorsport car. Very interesting mixture of drivers and approaches to those races. You've got some real genuine pros and genuine Ams in all those cars. Certainly the Era car, you've got Dwight Merriman, who has been very successful in the States, for example, racing in LMP2, taking success at Daytona in the past with Era Motorsport. But for Dwight, this is his first ever program racing in Europe. So him and, of course, the driver that's in the car at the moment, Andreas Lascarotos. Andreas and Dwight actually go back many years, business associates and good friends. They've raced in the Asia Le Mans Series successfully together in the past. And this is actually Andreas' first race for 3 years, and it's his first race this year. And at the moment, because of his busy business schedule, it's likely to be his only one. So 3 different approaches for those teams. And just looking back at the timing screen there, we notice that Jeffrey's gone even quicker into the 203s, 203.468. Ilya Earhart also in the 203s, 816. But the gap now up to almost 2 seconds at the head of the pack.
Progress being made here by the Lion Speed Porsche. So Patrick Niederhauser aboard that car, and he's now up to 18th position. So either clearing or towing the Viper Nisa of Dominic Ang, who's right behind him. Now, in theory, that Mercedes should be faster than the 992, and he does look like he's sort of crawling all over the back of it, but there are certain parts of the circuit where a 992 is better to have than a GT3 car.
Yeah, certainly you've seen it where we've had the mixed qualifying sessions with the 992s and the GT3s out. Didn't happen yesterday. The GT3s were in a session all on their own. And that you'll find that certain parts of the circuit, certainly when it's been damp, we've had obviously a couple of races this year that have been that a very well-driven 992 is an incredibly tough thing to overtake, even with some of the top drivers in GT3. So it's such a well-sorted car, isn't it? It's driver-friendly in lots of ways, but when you talk to the guys that have raced both GT4 and 992s, that they would say that the GT4 is arguably an easier car to drive because it has drive rates, it has ABS, it has traction control, paddle shifts, etc. Whereas a 992, no traction control, a little bit more about the driver's right foot managing that side of things. As we see one of the GT4 cars in the battle there, the Venture Mercedes, just up behind the 901 car of the Ajit Kumar. And there you can see what we were saying about the difference in pace between those two classes. The GT3 car, of course, is quicker, but the 901 Ajit Kumar car, which has Ajit on board, of course, an absolute superstar of the Bollywood scene. I can still recall at Dubai at the start of the year seeing a grandstand. I've never seen a grandstand so enthusiastic as I saw in Dubai for the Ajit Kumar fan club that were there. It made myself and Joe Bradley are big football fans. We talked about some of the football matches that we've been to and never seen anything as enthusiastic as Ajit Kumar's. And I think certainly those fans, I'm sure there'll be lots of them tuning in, watching today. Welcome. And it's fantastic to have so many fans that are following the 24H series as a result of Ajit's competitive action. And what an absolute gentleman he is as well. Makes a real point of coming and chatting to everybody in the paddock. Yeah, really very, very interested to see how his team unfolds. Going back now to the battle in the middle of the pack for GT3, the 11 Ho4 racing car now with Bartel on board, looking pretty strong.
Let's go down to Diana, who's in the pit lane for us for the first hour. Diana, what have you got for us?
Douglas, who races with Viper Nisa, the number 65 that you were talking about earlier. We saw the incident yesterday during qualifying where the car was more or less written off. Douglas, you were just telling me there what you had to do, and just explain to our listeners what happened to you guys yesterday and how you managed to turn it all around to be back on the grid.
Sure. So with the accident yesterday during qualifying, we thought initially it was not that terminal, but upon checking, when we got the car back, the chassis is gone. So the rear and the front are gone. So we thought that our race would be paid for the day, for the week, but we asked around with some of the other teams, and one of the teams actually offered us the car for rent. So we took it, and fortunately they had testing the day that we were testing, so we knew that the car runs well. It was doing good timing, so yeah, we struck a deal, and we're now racing with their car. Unfortunately, the livery, we don't have enough stickers for the livery, but yeah, just watch out for the black car, black Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, we've noted that. Ben and Simon were talking about it earlier, so we're having to adjust our mind. You know, we've got your usual visual car there, but great to see so much teamwork come together, and I guess the guys in the team have worked hard to turn this around for you.
Yeah, due to the practice, we actually had to change the gearbox as well, so it was a long night for the boys, and then last night was also long because we had to prep the car, but fortunately the car that we rented was pretty much in good shape, so we just had to put in the electronics and test a few things.
Because it's so important, isn't it, to be on the grid. It's a 12-hour race, so clearly you did everything in your power, and so how satisfied are you that you made the start?
Well, you know, we came all the way from Malaysia, so rather than pack up and go back, I thought that it's better to just try and get on the grid, complete the 12 hours, finish it, and see where we place. It's always been a learning curve for us, so it's good.
You're learning a lot, I'm guessing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas.
Bye.
Well done, Diana. Thank you very much for covering that one off. And amazing to see how these teams are able to turn around a bad situation into a good one in the space of 12 odd hours. And great that we didn't lose a car from, you know, a pretty insignificant accident, and usually here at Paul Ricard you don't meet a wall, but unfortunately just the way that the car sort of re-gripped up spat them into the inside wall there at Senior. Let's have a look at the start replay once again. We've already got a penalty up on the board for the Vortex 703. Keep an eye out for the first of the Vortexes because it goes far left. It's the orange one just at the tail of the shot there. Starts its journey towards the first corner far left. And then look what it does, Simon. It sort of decides to invent a new racetrack.
Very interesting. You got to give him 10 out of 10 for finding an extra bit of Paul Ricard that we didn't even know existed. Look at that, straight across the blue section there. These different grip levels that we've got as we go back to look at a view from the Venture 421 car down the inside of your favourite car, the 911 car, and just behind a very fast-starting Red Camels Jordan, which, as we heard, had to start from the back. There is the Viper Nisa car just ahead, and it's very cool, plain black carbon without having having the chance to obviously put their stand delivery, but getting tight there. Considering that's an opening lap, that was a pretty feisty few corners from some of those guys.
And that 703 Vortex going off track, that's a decision as a driver that you make very early on at the start of the race.
I would think so. I mean, it didn't look like he was reacting to someone, moving across in front of him. It looks like, well, okay, let's go over here and see what we can achieve. And unfortunately, what seems to have been achieved is a penalty in this instance. As we look at our race leader, Axel Jeffries, in a wonderful rhythm now, up to just over 3 seconds is his gap now. And I would expect to see Jeffries, probably his game plan, or the team's game plan, is to get Jeffries ahead as far as possible, get him into a nice gap. That then allows them to manage their strategy for fuel and tyres. Obviously, we have to allow for the highly likely possibility at some point of a code 60. And of course, the regulations for the 24H series in terms of neutralising the race, different to some other endurance race series that we might be regularly watching, where they have a safety car, which obviously closes the pack up. A code 60, as you know, of course, neutralises the race. As the code 60 suggests, they're limited to 60 kilometres, and then you basically hold position, so you don't gain or lose in terms of your track space, which can be a great thing if you're ahead.
The great thing about Paul Ricard, though, is if you have an innocuous little spin or run off the circuit here, it's not like Mugello, it's not like Spa, where now it's gravel traps, and it's as soon as a car's in a gravel trap, we need a code 60. Here, they are able to sort of recover themselves without the need of neutralization. So I imagine that this 12-hour race is going to run relatively uninterrupted, unless there's a car expired on circuit, actually stopped and needs to be recovered in some way. Any kind of little mistake and spin, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of them. In fact, we saw a Vortex going round at turn 5 there on lap 1. They can recover themselves and we don't have to worry too much. So I don't think we're going to be setting records for the amount of code 60s that we see today. I'd touch wood anyway.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Great battle here for second place that we're starting to see unfold, with Elia Earhart now under pressure from Nico Bastian. The TFT Racing, in fact, both of these teams we haven't seen in the 24H series of late, but superbly successful, of course, across the various different GT programs. And Earhart, of course, the driver with a lot of success racing in the ADAC GT series. Nico Bastian, we know from various different championships globally. So two very high quality drivers in two very good teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And great to welcome both of those teams to us this weekend, and two very, very strong drivers out on track. Diana's in the pits. What have you got for us, Diana?
We were talking at the start of the race, obviously, about two teams that are at the back, the RPM team and Red Camel Jordan's. Ivo Broikers is with me now, because we were just talking, Ivo, as to why you were at the back. We know that there was an engine issue yesterday, which meant you qualified at the back, but you guys have worked pretty hard, haven't you, to get that car on the grid?
Well, actually, they were quite relaxed to replace the engine. We had an engine issue making us missing the qualifying. But we were quite relaxed to have a good engine, and also we knew that we had a small celebration after the engine change, because our chief mechanic Rob Kurijnen is 25 years racing with us, so we decided to throw a little party, and we had a very good and nice barbecue at the back of the garage. And yeah, we now have the new engine inside. Rick is making good progress. As I'm not mistaken, he's now P3. Car is working fine. The race is long. We look after the drivers. They not get hydrated. Yeah, hydrated. So yeah, but let's see from there.
What does the team have to do when you've had to change the engine? You're starting at the back. What's the procedure for you during those first few laps? What's most important?
Our procedure in the pit box is telling Rick to be very modest and safe. Because he's always pushing, and we are always with a heartbeat higher than his. So it's always risky, and we are happy we survived the first few laps. We make a lot of ground, and yeah, it's looking good so far. But the procedure is keeping the car in one piece, and yeah, being a little bit careful. But it's difficult, I know. If you put your helmet on, you forget all the things you discussed before, and you only want to go forward.
Are you looking forward to getting behind the wheel?
Yes, absolutely. Even though it's quite hot, to be honest, in my laps I felt pretty okay. I don't know if I do a longer stint, but I'm just taking how it comes and see how I get out of the car.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to hear from Ivo Broekers, not only driver of that Red Camel Jordans .NL 992 with his sons, but also, of course, owner of the Creventic series and co-founder, I suppose we could also call him. And great to see that the festivities went on long into the night, because, of course, they had to change the engine before they could have their party and barbecue, which has now been done, and now the serious stuff of racing is in their eyes. Although you have to say that in the world of motorsport here in Creventic, it very much is about having fun. Check out those lights; they are disco lights on the front of the.
There you saw. Oh wow! Look at that. That's very tight. Your favourite livery won't be very much a favourite livery of the two GT3s. Allowed Kral to come right into the mix here. Look at that. Josef Kral judged that beautifully coming out of Virage de Pont. We've got a fantastic run down to the start-finish straight into La Est de Verrières. He's going to try and send one down the inside of Bastien. He does that beautifully. That was a single-seater driver's move. That was, Ben. That was beautifully done.
I mean, Kral, the first couple of laps, he really just got himself settled in. But he has now the fastest lap of the race, and he's just sent it down the inside of Nico Bastien, and he's only now got Ella Earhart and Axel Jeffries ahead of him. The gap is going to be about 5 seconds to Axel Jeffries. They're in identical or sort of identical Ferrari 296 GT3s. But I can see him quite quickly clearing Ella Earhart. Last lap for Axel Jeffries was a 2:04.6, but Kral is still in the 203s. He would still be in the 203s.
Yeah, interesting. Again, you go back to the strategy we were talking about earlier. Could well be that at this early stage, there's just Kral just allowing the tyres to come in nice and gently, because we know they're going to be running such a lot of stress going through the tyres in these temperatures. Even at this relatively early stage of both the race and the day, in terms of time of day, we're around about 20 past 10 local time here. Then you've still got a hugely high track temperature. You can see good old track limits being extended to the absolute max on the exit of the right-hander there as they come into this wonderfully challenging section at the end of the lap. And interesting to see Manuel Lauck, who came through looking very strong in the first couple of laps and hasn't really followed Kral through. It looked like they were nose to tail for the first few laps. Lauck actually just behind Kral now. He was ahead of him a little bit earlier on. So perhaps the strategy with the Proton Huber car is that they're going to try and maybe run a slightly more conservative pace and allow for when their real superstar gets in, Klaus Bachler, a little bit later on.
Yeah, exactly. The driver ratings there probably slightly different between Kral and Lauck, and so expected. The last lap for Kral, a 2:04.1, same as Axel Jeffries, and takes 0.7 of a second out of the Santalok Junior team. Now, it's the junior element of Santalok Junior team is not the drivers in that car, for sure, because we've got Pierre Capper, for instance, in that car. Is certainly not a junior any longer, and Michael Doppelmayr alongside him. The junior element is actually, it's a subsection of the Santalok team, and they use the less experienced mechanics and engineers in the junior team. Yes, we sometimes see junior drivers as well, but this is really a place for the team as well to practice their how they work together, as well as the drivers. Don't forget that you need everybody to be up to speed, not just the three drivers. So Santalok Junior team running Ella Earhart. They've actually got 5 drivers in that car, but Earhart, Kaffer and Doppelmayr are the three sort of known quantities in terms of Creventic races. Now Kral all over the back of Earhart, and it's not going to be long before that Ferrari is up into second position. A really strong first stint for Scuderia Praha.
Yeah, really interesting tactic as well, because obviously to do that you need to be working the car very hard. Kral, of course, has so much experience of both this car and, of course, GT racing in general. So So yeah, a really interesting tactic that he's working the car that hard this early on. You know, less than 25 minutes into a very, very long race. But maybe that's their tactic, is that he is their star driver. Obviously, their Dennis Vasic is pretty quick, but Kral, of course, with the race experience he's had, not just in GTs, but of course as a single-seater driver, came through the ranks in Formula BMW, then up into GP2, as it used to be called back in the day, a race winner in that series, and then into A1GP, amongst other things. So, you know, Kral, one of the top Czech drivers of his generation, if not arguably the top Czech driver. We have some great drivers coming through that A1GP series, guys like Thomas Enger, that are probably the best known of that. So there's a very strong depth of quality of drivers and teams. Of course, we saw, you know, teams like ISR that ran in the World Series for many years with the Czech involvement there. So Kral, really probably the best known of that bunch, who's still currently racing at top level.
On board with Manuel Lauk in 5th position for Proton Uber competition. Shares that car latterly with the just trying to remember the lineup. Why does the website only have half of the cars? Okay, brilliant.
Yes, I mean, Backler is the obvious guy, isn't he? He's the real superstar. But yeah, I mean, certainly when you look at the how strong the Porsche has been as well. Just chatting to Ryan Diel yesterday about how qualifying had gone, and you know, he said, yeah, obviously the other two Ferraris are super strong. They went about setting out the era car as we look at the 992 category once again.
Yeah, that must be now our new leader, Patrick Niederhauser. So he's got ahead of Martin Rump and cleared off 6 seconds up the road. So much like they're trying to do with this Ferrari of Scuderia Praha, they need to maximize the usage of their pro driver. And at Lion Speed, it's Patrick Niederhauser, the pro driver at that car. Yes, they still have some pretty good talent in the car with regards to Patrick Kolb, who's a semi-pro, but Jose Garcia, lots of experience in racing, but not very much experience, or no experience in 992, and so it's going to be hard work for him. So maximise Niederhauser, get a gap, and then know that that gap will reduce once Jose Garcia gets in the car, or in the relation to Scuderia Praha, when Miroslav Weibo gets into this car.
Oh, that was close.
A little bit late there from Joseph Kral down the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, and again, you can just sense that there is that obvious advantage that Kral has got on pace. You see those disco lights as you put them bed on the front of that RT. Maybe it's like a Nürburgring thing. That's what it is. You know, when you go to the Nürburgring, you've just come off the back of, how many is it? 3 24-hour races? All three of the big ones. And look at that. Kral judging that beautifully, using the traffic to his advantage. What a wonderful move from Josef Kral there. Just beautifully timed that, and it's allowed him to get ahead of Earhart. Earhart was really caught on the back foot there. Running very wide there is Manuel Lauk on the exit of the Mistral corner. They're leaning onto the back straight, really all 4 wheels off there. But Earhart's not giving this up. He's instantly back on the attack, trying to get back past Kral early on, but having that also challenging scenario that drivers hate, where you're trying to attack and defend at the same time, as Bastien can see the possible advantages. Allowed Lauk, maybe with a little bit of help from the judicious use or otherwise of track limits, coming onto the back straight. And now we have this wonderful 4-car battle for second overall in both the GT3 category and of course the race as they come up to lap the 992. Is that the Kumar car? I think it is coming through there.
Ajit Kumar getting out of the way. The previous car they got past was HRT Performance with Axel Sartingen aboard that car. So trying to get through some of these 992 cars, slightly to the advantage of some versus others. Bastien now back on the tail of Earhart. So Earhart at the start of the stint was stronger than Bastien, and as the stint has gone on, he is struggling more and more. So perhaps it's not just we're struggling with the tyre, but it's what have you done to that tyre? Have you worked that tyre hard, and what pressures did you start that tyre with in relation to what they are now? And I think maybe the Sansalok Junior team haven't got that quite right for Earhart in this first stint.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, one of the wonderful things that we love about GT racing is that you have these such a wide variety of different approaches to how the chassis work. You look at the very well-established Audi with its rear engine configuration, the Merc with the front engine configuration couldn't be more different. And speaking to drivers that have driven a lot of different GT cars, I had a chat with Harry King a little while ago, one of the absolute superstar of GT racing, and he said that the Mercedes, in his opinion, was one of the most forgiving cars to drive, the easier cars to drive in terms of GTs. Just the balance of the car, certainly very favourable for the amateur drivers that will obviously form such a large part of why GT3 racing is so popular. Look at this. Are you sure this is it's not a 12-minute race, it's a 12-hour race, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. These pro drivers getting their elbows out, and you can understand why, because Nico Bastian is seeing Joseph Krauss disappear up the road there, and he's stuck behind Ella Earhart. He hasn't managed to find a way through. Earhart is slow at the apex, but at the apex is where you can't overtake, but he's still driving very well, so he's still good through some of the other corners. That's a track limit for Earhart, though, because he goes all four wheels past the curb. You're allowed to have two wheels on the curb, and they're allowed to be the far two wheels, but you're not allowed all four wheels over the curb, and that at Senior is definitely somewhere that race control will be looking out for.
Oh, down the inside.
There we go.
He does
down the inside. Nico Bastian muscles his way through, gets himself up to third position, and actually that's kind of what he needed to do. He needed to get his elbows out because a conventional pass would have been difficult on Earhart.
Yeah, great stuff, and really you could see, going back to what we were saying about the Mercedes and the strength of that car, it looks like Lauck has also got down the inside and has got that move done on Earhart as well. So yeah, Earhart really struggling. It looked like, sort of just visually, it looks like he's really struggling to get the front of the car into the tighter sections of the lap, but coming back this time, is he going to have another go back through? Not quite. Very, very good on the brakes was Manuel Lauck there, just enough to keep the Audi behind. And going to be interesting to see whether he can now slightly edge away.
One of the slightly odder stories coming into this weekend is the Sahara sand, which is blown from the Sahara Desert across the Mediterranean and then deposited in Europe. And it can get as far as the Alps, but it does come often to this part of the world. And offline, it is still very, very dusty. Here's a look once again at, very late move there from
Lauck,
the Manuel Lauck car down the inside of the final turn. Sort of had himself set up a few corners earlier, but going back to the sand, he's offline there, and the sand's very fine, so then it coats the tyre, especially with these hot days, in that sand, and then you've got a couple of corners where you don't have optimum grip.
Yeah, and obviously of course this year we're using this Michelin tyre for the first time in this series. It's Michelin have been established as arguably the best supplier of endurance racing tyres for many, many years. Certainly you talk to drivers who've driven with different brands of tyres, and often the Michelin is quite highly rated by them in terms of outright performance and consistency. And so perhaps compared to some of the other brands of tyres that you may have seen in other endurance racing, this tyre is so versatile, for want of a better term, that yes, you're right, it will affect it, but for a relatively short period of time, it kind of comes back to its consistency once again fairly quickly. It'll clean itself fairly easily. Some tyre, you see that they get a little bit of pickup on there, and the characteristic changes completely. And then what's also noticeable, and you've certainly seen this when you look at some of the races we've had so far this year where it has been slightly warmer, is that the drop-off compared to, again, some previous brands that we've seen there is relatively low. It's once the initial performance has gone, as with any new racing tyre, you've got your first sort of, let's call it, qualifying performance, and after that it looks like it stays fairly constant, which is hugely important for the drivers, especially as you're going to get situations where you'll see drivers, probably the pro drivers in a lot of cases, double stinting, doing another run. Krauss setting the fastest sector 1, 0.3 of a second quicker than the leading driver Axel Jeffries.
Max Partel losing a position there to Paulius Pascavicius in 13th spot. Also Dominic Ang on the tail of that, and in fact here coming back at him, Max Partel. Look to the right, cameraman, there he is, off the track, in the dirt, down the inside. Now there's a GT4 car there too to get in the way of things, and Pascavicius has got that move done. And has Dominic Ang got through? No, he hasn't. So we've got to get used to the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes being all black for this race, and now dives down the inside. But it's been a good opening stint from the man who crashed the car. Dominic Ang was aboard that car when he put it in the wall, but he's put that behind him and got himself focused. And obviously the car working well. So they're up to 15th spot. They're on the tail of the GT3 category. In fact, they're ahead of Era Motorsport, who is last in GT3 right now. And they're still squabbling, still getting tripped up in traffic as well. And in fact, this is Max Partel coming back at the Mercedes, comes across to make sure there's no Porsche in the way, and there isn't. There's a GT4 Porsche Mercedes behind, and the 992 Porsche of HRT there as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Very neat bit of driving there. And yeah, I mean, you think about it for a second, the work that they've had done. We heard, obviously, Di interviewing the team earlier saying, you know, the work they've had to do overnight, hiring the car from another team and making some of the components moving across to this car to make sure it's absolutely ready. The setup on these cars, you know, isn't an easy thing to do quickly. Usually it's quite a sort of a progressive thing that they do. So it shows that the car must have already been in a pretty good condition for them to get it as competitive as it clearly is. But fair play to Ang, you know, to have the confidence to jump into an unfamiliar car and be pushing that hard shows you A, how well they must have set the car up, and B, that from a sort of psychological point of view, he's clearly put the incident yesterday behind him, and he's just getting on with it and doing a fabulous job at the same time.
It's the benefit of coming to a place like Paul Ricard. There's a big technical centre just to the back of the circuit. There's got lots and lots of teams, lots of manufacturers where Orica are based, and there will be where the new Genesis WEC team are based. There's an SRO performance centre in the centre of the circuit. Curbstone, the track day provider, are based here. And so when you do have an issue like that, it can be relatively easy to just go and knock on a few doors and find yourself a Mercedes GT3 car to play with for the day, in a way that perhaps if you went to Portimao, for instance, it would be a bit harder. You know, you're at the end of Europe, and there isn't a big tech centre there, and there aren't the teams. But some tracks have it. I know, for instance, Sepang. There's lots of cars and lots of teams based out of Sepang, but then most of the other Asia tracks you go to, there isn't anything at all. So maybe lucky for them that Viper Nisa Racing had that accident here, and there are teams around the corner.
Absolutely, and you know, again in France, you'd think really it's kind of here at Paul Ricard and at Le Mans are the two real centres of motorsport.
And Nevers, don't forget Manicourt. There's a lot going on around there as well.
Exactly.
Even if it's the centre of France and nothing else happens there.
Exactly. Once upon a time when I used to do some racing, we raced for a team called Miguel, who had the very, very well-known in single-seaters. But at the time of Formula Renault, they were manufacturers, and we used to do an awful lot of testing. So I had many a trip down to Manicourt, and probably the most unpleasant part of the trip was we used to go on the hovercraft. For those of you older listeners will remember when, bit of a moment there, Frank, a little bit of a mid-corner oversteer, car snapping out, but nothing too dramatic, didn't catch him out to the point of him running completely off the road. We go back to our race leader, Axel Jeffries.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Dominic is happy in that car any longer. We saw a couple of, not wiggles, there was obviously a moment there, but we saw him on the straight almost sort of getting a feel of the front end, seeing if there was something loose on the front of the car, wiggling the steering wheel left to right. And I just wonder whether he feels as though there's something loose, and it probably isn't. It probably is that just the tyres are coming to the end of their decent working life, or they've overheated and ballooned slightly and he hasn't got the grip. But we are now over 40 minutes into this first stint, and we're now starting to get into unknown territory for these tyres in these conditions, because they've obviously been running on these tyres all year, and they know what they can do in normal track conditions, normal air conditions. They don't have a clue what they're going to do with 60 degrees track temperature and 35 degrees air. We're not quite there yet, but it won't be long before those are our figures for the track conditions for the tyres to deal with, and then the air conditioning for the driver to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. So just thinking about from a tactics point of view, what we would expect to see for the GT3 cars is probably around about an hour if we run without any Code 60s before we start to see fuel stops. A little bit longer for the GT2 cars, and potentially GT4s will be about the same as GT3s. So with that in mind, we're obviously around about 40 minutes into this first part of the race, as in the early stage of the race. As Ben's explained earlier, a few times this year we've had races, the 12-hour races split across 2 days, so we'd have like a 7 and a 5 hours on day 1 and day 2. Certainly for Misano and Spa that was the case. Most recently for Mugello and Spa, most recently at Misano we had a straight 12 hours we're having here. And whilst that doesn't technically change the tactics, because it's still the same amount of racing that we do, it certainly gives them a chance to refocus in between and think about how they're going to run the second part of the race, as we take a moment to look at our leader in the GTX class, Trouillet, in that very, very unusual looking Nova. It's so quick yesterday. Really impressed with the level of performance that they had from that car. And, you know, looking at him running 13th overall ahead of, 3 or 4 of the GT3 cars shows that, A, he's doing a fabulous job, and the car is clearly very strong in these conditions.
Ford Coyote V8 in the back of that, producing about 550 brake horsepower. And actually being given 100 extra kilos here to try and bring it closer to the Vortex, because it was so performant when it raced here in Ultimate Cup at the start of the year. As I said, there's 19 in the Ultimate Cup field, and they have their one-make race series where 2 drivers share over a 4-hour race. But it was this car that was the ultimate winner over an LMP3 car. So actually ends up being a sort of faster, more performant machine. So then to try and balance it in a Creventic race, a difficult task for those in the technical room, and they are a decent chunk ahead of the Vortex. But actually, I say a decent chunk, only about 16, 17 seconds ahead of Oliver Gomez in the leading Vortex. The other 2 have had issues. The other 2 have spun. Cyril Calmont and Philippe Burel are down in 26th and 28th. We have had a change of pit reporter, and Joe Bradley welcomes us for the first time. He can give us a little bit more detail on the Nova.
Yeah, it's a car that's kind of certainly sprung our interest, isn't it? And the Nova that is out there at the moment, Graf Racing is running. It's in the GTX class, it's car 709. It looks like an LMP3 car, and we've been speculating, but this gentleman here, Sebastian Page, is going to perhaps shed more light on it. So, Sebastian, it's very much looks like a Le Mans prototype. I know it's not quite a Le Mans prototype. Could you explain a little bit about the Nova and the car that you've brought here to Paul Ricard?
Okay, so yeah, it is quite similar.
Step out here because my microphone needs stretching.
No, it's quite similar to LMP3. Yeah? It's you know, the main difference. It's the weight of the car. It's lighter than LMP3. It weighs about, you know, between 650 and 700 kilo compared to LMP3, which will be doing around 850, something like that, 850. You know, that's a difference. The other difference, it's still a V8 engine, but obviously not the same engine, but still a V8 engine, which is a 4-liter Ford V8 engine, turbocharged. Then the maximum power you can get out of these engines is 450. That's what we are using when we're doing, for example, the Ultimate Cup Series. But now to bring the car to a lower performance, to be able to participate to this championship, then we had to bring down the power of the engine down to 390 for 400 kilo. Then we had to take, you know, the upper part of the rear wing also, to take it away, to make the car with a lower downforce. Also, all the, you know, the floppy at the front, we have to take them away. So basically, for example, on this track, the car is probably losing about 6 seconds compared to if we were in a real setup of the car.
Yeah. So by my calculation, 6 seconds would have put you at the front of this field It would put you at the very front ahead of the GT3 cars, I think.
Yeah, that was a problem.
That would have been a great problem to have.
Exactly. Yeah, because I mean, the pro driver on this car, the best lap is probably 157, 158.
Oh wow! So that would have been way ahead of the GT3s, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for example, a difference when we're taking senior, when we've got the rear wing and everything, then we can nearly take scene flat down. Whereas now we've got to completely lift, and weight and all that. So we can see that the car doesn't have the same, downforce. Then there's a big difference in that. We've got obviously 50 brake horsepower less also. But still, it's still a very nice car to drive as it is now.
That was what I was going to say, Sebastian. Is it still a great car to race?
It's a different car, but still pleasant to drive. Yeah. No, we're very enjoying it. Yeah.
When you say pleasant to drive, is it easier to drive, or does the lack of downforce make it a little bit tricky?
No, because I mean they did a very good work on the mechanic setting of the car, because we didn't have the same force. So it's more like driving in a GT, for the downforce, and that's more that kind of feeling. The main difference also compared to a GT between a GT3 or even GT4, so we don't have any ABS on this car. So we've got to be we can lock the wheels in the front wheels, so we've got to be careful. We've got to use the aggressive braking, so that's also the big difference. Yeah.
What I need you to do is go away and get more of these Novas to come to the 24H series, and maybe 10 cars would be great to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the idea and the strategy. I mean, we are the first team. We work with Nova, with the manufacturer, to adjust the car to be able to to have still a good car to drive, but to be able to participate to this event. And I think that all our competitors in other category are today watching us on this race to see what it is, what it feels like. But I think that it's a very positive. So far it's been very positive. Yeah.
Well, we've been very positive. The car looks great. It performs well on the track, even with those differences that you mentioned. And yes, Sebastian, we would like you to bring many cars. So tell your friends and the other car owners, please bring your car to the 24H series. Thank you for explaining the car, please. And now I think we're clear in our minds just exactly what sort of prototype it is. Sebastian Page, everybody. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you
Sebastian.
very much. Thank you.
Good luck in the race.
Great interview there from Joe Bradley. Thank you very much. And Sebastian Page, who we were speculating about how to say his second name yesterday. It's very much Page by the sounds of things. And great to have Graf with us. Obviously, Graf being the team that are running the car, but Nova, the manufacturer of the car, based out of... I can't remember where the Nova is manufactured now, but it obviously is in France. I think it was up near Manicourt, and there it is. And now side by side with the Vortex, in which it shares the category GTX, but amazing the amount of difference that car is to the car in the Ultimate Cup to be able to be competitive and enter here. It's down in Po, sorry, down on the very south coast. Obviously Po with its famous street track, but also has a track in the mountains above the city of Po, where there is a techno park, and possibly where the Nova therefore is built. Nova also shares a relationship with Norma, because the Nova as a company is part owned by the Norma owner's daughter, Camille. So there you go. Norma's not a fantastic name for a car. Lola's much prettier. I might be biased, but Nova's better. Norma's not.
So interesting conversation. That car sounds like it must be an absolute weapon when it's in, let's call it full mode. As we were hearing there, if you run with the extra section on the wing, if they're allowed to turn the engine back up, a V8 turbo with 450 brake and with that sort of weight, it's just a sensational bit of kit. And as our friend Joe was asking, let's get a load of these cars here, because they're fabulous things, aren't they? They really are. And it just makes, what I love about this this championship. I think go back to the early days of when we used to call it Creventic, and you'd had the Dubai 24 Hours with such a wide variety of everything from the real fast GT3, GT4 cars down to things like Renault Clios and all kinds of different stuff racing. So it's that variety is the spice of life of this wonderful mixture of cars, drivers and teams. And of course, very different sort of mixture, but a mixture nevertheless. Talking of which, we go to our GT4 leader, Matthew George, the stalwarts of the series this year in GT4 Venture Racing.
Yeah, and they are well clear of the BMW of Hannover Racing. In fact, they could well be. I think there might have been a problem for Hannover. It could be one for Joe Bradley to go and dig around, because Hannover are at least a lap behind, although they have not registered yet to have been in the pits. So it's just Mark Verhoeven, perhaps either issues on circuit or just not quite with the pace of the other GT4 car, and already a lap back. So I know that Venture were very much looking forward to having a competitor alongside them, but unfortunately for the moment, Hannover not showing the colours that perhaps even Venture would prefer to have. I still think, as Simon, you were saying, there is very much a market for being able to bring the likes of the Renault Clios and the cheap touring cars. The problem is TCR has kind of moved away from being cheap touring car racing and become quite expensive, especially in the world of endurance. And so we don't see many, if any, and it is still open. We still have the TCX category, we still have a TCR category within that, and it's just that people are not necessarily interested in running in that category. And it has been, the detriment to TCR has been the benefit of 992, because we've seen a lot of teams moving into 992, and they've got a rear-wheel drive car, they've got a reliable Porsche to race instead, and they're much closer to the GT3 category. And I think I would feel uncomfortable if I was in a TCR front-wheel drive, having all these GT3 cars bombarding me the whole time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In terms of the way that this series has evolved, it has obviously got higher and higher profile. The quality of the teams, as with all GT racing, seems to be getting stronger and stronger, as with the drivers as well, of course. It is wonderful to see the mixture as well. I mean, looking here at the GT4 version of the BMW, you know, the GT3 version, of course, at the start of the year when we saw the Middle Eastern Championship, which was the Dubai 24 and the Abu Dhabi 6-hour races, which were run sort of the middle of January, early January, and of course dominant performances by WRT BMW with their GT3 car, winning both of those events. So the GT3 version of this car, we haven't seen as much, certainly in the European series, but we certainly did in the Middle Eastern one. So it'd be great to see BMW a little bit more represented, as we see the car that's running second in class, a little bit towards the back, just getting passed by, I think that was the Lambo that was coming through and lapping it at this stage. Now, at the front, just going back to what was happening at the front, Axel Jeffries has sort of re-established a little bit of a gap for Kral now, as we see our leader Niederhaus now in the 992 category, sitting there 18th overall, and has done an absolutely outstanding job in that first part of the race. He's got a gap now of just about 16 seconds over there. And down in the pit lane, we've got a little bit more of an update from our friend Joe Bradley.
Cars in GT4, there's the Venture Mercedes and there's also the Hannover Motorsport BMW. Two cars, one more than we had at Misano for round 3. Hannover, I've just gone in there expressing my concern as to why the car's dropping back. They're easing themselves into this race. They're just easing themselves in. They haven't had a problem. There aren't any problems. The car hasn't stopped. It's just easing itself into the race. And the team looking very relaxed, very in awe. You know, they're just taking their time. And I suppose with only two cars, they don't need to risk anything. They're just running their own race at their own pace and see where they come out. And I suppose the object of the exercise is to get the car through the 12 hours, and that's what we're seeing at Hannover. So no cause for concern in a nutshell.
Okay, well, that's good to know. We had a yellow flag fly a few moments ago, actually no, it was now a good 5-6 minutes ago, but somebody with an issue at turn 12, which is Bendor, but whoever it was carried on again without too much issue, and I've been digging around and I can't find out who it was. So a spin and a continue, and I think that's what we're going to be seeing for the majority of this 12-hour straight-through race. Right, whilst we get into the nits and gritty and everything starts to slightly settle down, let me just run you through how the different classes work with regards to driver time, because get a pen and paper out and make notes. We have in GT3 we have 3 separate classes. We have the GT Am, the Pro Am, and then the GT category, which is known also as Pro. So we take a quick look at Haas RT making their way up through the field, and they're up now into 11th position, having a nice little battle here with the RD Sainz Lamborghini. Now, in the GT3 Am, if you have a full Am driver lineup, then everything is completely free. But if you do have Am Pluses in that car, or indeed semi-pro drivers, you're allowed a semi-pro driver within an Am car. The Am driver must do a 1/12 of the race duration, so must do 1 hour in this 12-hour race. And the semi-pro can do no more than a quarter of the race, so it can do no more than 3 hours. I'd love to give you a working example of that. Let's see if we could do that. So, for instance, in the Am category, let's find an Am car. We have Haas RT. They have a semi-pro. So Jeff Machiels in their semi-pro is a semi-pro driver. He cannot do more than 3 hours. The Am Plus can do whatever. And Peter Huiling must do 1 hour, and Peter is going to do 1 hour because he's in the car right now. So there's a good example. Then you go into the Pro Am category, and the Pro Am category can have a pro driver, but it also can not have a pro driver. If you don't have a pro driver, then the Am and the Am Pluses must do half of the race, and the semi-pro is free, so it must basically you'd use him for the rest of the half of the race. If you do have a pro driver, then that pro driver can only do 1/3 of the race distance, which is 4 hours here. And then you've got loads of conditions between the Am and the Am Pluses, which are very confusing. The Am and Am Plus combined must do half a race distance, and the Am drivers must do 1 hour. So if you've got an Am, he must do 1 hour, and the Am Plus must do half the race distance in comparison to the Pro.
So I'll give you a good example of that is the Era Motorsport.
Yeah.
So you have Ryan Diel as a pro, Jake Hill as a semi-pro.
Right.
And then you have Andreas Lascaratos, who's an Am Plus, and Dwight Merriman, who's an Am. So you've literally got all 4 of the different categories that you could potentially run. And you would argue that perhaps the most advantageous driver in that group is going to be Jake, because he has no drive time limit as a semi-pro. And performance-wise, in this instance, is the same level, and in some cases slightly quicker than Ryan Diel, depending on the context. So you would want to optimise Ryan's time. Ryan's is a 4-hour time, as you've explained there. Jake could run longer, but then you've got to use a combination of Dwight and Andreas for half the race.
So they've got to do 6 hours.
They've got to do 6 hours. So Andreas in the car at the moment obviously will have been coming up now. We're just pretty much on the first hour. I would suggest they're going to be probably looking at either keeping him in for another stint or possibly putting Dwight in. I know certainly in that case that Jake's going to be jumping in as the 3rd of the 4th drivers there. But that's where you're going to really start to see things play out. You've got a situation in that team where they're running their slower drivers at the start, and then they will significantly get quicker as the race unfolds. So whereas you've got the opposite approach with some of the teams at the front here, Jeffries, Kral, Bastian certainly are the quickest drivers in those 3 cars. Lauk, not as quick as Bachler. And then I guess you'd say Kobe De Bruyker is of that's an interesting car, the Red Ant car, coming down to Kobe De Bruyker, who's sitting there at 7th, because they're probably the most consistent drivers across the pairings, or the groupings rather. That all those drivers are a similar sort of pace.
and they are considered as a pro-class car with all semi-pro drivers. So they don't have a pro driver, and that means that basically they're free to do whatever they like. There is no regulations. If they had a pro driver in that car, then the pro driver could not do any more than half of the race.
Yeah, just quickly, Ben, I think the Simpson car just behind the Manuel Laut car that just came through had a little bit of a wobble there and run wide. I don't think it was a major problem, but that car certainly looks like it's just, I think it may have been a change of position there that we might have missed there. Laut getting ahead of Vladikin, moving up to 4th.
I mean, Vladikin's done a great job to be where he is, to be honest. 20 seconds off Axel Jeffries. And finally, we start seeing the first of our pit visitors. So Mika Panu is not that car, because that's an Audi, and Mika Panu is in a Lamborghini, but Prime Speed Sport at the front of shot getting themselves ready. The fueling station is at the start of pit lane. They come through that, then they come into the normal pit lane. In total, it's 1.2 kilometers in length at 40 kilometers an hour. So a pit stop costs you a lot. We are seeing the Audi there of Jutta Racing, Amir Naran, coming out of the pits, and they have done a full 4-minute stop with a 40-second stationary period in the pits. So that is how much you're going to lose. 2 laps around to make a pit stop. And we've seen the Vortex already the Vortex is in refueling. We've got 2 Vortexes in refueling and the Prime Speed Sport Lamborghini. I mean, a big challenge for Prime Speed Sport. They're a New Zealand-based team, and they have got to get their head around the Creventic regulations and try and maximise how to do this type of endurance race. And I spoke in the week on Midweek Motorsport on Radio Le Mans about the difference in the 24-hour races I've commentated on Le Mans, Nürburgring and Spa over the last 3 weeks. They all require different things of you to win those races. Well, come to a Creventic race and you need to take off one head and put a new one on, because the rules and regulations really are so specific to this championship. It's very, very easy to get slightly tripped up by it.
Yeah, very much so, as we are back to seeing that red and car. I love that sort of, let's call it, dare I say it, kind of matte Red Bull style livery that they've got on that car. Looks really cool. And yeah, they've done a fabulous job, Red Ant Racing, and it's quite funny. The first time I saw the name entered as Red Ant Racing, I hadn't actually read the driver list, and it was only then when I went, that's why it's called Red Ant. That makes perfect sense. And what else could you call yourself if your name is Redon?
I mean, they've literally got themselves an emblem and family logo written into their name, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yannick Redant, Ayrton Redon, and there's usually a third, but we've got Kobe De Bruyker and Kenneth Heyer in that car. So they've just got the sons in the car today.
So all we need now is a British team with, like Terry Caterpillar or something like that.
Well, we've got Red Camel.
Red Camel, yeah,
so
exactly.
If we had a Red Bull, then that would be great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who'd have thought of that? I've never heard of that one before. Where would that one come from? But yeah, so we go look at the mid-pack there, starting to get a little bit more spread out, as you'd expect. Our racer, in comes our leader from the GTX class. Sorry, no, that's not. It's a 702 car that's coming in. Burrell, my apologies.
Yeah, so all 3 Vortexes have now either visited the pits or are in the pits, which is a bit of a disappointment in comparison to the 4th of the GTX cars, because you would hope that the Nova would be equal in terms of fuel distance, but unfortunately it's like the Vortexes all need servicing. Prime Speed Sport Lamborghini now is in pit lane, and I think it could be a longer service for them, and I'm a bit concerned actually that the 703 is in the pits longer than it should be. There is the Lamborghini having been serviced, so heading back out onto circuit, and that's going to be a full stop of around 4 minutes 30, but okay, now out is the 703, so 5 minutes 42 for Vortex 703 in the pit lane. they've actually ended up bringing all 3 of those vortexes in at the same time to be serviced at the same time. So that's a bit messy from them too. The Lamborghini doing a 4 minutes and 31 second pit stop with a 1 minute and 8 seconds stationary time. And sorry, it's not a 1 minute and 8 seconds stationary time. It's a 1 minute 8 seconds in the pit lane only. So actually, I don't know if Joe Bradley had his head out the garage doors, but we've seen the Jutta Racing Audi come through pit lane in 46 seconds. It's 11 seconds from pit in to fuel station. So that leaves 35 seconds. Doesn't leave very long to change anything on the car.
That car went into fuel station, or didn't come straight
Jutta
through?
Racing definitely went into fuel station because it was 4 minutes long in total. But what I don't know is whether it actually got any kind of servicing at the garage.
That was way down the other end. It's a very long pit lane. With the fuel station, it's 1.1 kilometres long, this pit lane. So you come in, your choice is to turn left and go straight onto the pit apron, or more importantly, you need to turn directly right, and it's quite a tight right-hand turn. That'll take you into the fuel station, which is separate to the pit garage, the sort of the regular pit lane, what we're all used to. And taking all of that into account, 1.1 kilometres from in to out. So it is a long pit stop. And if we are going to take full service of tyres, driver change and fuel, then we should see them for a long time. So I'll cover that speculation off, Ben. I've kind of planted myself at Scuderia Praha because I want to have a word with Joseph Kral. I've just learned from the team that the plan was for him to do a double stint. And as we saw, some great driving there, some great opportunistic racecraft, what we saw Joseph up the order into second place behind. So Ferrari 1-2 and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in second. I want to have a word with Joseph because now he's saying on the radio, maybe just the one stint, thank you very much, because it is hard work out there.
So already in the early part of today, it is only 11 o'clock in the morning, and Joseph Kral already feeling the heat in a car that has air conditioning. You know, we know that the 992s do not, and some of the teams will choose not to use the air conditioning in their cars. And maybe this is why Joseph Kral's pace has dropped off over the last couple of laps, Simon Hill, because he's now being chased down by Nico Bastian once more.
Yeah, again, it could have been that tactic. He was going to push super hard at the beginning to try and close Jeffries down, which he was certainly doing, get himself up into second position, and it may have just, overworked the car very slightly, overworked the tyres a little bit too much. And again, the opposite could be true of Bastian. Just was pacing himself a little bit earlier on. Certainly looked very strong when he was having that fabulous battle with Elliot Earhart.
I can tell you that the Vortex number 703 took on a new set of tyres, thanks to Paul Truswell for flagging that there is a tyre age section on the timing screens that had already been overscanned on the last couple of rounds. So I'd never seen it. So Vortex have put a new set of tyres on the 703, but a new set of tyres on the 701 and 702, and Jutta Racing did get a new set of tyres on their 72. So in 46 seconds we're able to get a set of tyres on and trundle all the way along the pit lane, which then begs the question why Prime Speed Sport took 1 minute and 8 seconds to do the same thing, because they did take a new set of tyres as well, but their pit stop was significantly, or their pit in to pit out was significantly longer. And we are about to get a flurry of pit stops because Continental Racing by Simpson is in fuel, Red Ant Racing, Mercedes also in fuel, and the Graf Racing Nova is in fuel. So we've gone over the hour mark. We've got to 1 hour and 10 basically, which is pretty good going from the GT3 cars with no code 60s, but they have been able to run at absolutely maximum capacity fuel, whereas now they can only fuel up the amount that they're given by Creventic. So that's a different amount. The capacity versus the actual amount you can take fueling are two separate things. And therefore the stint lengths will be slightly shorter moving forward. Also into the pits, Axel Jeffries into fuel, our leader and I think we must not have a camera that shows that pit in, because we're not seeing these drivers going into pit lane. Nico Bastian and Joseph Kral then move up to the lead, and this becomes the lead of the race. The 56 and the 28 battling over the lead, but will also owe us a pit stop very, very shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see, hearing what Joe was saying about the update that he got from the guys at Scuderia Praha, that Joseph maybe was questioning whether a double stint would be doable in terms of his level of performance. That then really throws things up into the air of just how tough it must be for these drivers, because Corral, a young guy, still in his early 30s, very, very high level of performance, pretty fit, and he's struggling in a car which he was one of the drivers on the grid that mentioned to us that we have aircon, whether we use it or not is another thing. As we know, you know, different championships, so the World Endurance Championship, for example, there's a mandatory requirement for temperature control in the cockpit. It has to stay within a certain parameter, and if it goes above that, there's potential for penalties. Whereas obviously other series, this one included, you know, there's the option of doing that. And I always remember as a kid, you know, your folks would say, oh, if we put aircon in the car, it you know, really affects the fuel consumption pretty significantly. Obviously modern cars more efficient in that respect, but it looks like Kral's having to get quite defensive now. And again, if you remember early on when we were watching the battle between Earhart and Bastian, how good the Merc was through that section, that final section. The front end of that car works so well. It seems to be able to carry a lot of speed and still pick the throttle up pretty early. And that certainly looks like the case in this battle here.
How much would Kral lose if he turned air conditioning on? Could you have it off for the first part of the stint and now decide to turn it on?
Potentially, yeah. I would suggest that's, of course, that's an option. Or you would argue it'd probably be the other way around, wouldn't it? That you'd start off and see how far you could get without it before it became a little bit too much. Certainly, I know when you look at just something that I'm familiar with, touring cars, for example, in the UK, we had a race a couple of years ago that was 34 degrees ambient, and the cabin temperature...
In the UK?
In the UK, at Snetterton of all places.
Never.
It was 34, 2022. And it was like 51 degrees inside, and that's in a short race. That's a 20-minute race. So what it must be getting to, the combined heat soak from all the various elements, obviously completely different type of cars here, but the point really being is that the drivers are going to start to really notice that. And what's also really tough is when you have a code 60, because all the time you're pushing, you're absolutely on the limit, you're focused, your level of concentration is where it needs to be. Go into a code 60 and it feels like you're walking. You know, you're suddenly doing 60 Ks after doing, you know, over 200 Ks. It looks like Bastian's going to have a think about into the first part of the Nouveau chicane. Interestingly, on the circuit map, the exit part is actually referred to as the Montreal chicane. So they've kind of got two parts. I know we get different numbers now. I always get confused with tracks where I've been used to in my youth having just names, and now they've also got numbers as well. It's like, do one or the other. Can we just have numbers or we have names?
No, we shouldn't have numbers ever. We should only ever have names.
Yeah, well, that is, we've got 12 hours to have that argument, haven't we? So, well, 11 now. So, but I'm with you. I think, you know, names always a little bit more evocative. But
we have the opinion of the racing driver, the opinion of the journalist, and the opinion of the mechanic this weekend. And I bet they're all different. As Joe Bradley yesterday just saying, oh, the drivers are human. Oh, really?
They don't count.
They don't count. Yeah, exactly. Well, they're definitely going to count today, that's for sure. So,
they're earning their crusts today, aren't they? They certainly are. And again, you look at the mental approach to these kind of endurances, both in at the same time. That's interesting. Both those guys diving into the pit lane. So with 10 hours and 47, I've got some notes here, just making some notes of what time these drivers come in, so we can start to sort of work out as the strategy unfolds that we're seeing. Obviously the 28 car, and of course the Joseph Kral 56 Ferrari coming in. So that would net put the Manuel Lauck, I think, is in as well. So it looks like the Lamborghini, the Paulius Pascavicius car should potentially inherit the lead on that basis, unless of course he dives into the pits. So we'll watch with interest to see how that one unfolds. We have just over the 1 hour and 15 mark going. As we look at a little bit of a replay here, and what's happening here, that looks like just a bit of a drama with the Viper Nisa car. Just got onto the Sort of the blue section under the braking in it. That looked intentional to me, Ben. It looked like he meant to do that. It didn't look like he suddenly jinked right at the last minute because he couldn't make the corner. So
and he didn't follow the procedure of rejoining when missing that corner, because you're supposed to go through the chicane as indicated by the cones, and he just kind of ignored that bit as well. So perhaps not listening as intently in the driver's briefing as he should. It's Douglas Koo now aboard that car, having taken over from Dominic Ang. So we have a driver change at Viper Nisa. We have had into the pits and back out onto circuit again the Inter Africa by Dragon Speed, and so Axel Jeffries out of the 98, and it is Khalid Al Marzouk who is now aboard that car, and they're obviously deciding on a single stint. I think we're also seeing it was a slow pit stop though. It was a 1:18 through pit lane. As I said, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport did a 1:23 through pit lane, but the Lamborghini did a 1:08, and the Jutta Racing Audi did a 47 seconds. So a real variance in what they're doing in the pit lane element. So the fuel element is one thing, and we get a total pit in to pit out. But what we also get numbers from is how long they're in the pit lane, which means you can work out exactly how long they're in the pit fueling area. And there's 11 seconds of pit lane before the fueling area, and then the rest will be the trundling down pit lane and the stop. And a big difference in stop time for the moment. So Khalid Al Marzouk in Inter Africa Racing a 1:18, same as Red Ant. No, they did 1:21, and just waiting now on what Santalok will do, because they are also in that area, should be leaving pit lane any moment. But it's going to mix everything a little bit up. So how we had it all established after the first round, before the first round of pit stops, is going to be very different for once we get the second round. And this Mercedes is not looking as smoothly driven as it was in the hands of Dominic Ang. Douglas Koo's taking time to get used to it.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge, isn't it? As we were saying earlier, that you're jumping in a car that you literally haven't driven at all. I know it is the same type of car, but as we know with race cars, you can have 3, 4, well, you look at the 992 category as an example, you've got, several cars that are literally identical in terms of the construction and the design, etc., the specification, but they're all set up slightly differently. The drivers have different preferences, and these drivers in the Viper Nisa team won't have had a chance to do anything other than the lap to the grid to understand whether the car was working. Of course, only one of the drivers would have done that, as he looks very cautious, like almost overly cautious. Let's have a quick look at the lap times he's doing. I mean, 2:23 last time. That is a good, well, realistically, you're sort of not far off 20 seconds off the pace at that stage. So whether there's an issue or whether it's just Douglas really taking his time to get used to the differences in that car, difficult to say at this stage, as we see the Audi just exiting the pits there. The 21 car, the Haas RT, of course, a race winner already this year in this series, last time out. Going to be interesting to see how their race unfolds. They've now, after this stop, with now Nicholas Huilinks on board the car. How do we pronounce that surname, Ben?
Huilinks.
Huilinks. Okay, we'll go with that one.
So Nick is the son, and he has done absolutely zero racing. They should have been racing at Spa this weekend in the Bell Car Series, but chose to come here at Paul Ricard specifically because there was way more track time for Nicholas to get his teeth into. Obviously been at plenty of Creventic races before, because Peter, his father, has raced with us a fair bit. And Nicholas fancying a go, and started the weekend in the 224s in private testing 2 days ago, and has got himself down to 208s. So that's not, that's not pole position pace, of our pro drivers, but it's not bad for a first sort of proper weekend in Creventic.
Absolutely. And as we know, it's going to be interesting to see how across that's a good example of what you were saying earlier when you look at the different driver gradings and the driver levels of experience we've got. A driver with virtually zero experience coming into this event and being able to get out there and get plenty of track time on a circuit which kind of lends itself to having this mixture of drivers, because there's plenty of space here. It's a wide F1 spec circuit. We've heard obviously of the history of this place is quite remarkable, going all the way back to the first Formula One race they had, their first Grand Prix in 1971. A dominant win during a dominant year by Sir Jackie Stewart in his magnificent Tyrrell, one of 6 races that we got. And of course was a mainstay of the Formula One calendar right up to 1990. Now, down in the pits, we have our intrepid reporter Joe Bradley, who's catching up with the guys at Red Camel.
Yeah, before the Red Camel car is in, and I think it's in fueling now, guys, you'll be able to confirm that. I want to report on Scuderia Praha. Now, the speculation was Joseph Kral, absolutely outstanding drive. Very, very clever and intelligent racecraft, what we saw from Joseph, to get that Ferrari into second place. He was suggesting that he may not do more than 1 stint. However, by the time we got to the pit stop, his mind had changed and he stayed in the car. That went off smoothly. Fresh set of Michelin tyres onto the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and it's gone and it's back out. I'll give you guys a shout when I have the Red Camel car here. It's 992 Cup class pit stop time now, and it's going to be a flurry of Porsches into the pits now.
Yeah, just waiting on everybody doing their pit stops, and then we'll be able to update you on who took tyres and who changed drivers. But I think the story across the board so far is that nobody's risked a double, even though this is probably the best conditions for a double, because it's the coolest part of that we will see all day. I just don't think that has worked out. We've seen a lot of changing of names, but we're not quite there yet with everybody pitting. We still are owed Era Motorsport to come in, and Holmgard Porsche hasn't yet pitted. So a little bit of a difference in strategy in terms of how long people are able to get themselves to the end of their stint. Aji Kumar also going a bit longer. I was always, I'd say this in no relation to the names that I've just mentioned, but if you don't drive as fast, you don't use as much fuel, so you can go longer. And so we are seeing some of those cars that perhaps were at the tail of the field in their particular category being able to go a bit longer in the stint. And actually getting to 10 hours and 40 minutes remaining for a GT3 car to do an hour and 15, an hour and 20 is not bad at all.
Yeah, Lascaritos, who's on board the Era Motorsport now, has just come in on this lap. He, as you said, has just done 10, yeah, what's that, an hour and 21 minutes. It's pretty impressive, really, isn't it, for a first stint? What's really interesting there is just, if you look at the 3 Ferraris that we have in this race, we have the pole position car, of course, of the Into Africa Dragon Racing car that Axel Jeffrey started. This car we see on screen now, which is the Josef Kral Scuderia Praha car, they've been really, really strong on single lap pace. Lascaritas is the newest driver to Era Motorsport. As we were saying earlier, it's his first race for many a year, and also, of course, first race in this car. So he is obviously still finding his feet, starting to get a little bit quicker as the race has gone on. But quite interestingly, it's almost like they've showed their hand. They've got their superstar guys out there. They, Era Motorsport, have yet to put their 2 quickest drivers in the car. So it could be a very interesting strategy. I chatted to the team members as Red Camel come in now, having taken fuel now to take tyres. So that's going to be really interesting to see what level of performance they have. Did we see a driver change?
Yes.
Yeah. So who's getting on board, Joe, from your understanding?
Yeah, Fabian Dance, the much taller, skinnier frame than the other drivers, is now on board. Fresh tyres. And just heard from chatting to Evo about Rick kind of proving that we don't really need qualifying. That car, remember, blew an engine. We've had an engine reinstalled, brand new, and they started at the back of the field. And he's made his way through in just 1 stint up into second place and in contention for the win. I'm not suggesting we don't do qualifying, because I find qualifying very exciting. It gives us something to talk about on the day before race. Just to give the viewers and listeners an idea of the layout in the Paul Ricard pits, very, very distinctive pit here. You've got like little office sections that are at the back of the pit garages, and you have to go up a flight of stairs to get into the office. We might be able to get it. We might be able to see it on the camera actually. So if I dive into the, I'm just going to, my mic will go. So there's the offices there, and they're all beautifully air conditioned. Whereas the garage area where the mechanics will have to work on the cars if needs be, this is in the heat of the day. However, all the engineers, the drivers, they disappear into those air-conditioned office sections. From my perspective, I've now got to go into that air-conditioned splendour and spend 5 minutes arranging an interview, which is what I'm about to do, because I'm a bit sweaty down here. So give us 5 minutes. I'll go and drag Rick Breukers down into the heat, if he's willing, and give him a chance to cool off in the air conditioning. And then we're going to chat about how he's got that red Camel car back from the back of the 992 field right into second place, and certainly into contention for the win.
It might be, if Joe's really lucky, they might have some grub left over from their little celebratory barbecue that they had. So
some cold sausage, you mean?
Exactly.
Some cold lardy sausage. I'll find out. I'll bring one up for you, Simon.
So Kral now tests himself at the front. Interesting there. You look at Kral now, obviously having double stinted. New tyres for Kral there. Three laps it's showing on our tyre age monitor. But looking at the erstwhile leader, the Into Africa's dropped to third. Khaled Al Marzouk now on board that car. His lap times significantly slower. I think he is the, going back to what we were saying about the example of ERA, where they've not put their quickest drivers in. They've done the opposite there. The 98 car has run with their quickest driver in Axel Jeffries. Now they've got one of the more AM drivers in there, in Khaled Al Marzouk, and he's lapping around about 3 seconds slower than Josef Kral, also with new tyres on.
Vortex missing the braking zone at the Nord chicane, and no harm done there. Let's run through the order then as we see it, and ignore the timing screen on the screen, because it is either behind, frozen, or just wrong. But from what we see, Josef Kral leads by 8.6 seconds. So he has inherited the lead after the Into Africa Racing by Dragon have swapped drivers from Axel Jeffries to Khaled Al Marzouk, and they are now 23 seconds back from Josef Kral. The big winner in that first round of pit stops has to be E2P Racing. The Aston Martin just 47 seconds in pit in to pit out. Every single car that pits has changed tyres. And in the hands of Oliver Campos, I suppose they didn't change drivers, and so Oliver Campos also doing a second stint, and that is why they've been able to do a faster pit stop, and it puts him up into second position. Khaled Al Marzouk changing driver, a 1 minute 18 second pit stop. That drops them down into third position. Pierre Caffer is in fourth spot, having changed drivers in the number 18 car. Kenneth Heyer is now in the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, having changed drivers. Mika Panu did not change driver in the Lamborghini, but has got themselves up into sixth position with a relatively quick pit stop. So if you didn't change drivers, you gained about 20 odd seconds, and that has changed the order of things.
I think it's between 20 and 30 seconds, depending obviously on the team and how efficiently they do that. But if you look at the pit only element of it, most of the teams, it's anywhere between just over a minute or up to around about 1 minute 40. For example, you look at the change that ERA have made, and when Dwight Merriman on board, that was 1 minute 40 for pit only. So they've just gone back out with tyres and driver. So maybe a setup change as well. You look at that, they might have been tweaking something on the car for that to add that extra bit of time on there.
Yeah, we saw the 992 category cars doing that because they have a different way of changing the tyres. Sebastian Lejoux, or 150, for instance. So we'll keep deciphering exactly what's changed after the first round of pit stops. Let's go down to Joe Bradley with Rick Breukers.
We've just seen the 909 Red Camel Porsche just come into the pits. Rick Breukers just stepped out the car. You can see how hard Rick has been working. Rick, you've just kind of proved how little we need qualifying in these races, from the back of the field to second. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a quite long stint, so we had some time to make up the places. But yeah, really happy with the first stint. But it's a long race.
Yeah. Any difficulties towards the end of the stint with yourself or the car?
Sorry?
Was there any difficulties that you encountered out there towards the end of the stint?
It's really hot, so physically it's quite challenging because you cannot really cool down. Our fan at the middle is not working really well, so yeah, it's extra tough for us. And apart from that, the high track temperature does make it quite slippery on the tires.
So when did the tires start become slippery?
After maybe 1 hour, so the last 20 minutes were a bit slippery, but I have to say in general the tires, they are performing really well. I'm quite happy with the grip even at the end of the stint, so yeah.
Great stint, Rick. I'll let you go and cool off. It's very, very hot in the sun. And as you can see there, Rick working really hard. Stepping out into the sun to talk to us and give us a bit of insight as to how he got that car to the front of the 992 field. They're going to be there in contention if that new engine stays in place, I should say. And why shouldn't it? It's a Porsche.
Thanks, Joe. So basically what we've established here is that if you did a pit stop and tyre only change like Oliver Campos did in the Aston Martin, then it should be around 45 to 50 seconds in a GT3 car and a minute and 20 in a 992 category car. If you have done a driver change, then you're looking at more like a 1 minute 20 pit stop or a 1 minute 50 pit stop if you're in 992. So actually, then if you look at Joseph Krau's pit stop, Simon, they didn't change driver, but their pit only was 1 minute and 10. So it was actually a slow stop for Scuderia Praha.
Yeah, certainly when you compare it with the ETP one, which again, I mean, what's that? Yeah, 20 seconds, a bit more than that. Yeah, 22 seconds. Really impressive by E2P, and I wonder what the factor was in that. That's going to be really interesting to see if we can maybe get a bit of an update. Joe might be able to find that out for us a little bit later on as we go back to the 992 category. So now, after the stops, let's have a look at how everything is starting to play out with 992. Julian Hanses in the Muller Motorsport car leading that class ahead of Patrick Kolb in the Lion Speed GP car. So that's the 921 leading the 957 that we were just seeing on track there. And up into third position is Fabian Dance in the Red Camels car. We just heard from Rick Breukers, of course. A very, very hot Rick Breukers there, and understandably so. And just to reiterate what we said earlier, no aircon in those Porsches. So those guys are having to work extremely hard in what is a very, very quick car still. And a spin for the 72 car. Let's have a look, see who's on board that car now.
I mean,
yeah.
Interestingly, Julian Hans did take over the car from Martin Rump, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a driver change, but it was a fast driver change, which has put them to the head of the field. So Muller Motorsport, a good battle in 992 with Patrick Kolb and directly behind him, and there's a Vortex in that mix as well. Joe Bradley working hard down in pit lane. Joe, who have you got again?
I've got Aziz Kumar. He's just got out of the 93, been working very hard. You ready for me to talk to him? Ajit? That was a very, very busy racetrack you had to contend with at the start.
Very content, especially we as a team felt gutted after Misano, after losing out the P1. So we came in here with absolutely no expectations. And we were happy. We also test drove the Mercedes AMG car, and so got a lot of track time because of that. And of course, looking forward to the Creventic Porsche Cup car, which is very important to us. And yeah, very pleased. And yesterday, we did have we were at a crossroad in terms of setting up the car. You know, I think we drivers wanted a different setup and Red Antwerp, but we managed to find amicable, mutual understanding. And
what is the process then, Ajit? You've got 3 drivers that all want a different car. How is there a compromise?
No, I think the good thing about Fabio and Diffuse, we set up the car to my driving skills, and they drive around the car. In the practice, we try to make sure the car is set up as per their driving skills, and for me to understand how twitchy and how nervous the car can behave when it pushes. So it's a good learning curve. Yes. But very happy with my first stint, but I messed up the pit stop. I messed up. That takes a lot of understanding, I guess.
Well, I mean, you know what? In fairness to you, you're in a development year. You're new to this form of racing, so it's very difficult. If it was easy, the likes of myself would be doing it. You guys, it's a hard job in all aspects.
Being too hard on yourself. I think anybody who loves motorsports or cars, I'm sure a couple of hours, a couple of practice sessions, everybody will be there. You know, because I think that's how passionate we are all about motorsports. So I don't think you'll find it that difficult.
Well, you're being very humble and very kind. We've created a massive fan base in your home country in India. I mean, how are the fans reacting to endurance racing over there?
Like I always say, I feel blessed to have such a fan following. I come from a very modest background, a lovely family, parents, siblings, my wife, my children. I couldn't do all this without their support, you know. And then the fans who watch my films have started following motorsports, and vice versa. The motorsport fraternity is starting to take an interest in Indian films now, so I'm happy if it's a win-win situation for everybody concerned. But at the end of the day, I just want motorsports to be as popular as cricket back in India.
Yeah, that's a big ask. Now then, Brad Pitt has just done an F1 movie. Brad Pitt has just done the F1 movie. Are we going to see Ajit Kumar do a 24-inch series movie for India, maybe?
I guess maybe Fast and Furious, F1, because I normally perform my own stunts in the film. So, yeah, if there's a calling, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Fast and Furious sequel or the sequel on F1, yeah, why not?
We could call it Red Ant Racing or something.
Red Ant Ajit Racing, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a lovely collaboration between us. And a special thanks to Red Ant, the crew, Mr. Bert, Mark Goosen. They're such wonderful people. So I guess if I'm performing to a decent level, the credit goes to the boys and the team. I mean, they're so wonderful. I love them and I love you all. Thank you for supporting motorsports. Extremely grateful. Thank you so much.
When are you back in the car? When do you go back out?
I'll probably know after Fabian is back, because the weather, we want to see how it suits us.
Let's go and cool off and recover. Thank you. Great to talk to you as ever.
You could see Ajit Kumar's brain starting to melt at the end of that interview. He definitely needed to be released to go and get some water in him. He mentioned the pit stop, 6 minutes 32 in total, unfortunately for the 901. That plays the best in class, which is Holmgaard Motorsport, with a 4 minutes 52. So quite a significant amount of time lost in the 992 category car. So there's a real difference, Simon. That first round of pit stops, everyone took tyres, right? Most people changed drivers. We just saw 4 drivers stay in the car, and yet the amount of time taken in the pits is remarkably different between some of our teams.
Well, let's just extrapolate that logic into the balance of the race, and if you look at the time lost there, that's over 2.5 minutes, about 2.5 minutes that's been lost there. You factor that into the remaining 11 stops realistically that we've got to make, and you've got the opportunity to both make or lose that time back up depending on how efficiently you manage that stop. Of course, not every time will you do tyres, not every time will you do driver changes, but every time you stop, pretty much, unless there's something exceptional, you'll be putting fuel in the car, which is really the defining factor with when you stop, isn't it, of course? So that's going to be really interesting to see if teams can, once they've done the first stop, there'll be certain things that they go, okay, we know where we gained or lost time. Ajit, I'm sure, will have been sitting down with the team going, okay, I understand. He was very honest there, and I've got to say, we've said it before, but isn't he a gentleman? What an absolute legend that man is. You know, most of us who are not Collywood fans, and I got corrected by Joe earlier, my intense apologies. I think I accidentally said Bollywood, not Collywood, so my mistake, slip of the tongue.
Can you explain the differences, Simon?
Well, it's more Tamil based, I believe, is the difference between Bollywood and Collywood. It's my understanding. So again, for the legions of fans that are out there, I do apologise for any mistake on my part. But Ajit, with the world's most ambitious target, let's make motorsport more popular than cricket in India. Yeah. Wow! I mean, that is, yeah. I mean, when you think of, I could just almost hear the collective nation inhaling there and saying, yeah, we love you, Ajit, and we love motorsport, but cricket, it's, you know, on another level, isn't it?
And I can see Joe Bradley wants a part in the Collywood Creventic series.
Well, you look at the F1 film that Joe alluded to, to, how some of the you know, like David Croft and Martin Brundle are using the comms, and then you've got a few of the other fairly well-known journos like Will Buxton, I think, have been used in bits and pieces of the film. So yeah, I could see Joe Bradley. He's got that kind of you know, that sort of silver fox thing going on, hasn't he?
It's either that or he gets Brad Pitt to play him.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Something just sprang into my mind there about who I could see play. I just think you know, it's the northeastern thing of that wonderful accent that you got from that part of the world that you hear Joe and our dear friend John Hindhaugh whenever they're on comms. It's very distinctive. I've never ceases to amaze me how when you go as a southerner like myself, you go up north and you sort of do a little bit of cocking one ear just to work out the dialect and understand exactly what's being said. But whenever these guys go international, whether John and Joe go anywhere in the world, everyone else seems to understand it perfectly well.
Yeah.
It's just obviously us Southerners that don't get it.
Smile and nod.
Smile and nod, yeah. No,
so those 4 drivers that stayed in the car, Joseph Crowell, who leads the race, Oliver Campos in E2P stayed aboard to do a second stint. But crucially, they were 30 seconds faster in their pit stop, and that brought them, well, it brought them to within 10 seconds of Joseph Crowell, but the gap is now widening out to 20 seconds. Then the third of our drivers to stay in, it was a short first stint for Mika Panu in the Lamborghini Prime Speed Sport, and he stayed in for a second stint. And then the fourth driver that stayed in is the RD Signs Lamborghini driver of Paulus Pascavicius, and they did a 4.5-minute pit stop. Those people who were changing drivers were more like about 5 minutes in the pits, and then those drivers that had long pit stops, those teams that had perhaps a few issues, for instance, Jutta Racing 71. No, that's not Jutta Racing 71. That is Hoffa Racing, that were in pits for 5.5 minutes. Amin Iran also stays aboard the Jutta 72 car, so no change there. But that is our first round of pit stops done and dusted. We wait probably at least another 40 to 45 minutes before we get the next set done, but everyone's got brand new tyres. The only outlier to the brand new tyre thing was the Vortex, wasn't it? The Vortex 703, and that was Tom Pieri, who has gone out on used tyres. So everyone else has got new tyres, but Tom Pieri with a new set of tyres. Diana is back in the pit lane. We are changing around quite quickly, aren't we? But I think that is per plan. Diana, what have you got for us?
And E2P Racing, the number 90 Aston Martin, you were talking earlier about how quick the pit stop was, and they just came in for fuel. They didn't change tyres, they're double stinting, and didn't change driver, which is why they just went straight through and back out onto the track. I think there was a sort of debate, wasn't there, as to why so quick.
So that means that the graphic on our timing screen is not telling us truths, which is useful. So the tyre age graphic that Paul Troswell was so excited about telling me off for not using is actually telling rubbish. So that's perfectly, it makes perfect sense. So then we can now extrapolate that logic to Jutta Racing 72, to the RD Signs Lamborghini, and as you said, E2P Racing, all double stinting their first set of tyres. And we'll have to have a look a bit further down as to work out if there are any others, perhaps in 992, but that may be even more risky to do.
Yeah, so this battle we've just been watching the last couple of laps, getting a little bit more frustrated, I'd say. The 11 Hoffa Racing car, the Alexander Prince on board that car, chasing down Muller in the Audi just ahead of him, and he's been flashing his lights and moving in and out, and looks to the inside. I think he's got it done this time. Once again, as earlier when we were watching Nico Bastian being very strong through that final section of the lap, going into Beausset, into that long sweeping right-hander and then into the left-hander at Bendor. That was where the Merc seems to be super strong, and interesting, that previous battle was Merc versus Audi as well, and that's clearly where that front end, maybe having the weight over the front wheels of the front engine car helps the thing to turn in a little bit better into those kind of long sweeping right-handers. That could be a factor. And instantly now you look at the gap that the 11 car has pulled out just in that one couple of corners that he's just dropped him, and he's just increased the gap to nearly 0.8 of a second in just a couple of corners.
In 992, we have 5-second gap between Julian Hanses and Patrick Kolb. So Moulin Motorsport leads Lion Speed. Fabien Dance is another, 11 seconds back in 3rd position. And then best of the AM category is a good half a minute back. And that's the Holmgaard Motorsport car that has Patrick Steen Ramazan aboard that car. Now, I have had a question. Why is 992 a separate category to GT3? And that is because the 992 category effectively uses the Cup car, the car that you would find in Porsche Carrera Cup France or Middle East or UK or wherever. Porsche Carrera Cup Swiss, for instance. Did you know there was a Swiss one? There's about 15 or 16, I think.
Yeah.
And this is a car which is used in that one make series. It's not a GT3 car. The GT3 car, if you part the two together, they look very, very different. And the GT3 cars these days are actually built from a bespoke chassis and shell, whereas the 992 categories, much like the GT2 and GT4 category cars, they're built from the road-going version cars and sort of modified. A GT3 car is now a bespoke chassis for racing. Did I get that right, Simon? You probably know more than me.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Interesting, as the GT3 category has evolved over the years, if you go back to its early days, and obviously we're now at a point where it's making me feel really old. I think even you feel old with this one, Ben, where you can remember the early days of GT3 when it first started, and it looked like it was going to be, you know, GT1 and GT2 were so well established at the time, it looked a bit of a, okay, well, what are we doing that for?
Yeah, right.
And gradually, as time's gone on, those cars have got evidently increasingly more sophisticated. More manufacturers have been able to justify the investment because it's such a global series, or global category rather, that it's used literally everywhere. There's GT racing. GT3 is the uppermost category now. But the early days, the cars were much like you've described the 992 Cup car, as they were essentially an evolution of the road car. They were using the same chassis with some changes. Now, you look at the Ferrari is a really good example. Built actually here at Paul Ricard by Orica. So that's an Orica chassis, very similar construction methods to the LMP2 cars that we're familiar with seeing. All of the LMP2 cars currently racing they all use the Orica 07 chassis that we see at Le Mans and IMSA and Asian Le Mans, things like that. And then effectively a lot of the other manufacturers have now gone that route now. So they're all using essentially a carbon chassis bespoke for GT3 and build a purebred race car, as opposed to the evolution of a very fast road car that was modified. So yeah, we've got that changes. We go back to looking at our 992 category, and a fabulous performance by Red Camel so far. Paul Trustwell's strategy clearly working.
Simon, it's your first break time, so you can go and get yourself a coffee as we see the 909 getting a big slide on, nearly on the lock stops. Managed just to save that one.
That would have caught his attention, wouldn't it? But there's a good example of what we were saying earlier, that these cars don't have any traction control, the 992s that is. The GT3 and GT4 cars do have traction systems, very adjustable. When you talk to the drivers who utilise the traction control, the obvious is that, it helps to improve the traction. That improves the tyre wear, which is quite significant. But the other key thing is, as the race evolves, and certainly where you've got mixed conditions, there's so many different settings on the traction control and on the ABS that the drivers will change that as the tyre life changes as well. So you may have a little bit more assistance or a little bit less assistance depending on where you are in the stint. And so, if you take something like Le Mans, for example, where you may end up triple stinting tyres, then how you use the systems in the car is every bit as important as it is the actual performance of the car in terms of the overall balance and handling. So with these guys in the 992s that we're looking at, they've got much more limited as to what they can do. So we quickly take a look at the Era Motorsport car, the purple, blue and black livery. Their first season, of course, in the 24H series. Great to see the The American flag is being flown on the 4th of July yesterday, obviously. Good for them. Dwight Merriman, a very proud American driver there. A former winner, of course, in class, in the LMP2 class we were talking about, in the Daytona 24 Hours, and has moved across to racing in Europe for the first time in his career, so he's learning all of the circuits. And it was really interesting. You heard Brian DL talking on the grid. He said, never raced a Paul Ricard before. You think of all the racing that Ryan's done. He's been racing for many years. I remember Brian racing in Formula Renault single-seaters in year 2000 with his brother John, and racing against some guy called Kimi Räikkönen. Whatever happened to him?
We need a crowbar. But Simon, you are over your stint length.
I've run out of drive time. Talk time. Bradley's turn. So I will go and grab a coffee and then catch up with the racing later, folks.
We'll welcome Simon back in post-lunchtime, because it's coming up to midday here local time, and we've got our lunch stints to get through. So Joe Bradley joins us in the commentary box in just a few moments' time. Just to have a look at that double stinting of the E2P Aston Martin. Average stint time, average lap time in the first stint for Oliver Campos was a 2:05.4 in his first stint. His second stint so far is 16 laps in, and he's on a 2:07. So he's losing chunks of time to Joseph Crowell. He's going to be caught by Pierre Caffer pretty quickly. And so Diana's reasoning is absolutely correct. They're double stinting that tyre, and the performance is really dropping off by about a second and a half. So that tells me, if you look, for instance, at Joseph Crowell, who's able to pretty much equal his average lap time from the first stint to the second stint, because also we haven't had very many yellow flags, it tells me that it's not necessarily a good thing, double stinting the tyre. The only way you can sort of compare this is by looking at the couple of drivers who are doing both stints and potentially have the same tyres. Mika Panu is the same, and he is about a second slower in this second stint average-wise than his first. And so there is Oliver Campos. And I don't know what I'd do, because Campos is 17 laps into this stint. His first stint was 33 laps. So he's possibly able to go another 10, 15 laps. But if you're losing over a second per lap because you're on a old set of tyres, you surely just call it and come in and get yourself on an offset strategy or something. Joe Bradley is the man to ask that question.
Well, we've heard that by the end of the stint that the tyres were a little bit slippery, let's say. So you are risking, you're risking, certainly in these weather conditions, you're risking the driver fitness coming into play. You know, I saw a lot of really overheated drivers, very athletic drivers, very young and athletic drivers. We saw, you were spot on with Ajit Kumar. I saw exactly how heated he was becoming. And that guy is Indian, remember? Yeah, so these temperatures are quite temperate. This is an Indian spring, isn't it? And Ajit, you've got your fireproof underwear on, you've then got a 2 or 3 layer Normex suit on, and that heat buildup just generates, and it builds up and it builds up and it builds up. And when I asked him to the front of the garage, which is very, very hot, and when you come out of the garage, there's a little bit of airflow in the garage, but then you bring him to the door to do the interview, and you can just feel that wall of heat as you step outside. And yeah, you're risking your driver. It's a bit of a risk, but you know what? You don't win anything by not taking risks, do you, in this game?
I just don't think it's working out. I mean, just looking at the average lap times, it just doesn't seem to be working in their favour. And just so you're aware, Joe,
so he's about 2 seconds off, is he?
You can ignore this, even though Paul Truswell was very...
Yeah, he was pushing it. Yeah, so the tyre age...
Rubbish.
Is it?
Yeah. Because it implied that everybody had changed their tyres after the first stint, which we kind of guessed.
It's the tyre age in the stint or something,
is it? It's the tyre age in the stint rather than the tyre age overall. So it's not... All right, so it's being reset every time
so
you go out.
if the tyres stay on the car, that doesn't gauge the tyres staying out there?
Logically it should, but
right,
it doesn't.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So he's 2 seconds off the leader, Crowell, at the moment, who also, in fairness to Joseph, he was a superstar back in the day. Remember in the days of Formula BMW and Formula 3. He was destined for big things, and GB2 is where he competed as well. So we know we've got a superstar in the Scuderia Praha car that leads, and he is leading last time through 2 seconds quicker. The Sonderlock car, we don't need to tell everybody who Pierre Caffer is, Le Mans winner, former Works Audi driver. He's 2 seconds a lot quicker, and Campos is falling back towards him, isn't he?
But Campos is on a set of tyres that has done all of the laps. So we are on lap 51.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention Kral changed tyres.
Yeah, exactly. Kral changed tyres, Caffer changed tyres. Pretty much everyone changed tyres, as I say, apart from the Lamborghini of RD Sainz and the Lamborghini of Prime. No, I think the Lamborghini Prime Speed Sport did change tyres.
They did change tyres, yes. They did change tyres.
Utah Racing 72 did not either. What we don't know is what happened in 992, because the pit stop time there suggests that they did, Muller Motorsport did a 119 versus a 150 for Lion Speed. So was that just a really slow pit stop? Sébastien Lejoux also with a 150 in their pit stop, and you could do a 120. So there's obviously something going on there, which unfortunately
do you not think though it's averaging out 30 seconds?
Yeah.
These over-timed pit stops are about 30 seconds over. So there's some sort of regular process that's happening there in comparison to other cars.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. It's
we don't know what it is.
Something to find out, because when you go to the teams, you go, anything to report from that pit stop? They go, no, everything was fine. Everything was fine. Everything is fine in their world because they're doing whatever they plan to do. It's just in comparison to other teams, which to a point they are paying attention to the other teams, but not under a microscope. They're too busy for that.
No, and don't forget that Patrick Niederhauser in that Lion Speed Porsche had moved himself up to well ahead of the rest of the field and leading 992. So the fact that then the pit stop's half a minute slower than the competitors around them completely nullifies everything he's done, because you can gain a 1 second a lap across a 30-lap stint, which is across an hour, and you have a 30-second advantage. One pit stop, 30 seconds slower, boom, all goes. So it's a huge amount of effort.
So the simple mission task for Diana
is to find out,
is to maybe pop along to Sebelju Racing and ask them, we've calculated their pit stop to be 30 seconds slower than the cars around them in the 992 class.
Well, Lion Speed or Sebelju, yeah.
Lion Speed, but Sebelju, because they were at the front of the field.
As well, yeah.
Lion Speed have maintained their second place.
Yeah, but they lost a huge amount.
But they lost a chunk of time, yeah. So maybe one of those teams can answer that question.
Maybe.
well, they will be able to answer that question. Whether they'll relay that to us is another matter. You know, the teams don't have to tell us. It's a very friendly pit lane, this one, in the 24/8 series, and teams are open. It's not, we're not back at Le Mans with security on the gates. The teams are open, but again, tactically, you don't want to give too much away.
Curious to see how long these stints will be. Pierre Caffer now right on the tail of Oliver Campos for second position this. And I'm not sure it'll be too hard for Caffer to get past. Remember, Caffer in a car that has 5 drivers listed alongside it. Whether we will see all 5 drivers remains to be seen, but there's a lot of driving, a lot of shared driving to be done. Caffer looks to the inside around the tail end of the circuit, can't find a way through there, but it's going to be done easily on the Mistral here. And they catch the BMW just on the exit of the turn. Actually, still not managed to make this one stick. And that has compromised Caffer's early pace. But Caffer about equal to Josef Kral in terms of pace. And now slides his way through. So, as expected. There is a collision penalty for the 93. 20-second penalty for causing collision, so that's Red Ant Racing's Mercedes. And Pierre Caffer got a little bit too close to the tail of that
Well,
Aston Martin.
I would say that he was almost tripped up by the Aston Martin. The apex speed of the Aston was way down on the apex speed of the Audi, and it's not like you're driving to the shops when you're out racing a car. You can't just deviate mid-corner. Caffer has made it past the Aston, but it was a very tricky and very dicey situation.
Right, Diana's down in pit lane for the next couple of hours. Diana, what have you got for us?
You were just talking about Seb Lejeune Racing, the 888 Porsche 911 GT3. That did have a slight delay because they changed the front splitter when the car came in. So that will be the reason why you've seen that reduced time on there. But they were quite confident they got it done very quickly and back out.
Thanks very much, Diana. Well, that sorts that one out.
We're talking about as I walk down.
Yeah, Seb Lejeune Racing and Lion Speed, both quite slow in pits.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and obviously the data that we're being fed on our timing screens, not necessarily the data that we really need to tell the story, and so unfortunately that means Diana and Joe need to go digging a bit harder in a pit lane that is going to be probably plus 40 degrees.
Keeps you cool running about though, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose there's movement, isn't there?
Just keeps you at a constant level of 40 degrees.
At the moment, everyone's taken as the opportunity, you know, from the team perspective, as you would have seen, Joe, to stay in that shade area as much as possible, or stay in the air-conditioned offices out the back. But they're always ready and waiting and absolutely prepared for any moment that they need to jump into action. And I can see some of the teams going around checking all the equipment in the garage, because in this heat, of course, they need to keep doing that just in case there's any slight changes to anything that they're using. But I've noticed that a number of teams are sort of quite vigilant of that and having a wander around, and also very kindly coming out and asking me if I need any water or anything. So that's very much appreciated.
Any rosé being offered though, Di?
Not yet, no, but there is some this evening.
Is there
apparently.
Really? Yeah.
I know where the stash is.
When you go missing, we'll know where you are.
Yes.
Chilled rosé. I'm not a wine drinker.
It's not so early. It's only midday.
It's 5 p.m. somewhere, mate.
No, but I mean it's.
You're on the. You're
10 hours.
Are we on? Is this classed as the French Riviera?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, there you go then.
Yes, but we're stuck in a commentary box. We've got 10 hours of cars.
I'm not suggesting we drink rosé, Ben. That would go horribly wrong.
You say that though, but whilst you're here, Joe, we do like a deviated story. The early days of the Spa Grand Prix track commentators I used to visit as a kid. For the Grand Prix, that used to speaker box, the commentary box used to be above a catering area, and so they would get a bottle of red wine and the starters from the hospitality pre-race, and they would all be sitting cheersing for a good health through a good race just before the start of the race with a nice bottle of red.
Yeah. By lap 20, they were asleep, were they?
Well, I mean, I know that.
What sort of era are you talking about there?
Oh, that's 2000s.
Oh, really? Right,
yeah.
right. Not going back to the 80s.
No, I mean, going back to my father who commentated at Le Mans, he took over commentating at Le Mans from his uncle because his uncle became too drunk in the evenings after having a nice evening meal with the ACO.
Right. So your dad would step in and...
So my dad would step in and do the night.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And then in the morning, depending on the hangover situation...
Yeah, really? Is that right? That's brilliant.
Take back over again. But only during COVID did I have a couple of whiskies during commentary in my pants.
I'm not sure I could do that. Joseph Kral is being very impressive this weekend.
Oh, why is he coming into the pits now?
He's done. It's just gone off the screen there. No, it's slightly short, isn't it? 21 laps. Did 35 laps in the first stint, which was a good stretch, wasn't it? 1 lap more than the E2P car. Is that the E2P car, Pierre Caffer?
Well,
E2P, no, that's
so Campos. So our first 2 cars, I don't know what's going on there.
All right.
Our first 2 cars have come into the pits. Now, Campos has got a crappy set of old tyres on there, so that's my excuse. Bring him in early to change the tyres. Is Joseph Kral literally saying, I can't go any longer, I'm knackered?
Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, Diana, you with Joseph Kral's team now. It's good area. Right.
was just waiting for the appropriate moment to let you know that the team are ready to receive Joseph. They're on the pit apron, and Dennis Wesek is going to take over from Joseph. So I will grab Joseph as soon as I can once he gets out of the car. But the team are all here ready and waiting with tyres and everything else that they need for this pit stop, which I'm sure will be very slick as normal.
The thing is, the interesting thing for you, Diana, is that when I was down there for their first pit stop, Joseph had done 35 laps, and they were talking. Joseph was saying that he was going to get out of the car. By the time the car then came in, he changed his mind, or someone in the team. It had been Joseph's call, but he changed his mind and he stayed out for that second stint. And he was dubious about staying in the car. So, like Ben speculates, has that pit stop come early because of driver limitation rather than tyre limitation or fuel limitation, is what the normal circumstances are. So that's a question I suppose you could ask the team.
And I'll be back to you.
Yeah, we'll give you a shout when that car is with you.
And Oliver Campos, a very similar situation. E2P coming in on the same lap. I wonder whether Campos, they're doing that more because the tyres are dead and the pace was bad. But Campos is also double stinting. So we are seeing even RD Sainz, Paulos Pascovicius is now in pits, and he was another of our driver double stinting. Amir Naran, we're watching in the 72. He's jumped out of this Audi and handed over to another driver, and he was another driver who double stinted. So there seems to be a common theme here. If you try to do double stinting, your human has given up. And I know that's upsetting for an engineer sitting alongside me in Joe Bradley, but it's not the tyre, it's not the fuel, it's the human.
Yeah, and again, when you are engineering the race strategy in a race, in any kind of endurance race, that strategy is very fluid. You have to react to the elements, and one of those elements in this case may be the human element.
Let's see how long these pit stops are. We're looking inside the Jutta Racing box that have got two Audis being run, a 71, which is the normal coloured car that we've seen often, and then the 72. And waiting to perhaps for the cameraman to turn around and show us other pit stops. I don't know, but Diana, I think, is watching a pit stop.
Yeah, the E2P Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT3 came in. That had a driver change and tyres. Pablo Vergara has just jumped in behind the wheel on that one. And as we chatted about the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 296 GT3 car is also in the pit lane. They're just in the process of doing the pit stop now. Change tyres and change driver, just strapping him in. So I will go and find Joseph in just a few minutes and come back to you and see what he's got to say about that start of the race.
Well, what we need to see now is how quickly teams that don't have a driver double stinting come in and have a comparison to see the difference between drivers that were in for 2 stints versus drivers that were in for 1. Paulo Boguera. Do you know what happens when I hear the name Paulo Boguera?
Go on.
I'm the singer, the swingers, all the jungle VIP. The Jungle Book.
Oh, Boguera.
I'm sorry, Paolo. I know you're in the car, so you're not listening, but
he's not going to get that. Especially when he's hot and not bothered.
And not bothered. He just looks at me.
Start bringing in Disney musicals.
That's weird. I just sung on air.
Not the first.
It's going to be a long day for everybody.
Just under 10 hours remaining. We've had 2 hours and blistering pace, I've got to say. We've had some great racing, and already the race beginning to shape up as a battle. I think it's sort of panning out as to being a battle, dare I say, to this very early stage between Sonderlock and the Scuderia Praha.
You can't do that, Joe. You know that. Creventic,
I know, it's far too early, isn't it?
Santalok have been strong because they've had Ella Earhart followed by Pierre Caffer.
Yes, true. We haven't cycled through our arm drivers.
Yeah, the Ferrari's been really strong because it's been Kral and then Kral.
Kral, yeah.
Whereas a lot, like for instance, we were talking about Era earlier. They're trying to get their AM driver time done as quickly as possible. Then they've got DL and Jake Hill, and they'll suddenly come from last and start shooting up through the field.
Yeah, good point.
So you can't throw those eggs out there yet, I don't think.
The number 96 into the pits from 13th place. That's the RD Sainz Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's a double stint for Paulos Pascovicius as well, now jumping out the car. There he is standing up. We need to wait. You need to give it about, as you know, Joe, a couple of minutes for the adrenaline to start
absolutely
coming down, and then you'll see the fatigue. Then you see the drivers going...
Well, it's just that they are so hot heated in these conditions. I mean, in the very best, even in when it's cold and wet, a driver is at a heightened state of intensity, a heightened state of consciousness, just stepping out of the car. In this heat, they're also physically and mentally absolutely wrecked getting out there. He looks in pretty good shape, actually. And it's when you get the helmet off and when you take off the balaclava, you open up the overalls, then the sweat comes even more. As you begin that cooling down process, then the body reacts by sweating even more, and that's when you've got to be very careful. So yeah, I mean, out of respect, I've learned over the many years I've been doing this, you kind of give them a little bit decompression time, unless of course the context is that I want to get in like the Daily Mail and get that controversial comment, and you know, because there might have been an incident, you want to get the emotion, etc. But that's very, very rare. Usually it's been respectful and letting the driver decompress.
Last weekend at Spa-Francorchamps, there were 2 pit lane interviews done where the driver passed out after the interview, and there were 2 drivers that did not make it to the press conference at the end of the race because they were too overheated, not dehydrated, but overheated.
Yeah.
And the moving in the car with the air passing through them, because there are air vents passing over, fine. The slow in lap, where there's less air, the standing outside the car on the podium where there's no air passing you through, and that's where your body temperature starts to rise, and that's where your body then goes, no more, not playing.
The brain overheats, doesn't it? That's the thing. It's you know, it's your head that overheats, and with that the helmet and the balaclava gear on, it's a challenge. I mean, you know, endurance racing is all about that. It's the mechanical engineering, the race strategies, the tactics, the mechanics, and of course the human element inside the cars are a massive factor that have to be taken into consideration. One of those elements that will adjust your strategy and your tactics of how you go about the race.
In comes TFT, a team from Nogaro. Were they coming to the pits? They were, weren't they? So Patrick Charlet.
Another French track to add to the list.
Yeah, I think we said that yesterday.
Did we?
Yeah, that was one of the ones. I think that's where we started, didn't we? If you didn't watch qualifying, we listed all the French tracks that we could think of. I missed a few, but that looks like... Has he come into the pits? He hasn't come into the pits. He was just offline. Yeah, completely offline. On board with Tracy Crone. He said he didn't mind the heat, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah.
When he spoke to Diana Binks. He said,
Texan,
don't worry, I'm Texan. I'm from Houston. I'm used to this heat. Well, let's see, because those 992 cars do not have air conditioning. And Tracy, 70-year-old, long-term member of the motorsport community. My stats say he's done around 200 races in his time. I reckon he's probably done way more than that.
I know that relationship with his driver coach and mentor, Nick Johnson, has been going for 25 years. What a team! Well, I mean, what a team setup to have that relationship that extends across the. You know each other's. You know how each other's going to think. You know when each other are asleep. You'll be able to sense it. You know, even when you're thousands of miles apart, you've still got that connection.
He's been quite careful on the throttle, is Tracy, for the moment. Not on his out lap, so just getting around and doing the laps as he was doing 2 weekends ago at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Diana in the pits, what have you got for us? Sorry, you're just buttoned off, but you can now talk.
No problem. Yeah, I have Joseph Kral from Scuderia Praha, who just brought that Ferrari in, and I had to go and get a drink and just cool down for a few minutes. Joseph, how tough is it today?
Well, it's pretty tough. I was expecting it to be a little bit better, but the only issue is that I don't like the Finnish sauna. You know, when you go to proper heat, it's not my favorite. And now in car there was about 65 degrees, so it's pretty hot. So it's a little bit like a swimming pool, and we have also the cool down vests and things.
Put it on.
A bit.
Joseph's putting his cool suit on just while we're having a chat with him, for anyone that's just listening and I'm wondering what's going on. But it's hard work, isn't it, physically? And also it can affect you mentally if you've not hydrated enough.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty hard work, but overall, you know, we wanted to do the double stint, which was a bit longer, but we gained some time, so we'll see how it goes now. Probably I will do it 2 times more, so I still have to keep some energy for the rest of the race, because my limit is 6 hours, so I cannot do more, so I will be trying to maximize my time in the car. Because the car is pretty nice, it's decent, the speed is fine. I mean, you have to work hard to make the lap time, because it's really hot, and it will be even hotter. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. At the moment it's quite smooth, and I had nice racing in the beginning of the race, so I enjoyed it a lot.
Because not only are you driving, you're also mentoring as well with the team and advising the other drivers. So what sort of advice are you giving them now?
Survive. Turn the air conditioner on maximum and survive. Because for the pro drivers, you don't really use the aircon because you want to be faster. But for them, you know, it's really about to try to keep fresh and try to focus, because that's the most important and most difficult part. When you are really overheating, then it's difficult to really catch all of the apexes and to be precise, which in the end is lap time. If you lose the apex here a few times, you immediately lose like 1 second. So you really have to focus, and with the heat, it's really difficult.
Joseph, from a driver's perspective, on an endurance race like this, how do you balance caution and aggression during stints?
Well, it's difficult, you know, you have to try to read the drivers which are in front of you at that moment, to understand if they are more experienced or less experienced. And because of that, you know, you have few corners mainly, that just to understand how they drive, and then you have to judge how aggressive you should be. Of course, you have to sometimes take some risk not to lose that much time, but because it's the beginning of the race, you don't want to take that much risk to lose the car or crash or something.
Okay, Joseph, I'll let you go and get some water and cool down a little bit, but thank you. Thanks very much for having a chat with us. That was Joseph Kral there from Scuderia Praha with the Ferrari. Yeah, I think in case you didn't hear all of that, we did lose a little bit of sound inside the garage, but we were just talking about how he balances aggression and caution during a 24-hour race. So it was really interesting to know from an experienced professional like him how they balance and read the race as they're doing it. But he also is mentoring the other drivers within the team as well as driving himself, so he's very much involved in the strategy. So he's perfectly placed to give advice to the other drivers to what to expect. But he said it was incredibly hot inside, which is why they put a cool suit on him in the middle of that interview, but he very graciously carried on chatting to us. So it's about keeping hydrated as much as possible and managing the situation, because the car does get incredibly hot inside, and it's probably going to get even hotter. So they're just working their strategy as they go along. But he said he really enjoyed that first stint. He had a great start to the race and was perfectly happy with the balance and the pace in the car.
Okay, so it was about 6 laps earlier than perhaps was possible from that car, because I think we have seen coming into the pits Pierre Caffer after 28 laps is now in pit lane. But is this a scheduled stop for Pierre Caffer? Because hearing that there may have been a collision between the Audi, here he goes to the inside. Oh, and he's coming off the circuit there to get past the Era Motorsport Ferrari, and they've both spun. And
yeah.
So surely off camera there was a collision there.
There's got to be. So that was coming through Sing corner, isn't it? Sing as a very, very fast corner, and they basically just came together at the next one, which is Bosse. And it doesn't look like there's any damage on that right-hand side of the Era Motorsport Ferrari, and that continues round. However, Caffer has come into the pits.
Yeah, he's in the pits.
I'm not sure whether that was scheduled, though. He's done 28 laps, so that might be. We're seeing cars coming in a little bit earlier in their second stint.
Yeah, but the people who came in earlier were drivers who had double stinted.
Yeah, or the tyres are double stinted.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not convinced that Caffer is coming in without an issue here. Catching up with the Era Ferrari, everything looks straight on that car. It seems to be okay. But and it just happened off camera, and it was just Dwight going a decent amount slower than Kaffer through senior, and Kaffer then having to take avoiding action. But at the same time, maybe Dwight, a bit of miscommunication between the two of them. Ferrari carrying on, but no other cars coming into pit lane. So a bit of a question mark as to why Santalot Junior team are in pits right now. We won't know for another minute or so before Kaffer leaves the fueling area, which is at the top end of pit lane, and trundles down the actual pit lane. And, you know, today is not going to be a day where Code 60s decide the winners and losers. Today
you've said that now, Ben.
No. I've already said it earlier. It's absolutely not. There's too much runoff area. It's a hot day. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Yes, two cars collide on circuit, dirt on track, we're going to get Code 60 for sure. But it's not like if you spin, you get in a gravel trap and then we have to recover you. You just carry on. And so the wins and the losses are going to be done on track in the pits, particularly, but also in the performances. It's going to be a real pure performance-based race, this one.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, I know that my favourite saying is endurance races are won on the pit wall, or these days, indeed, won at the back of the pit garage. But you know what I mean. It's all about the team effort and the strategies and the tactics of how you run the fuel stats and the fuel windows and how you bring that down and back time towards the checkered flag, and how you use, indeed, the Code 60s and the delays to the race and how you play that in. When it comes down to just full green racing, then we are dealing with just the pace of the car and the drivers, aren't we? And it's and I totally agree with what you say, Ben. There's a purity to that. There's a purity of race driving to that. It's a little bit different to race strategy purity, as we've got the Santalot car now made its way out of fueling and onto pit apron. Looks like
shiny new
Pierre
boots.
Kaffer is going to stay in though, Ben.
It does look like he's staying in. Got a brand new set of boots to play with. Maybe we don't need to maximise our stints. Maybe we don't need to go as long as possible. I mean, obviously, with that spin, Kaffer would have perhaps slightly... Yeah, there's a flat spot on that tyre. So this is, I think this is off schedule with a flat spot.
And remember, off track is that blue stripe that you see is that very harsh grade of tarmac that's deliberately put out there, where if you go really, really way off, the striping becomes red, and that literally tears your tyres to bits. If you rub your foot across that with a pair of soft-soled training shoes on, then it really does wreck the sole of your trainers.
And they've just been given a penalty for that collision, 20-second penalty for Pierre Kaffer. And of course, not being able to serve it because it's coming just after they've made their pit stop. So the next pit stop, they've got 3 hours to serve it, so no problem at all. But their next pit stop will be particularly long, much like it is for Red Ant Racing now, who are in pits and also serving their penalty. But now Kaffer's off sequence from the usual. What we would expect a stint to be. We'd expect a stint to get to 30. So we are now, I would say, expecting our leading cars to soon come into the pits, but a slightly earlier stop for Kaffer, and Kaffer going for the double.
So Pierre Kaffer resumes, gets straight back on it, gets those tyres scrubbed in. Brand new Michelins we saw going on to the 18 Audi. And now coming upon a few back markers, make short work of the Vortex there and getting back in. A little bit of a chat about the GTX class. Got 3 Vortex, or should we say Vortice? I know we've discussed that one. It's Vortex, 3 Vortex. They're in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. GTX being led by the Graf Racing Nova. Louis Zanwan in the pits for a driver change and service on the 709 into fueling. In fact, it says on my screen, the Pierre Kaffer car just going ahead of it as the Graf Nova leading GTX comes in. They're in 10th overall. They're in 2nd in GTX, quite a way back behind the little prototype. We spoke to Sebastian Page, or what did we decide?
You were there. You spoke to him.
I know, but he didn't say his name, did he? It was me who said his name.
You were there to ask, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, but I know I was more interested in the technicalities of the Nova, which he explained.
You said Sebastian Page when standing next to him.
I did, right, okay, and he didn't correct me. So Sebastian Page was telling us about that Nova, about the prototype, just being sort of shaped, the performance levels just being balanced, and a little bit less aero and a little bit less power, a bit more mechanical grip.
Kenneth Higher then into the pitch. Should we go down to Diana to describe it?
Red Ant Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 into the pit lane, onto the pit apron. The team are struggling just slightly with the front right tyre to get that off, or just to get it No, that's okay, that's all good. Sorry, my apologies, I thought they were having a little issue there. Change tyres, Yannick Redon is in behind the wheel now, so driver change here, taking over from Kenneth. No, there was an issue with that front right. They've repositioned that, taken it off, put it back on, and just securing the bolts on it now. So they are just finishing up that. They're taking the time. Quite a slick pit stop here with that Mercedes GT3 as it fires up now and off back out with, as I said, Yannick behind the wheel.
Now that chap there at the front of the car who was controlling the car gave the indication of, right, wind it up, let's get on, was Bert Redonk, who is the team principal, the man with the name above the door, quite literally, with Red Ant Racing. Wheel gun causing problems and time costing Red Ant. Let's have a word with Bert, because I think he looked concerned about the loss of time in that pit stop, Di.
Bert, were you? We saw you in charge of operations there. Were you sort of getting a slight concern, a slight delay for you there?
Yeah, the car had a little touch with another car, so we were just checking if everything is all right on the left front, but it's okay.
Yeah, I saw you were sort of just checking all the bodywork as it went round there, but nothing to worry about.
Excuse me?
Nothing to worry about.
No, certainly not. The temperature were all right also, but just to be safe, that nothing is touching the tires. So that's why we check it.
So what's your thoughts on how the race is going so far? I know we're early on in the race, but are you satisfied?
Yeah, we're on the right plan. We're staying out of trouble, except for that. That was the plan, staying out of trouble. So, but we're in second position when we came in, so still where we need to be, and in the same lap as the leader. So far so good.
I guess if you're going to have a penalty, you want it early on so you can adjust.
Yeah, now we have a penalty of 20 seconds. We'll see where that puts us back, but still a long race to go, so that wouldn't interfere us a lot.
All right, thanks, Bert.
No problem.
Penalty served then for Red Ant. So one more penalty waiting to be served by Pierre Caffer at the end of this next stint, and comes out the pits and drops down to 8th position, which leaves Into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing at the head of the field, as they were at the start of the race with Axel Jeffries aboard. It's Khalid Al Marzouk who is aboard that car. His average lap time over across this stint has been a 2:07.4. So that is obviously a little bit off what we were seeing from Jeffries, which was a 2:04.4, but they are different rated. Khalid is the Middle Eastern AM in the car, because you've got a Middle Eastern AM and a Middle Eastern Pro, and then a South African AM and a South African Pro. We actually haven't seen...
I thought one of the drivers was Canadian.
No, well, yes. And
he's got a Canadian license, I think is what it is.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
But he's based in Dubai, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Which of the drivers is the one I'm talking about?
That is Ramaz Azam.
Yeah, he's the Canadian that's based in Dubai.
Yeah, and he's the driver coach for Khalid Al Marzouk.
Khalid is UAE.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Khalid leading, and by a healthy margin.
Yeah. Over
the Hoffer Racing number 11. How has that managed to get up into second position? Must have been a very good stint from Alexander Prince. Yeah, a 2:06 dead. Yes, they owe us a pit stop, but that's not far off.
That's their average, you mean?
Yeah, that's the the average speed across the stint. That's not far off what we were seeing from Pierre Caffer.
If you look at the cars around him, 2:07s, 2 minute 7s, and he's gone a second on average quicker. So that's going to bring him back into contention. But I think we're in a situation of pit stop phase, aren't we? We've got the Indo-Africa Racing Ferrari back to the front of the field.
But going a lot longer. This is the thing, you know, we've just seen Red Ant Racing in early. We saw Kappa in early. We saw the Ferrari from Scuderia Prara in even earlier than that.
I think both the Red Ant car and the CAFA car, the Sonderlock car, coming in after an on-track incident, and maybe bringing them in a bit early. We heard there Bert said they needed to inspect the car to see if there was any damage, any wheels were being scuffed and catching the wheel arch. That wasn't the case. And I think we saw CAFA coming together with the era Ferrari, and I think that team reacting to the same situation where they wanted to bring the car in slightly early just to make sure that there wasn't anything untoward about the car after that contact with the era Ferrari.
Yeah, and Khaled Al-Mazouk then leading and staying out and onto his 35th lap. We saw 33, 34, 35 laps from most of our top runners in the first stint, although era were able to go longer because they were not going as fast. Yeah, expecting a flurry of pit stops in the next couple of moments, and then we were able to kind of reset and understand exactly where each of the different competitors are. In 992, it is still Mühlner leading Lion Speed with Red Camel in third positions. No change there whatsoever. Holmgaard, the best of the AMs in that category, and then it's the two Seb Lejoux racing cars. And actually, Seb Lejoux himself has had a really good stint, up to second in AM, having been down in fifth. Second in AM, by the way, 18th overall, and just ahead of Jérémy Falingon, who is in the second of the Sébastien Lejoux cars, with two 992 cars here this weekend that are usually used in French Carrera Cup.
Steady drive in 992, isn't it? Julian Hans is at the wheel of the Mühlner car, and he is just getting on with it. 2 minutes 9 last time by. He's got a best of a 2 minute 8, so he's still pushing. Patrick Kolb is not that far behind. We'll wait for the Kolb car to come through, and we'll get an exact. He's got a chunk of time, massive. To be honest, about 23 seconds, I think. This is the difference between those two leading 992 cars, and then we've got the Fabian Dance. Not that far behind, and about 7 or 8 seconds behind in third. These three have broken away. Behind these three, we've got two GT3 cars. The E2P Racing Aston, that lost a lot of time towards the end of their double-stinted first set of tyres, and that they haven't gained that back.
That looked as though there might be a loose splitter on the bottom of the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, but no, I think it was just a trick of the shadows. Julian Hanses has been a second a lap faster than Patrick Kolb and Fabian Dance on average across a 30-lap stint, and so that is where that mammoth gap has come from, because he has been consistently better than Kolb and Dance, and probably on this stint by far the best. Yeah, by far the most performant driver in 992. So Julian Hanses is doing the job that he needs to do. We've got a penalty for Proton Uber competition, an infringement and causing a collision for the 73. So lots of drama going out on circuit that we're not seeing. 3 collisions now, and 3 penalties for 3 separate GT3 cars.
Yeah, they're just coming in. I think it's the nature of the track here. You've got to be on a. The line through the corner is not necessarily textbook, because you are working 2 corners ahead to compromise the section of track, to optimize the sections of track that bring you out onto these long stretches, onto the Mistral, onto the start finish. And for a moment there, we had the cars coming together on track. The leading 992 car of Julian Hanses, the Mühlner Porsche, came together on track with Chris Jones in the Venture Mercedes, leading GT4. They are down in 28th. They've been joined at this one. They were the only GT4 runner at Mazzano and were the recipients of our Spirit of the Race award. And because the reasons, I should say, the rationale behind giving them that award was because they had only themselves to beat, so they pushed themselves and optimised their race run and really did experiment, at one point catching themselves out with going over the driver time and being issued a penalty. And that just shows how, I think it's Daniel in that venture team who's running the strategies there. They've got a car to play with on this one, but they are much more competitive than that BMW of Hamorfa, who by their own admission are running their own pace. They have come here and are running their own pace.
A good look at the paddock area of the Paul Ricard circuit, because that is where our fuel Bowsers are. They're actually they're not even in pit lane. They're not even in the main paddock. They're in the car park. Yes, they're in the car park. If you look closely, you'll see my stunning electric car just parked to the right-hand side there, and into the fuel Bowsers. So that's why we don't have a camera, because it's just miles away. It's also why it's made a very, very long pit lane, 1.1 kilometres in total. Let's try now to find the appropriate stall for you to stop in.
It's not a rushed process, is it? Like, you know, what we see in some pit lanes. By putting the fueling station out of the way, enables the likes of ourselves to wear shirt and shorts rather than 3 layers of Nomex, which I'm all for. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in 32-degree heat. Interestingly, when I first went down to the pits, which was about 10:30 a.m. this morning, I asked the tyre engineer what the track temperature was. The ambient was 32, the track temperature was 38. But what happens as the day goes on and the sun gets higher in the sky, the track temperature gets much, much hotter than the ambient. And I would think we're probably into the mid-40s now. And we're probably going to see towards 50 plus degree track temperature, which is what we saw yesterday. The dark grey of the tarmac at any racetrack soaks up that sunshine and just builds the heat into the surface. And we're not at the height of tyre usage here. We're not at the height of abusing our tyres over the course of a stint. As we see the tyres come off the Hofer car that has come into the pits. Alexander Prince came in from 2nd place, has dropped down to 10th place, but he will continue to drop. The cars behind him are the Jutta car, Tim Muller of Bugatti Shoes in the 71 into the pits as well, and Jörg Dresshoff in the Proton Huber competition Porsche in from 12th place now. So these cars now going through what we said was a pit stop phase. A little
tiniest bit of damage on the front end. They've had a little bit of contact somewhere, and
it's high up on the bonnet though, isn't it?
No, it's more the radiator fins. Right. What do we call those? The
grill,
lines.
the grill.
The grill. Yes. Yes. Of course, the grill. So pit stop's done, very much in the middle of a pit stop phase right at the moment. Really difficult to know who's good and who's bad, and waiting on Haas RT to come in. But most of the GT3 cars now have made their pit stops, and it's going to. I think it's going to cycle the Aston Martin to the head, isn't it? Or no, maybe not. No, Scuderia Praha are going to stay.
I think it would have. Under no, you're getting close to your pit stop, actually, Ben.
I
think it would have if they hadn't been hemorrhaging lap time towards the end of that stint. Now, as the
well, also Dennis Vasak, his pace here, 205s. That's pretty
good.
Strong.
Yeah, that's very strong.
That's what Pierre Caffer's doing on a second set of tyres.
Yeah, that's very strong pace from. All right, we've had our superstar in that number 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, I should say. Sebelgiu in with their car out of
8th.
8th, is it?
8th in class, 26th overall. This is the second Sebelgiu car, so this is the 910.
Right.
Rather than Sebelgiu himself. Owner driver, and off they pull.
Porsche 911 GT3 992. It was Pierre Arnaud Navarro that I saw jumping back in, but that was a clean pit stop by the team with tyre change as well.
Pierre Arnaud Navarro. As it's a French name, you pronounce only about half of the letters in it. and straight to the penalty box for Proton Uber competition. Jörg Drezov having to take that 20-second pit stop. We welcome back into the box Simon Hill to take you through the next couple of hours. I'm going to go and have my pit stop now and hand back over to Joe Bradley. Did you learn anything, Simon, whilst you're out there?
I learned that it's I nearly swore then, very hot outside. I don't envy you and Di out there. It's blisteringly hot. According to my phone, which is not very accurate, I don't think, but it's a guide, it's 32 degrees at the moment.
You've just missed it. I was just saying it was 32. Sorry, press the button. It's 32 degrees. I spoke to a tyre guy when I first went out there, and it was 38 degrees track temperature. But I think that's going to build. You know how the track temperature builds away from ambient?
It's heat soak as well, isn't it? Obviously, it just retains that heat. So, interesting there, penalty for the Proton guys. So, yeah, we'll see how that affects things overall. Now, we're starting to scroll through this very interesting mix, as we always get in the 24H series, of have we seen early on some of the teams with their best, quickest drivers out, and some of the guys who've had their AM drivers who are obviously not at the same pace. Now that's over the next sort of hour or so as we get into hours 2 and 3. That tends to average itself out a bit more, Joe, doesn't it? In terms of you will almost always have had a mixture of your quickest and your less quick drivers, I would suggest.
Yeah, I kind of pulled the trigger a bit early and said I think this race is developing into a race between, I'm not going to mention who, but it was, I chose the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and the Sonderlock Audi. And then Ben said, yeah, but we haven't seen the AM drivers in those cars. Dennis Vashek is really impressing us in that Ferrari. 2 minutes 5s, 2 minutes 6s. Yeah. Joseph Kral's best was only 2 minutes 3. So that he's keeping the pressure on everyone else in the Scuderia Praha car. The rest of the cars behind them coming through, and this is where Ben suggested that the ERA car, the ERA Ferrari, we're seeing their AM drivers being cycled through first.
Yep.
We're going to leave the hotshots, Ryan Dalziel and Jake Hill, in for later. We'll see that car coming through the field.
Definitely, that's I think exactly what we were saying. Isn't this strategy is an interesting one? They also, if you remember, the ERA car. They ran the longest on the first stint, and one thing I did learn is just from talking to one of the guys at ERA was that there was a lot of lift and coast going on with Andreas on board the car in the first session to eke out the fuel mileage in that first one. So clearly what they've done is, okay, our strategy is we're going to put in our AM drivers at the beginning, get them to drive as quickly as they can, but also conservatively, look after everything that you need to look after. Then it gives our pros the chance to have the best possible chance of maximising in the car when it matters. Plus also, you know, you made a really good point there, the track's evolving, it's getting hotter, it's getting, the circuit grip level will change. We saw yesterday in qualifying the amount of spins and moments that people are having, partly because obviously in quali you're pushing hard, so you're taking risks that you wouldn't necessarily take. You're running a lighter fuel load relative to the race, you're optimizing the setup, but also, you know, the general feel. We heard a few of the interviews with drivers yesterday, the guys that you spoke to, Joe, and Di spoke to, saying the track's just so slick. It's got so hot, it's so slick, as we see the RPM competition car, Krone Racing. That colours to me, that I can just close my eyes and see a Ferrari 430 or something like that back at Le Mans.
That green, the Krone green is it's. I mean, it was Tracy Krone's choice of shade of green that he came upon, what, 20 years ago?
Oh, and some, I'd say.
And some, I mean, Nick Johnson and Tracy have been together as a partnership.
Yeah.
For so long now, over 25 years.
Well, it's interesting because you hear Nick being interviewed now, and he's got that sort of Swede/American accent, which is quite funny. There's something about the Scandinavian or Nordic drivers that when they pick an accent up, it's a bit like you and I as football fans will get the sort of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer,
Julio Giorgio
on
the Fast Show.
Exactly. But I was thinking of Solskjaer, that sort of Norwegian Manc accent that he's got. It's hysterical. Or the other one, Jan Molby was another one like that.
It was
very much like that. There's probably people at home listening to this going,
no clue what we're talking about.
What the hell are you on about? We're talking about 80s and 90s footballers that are from Scandinavia. And Hindhoff will appreciate this when he hears this.
Paul Trustwell will be saying, what are they talking about? because he obviously doesn't know anything about football.
Do you know, one of the things I think's fascinating about sport generally is that I've got a lot of mates that are absolutely so passionate about football, rugby, cricket, you know, all the ball sports that a lot of Brits are. And racing's a sort of kind of all right. They don't mind it, but they're not into it. And conversely, I've got a lot of racing mates, and they go, "Oh, football's rubbish.
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
stand it. I'm not interested at all." But when you go to Europe, you know, the French, Italian, Germans, they seem to be much more into their football and things like that.
Yeah.
So
I can't understand why anyone doesn't like any kind of live sport. I'll watch tiddlywinks.
And just remember, as you found out when you were talking to our friend Ajit, this is going to take over from cricket in India at some point.
I
That's
know
the plan.
You saw my reaction.
Yeah.
Let's head down to the pits. Di, who have you got for us?
The GT4 class venture team, the number 421, Christopher Jones just jumped out of that car, and it's Matt George that's the semi-pro driver getting in behind the wheel there. The team are just obviously checking out the car. Looks in good condition. They've just changed all of the tyres as Chris looks quite wearily walking away from that car, but another, as we expect from this team, perfectly executed pit stop here. They're just about to drop the Mercedes AMG back down on the pit apron, which they're doing now, and that car rejoins.
Thank you, Di. You mentioned, Simon, about Ajit Kumar, and of course our need to mention our live partner over in India, and that is IBC Tamil Sports. They've got a huge audience. Hello, India, and hello everyone at IBC Tamil Sports. It's great to have you along. I'm keen to see motorsport overtake cricket in India. I'm thinking it's a very ambitious...
That's got to be the most ambitious plan of all time, isn't it?
I'm all for it. I'm interested to know, and you didn't see it, when Ajit and I were talking about our 24H series, the movie.
Yeah.
You said, I've got an idea who's going to play Bradley. Were you thinking Tim Healy or what?
Well,
for the accent?
Yeah, it was Tim. I was going to go with, oh God, I forgot his name now, the big lad who played... who ended up being a singer, who was in it, who played Oz in it. What's his name?
You mean Jimmy Nail?
Yeah, Jimmy Nail.
He's too ugly, mate.
He's not dashingly good looking like yourself. He's not pretty enough. Go back to the racing action. Kaffer has just set his and the car's fastest lap of the race, 2:03.606, which is only less than 0.2 slower than the fastest lap set by Joseph Kral earlier on, as we look at the Lejeune car in the pit lane. And that gap now has come down quite a little bit. So Kaffer is, at the moment, just over a second a lap quicker than Denis Vasek, who's in the lead. Scuderia Praha has some new Michelin boots go on that Porsche.
Let's head down to Di. You with Shebelju?
I am, yes. The 992 class, the Shebelju Racing number 888 just came in. Quick pit stop with that, guys. They're just checking the front. No, there's no issue there. They were just putting the tape on the front of the bonnet, making sure that was on. It seemed like it was lifting off slightly, but a driver change there. Unfortunately, I didn't see who jumped in, and a change of tyres for that team.
Thank you, Di. We talked about track temperature, Simon, and the way that the track temperature will begin to increase. Qualifying yesterday took place between 3:30 and 5:30.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of teams struggling for grip at that time, and I think that's what we're going to see the track evolve to. I think it's going to be interesting to hear what the drivers say, whether we go to a very slippery track, which is what we had. And it wasn't like we weren't running on it until 3:30. We had practice sessions leading up to that point. So we've got a race leading up to that point. And as that track temperature evolves, I think it went beyond 50 degrees yesterday. It's actually a degree hotter today than it was yesterday, ambient. So we could see drivers beginning to struggle with the slickness of the track. Whether that will lead to issues of making the slight, big mistakes, small mistakes. And it's just one of those elements. You talked about live sport. It's one of those uncertain elements that we get with live sport, which is why we love it.
Absolutely. And going back to that point about how the track evolves, obviously, in a 12-hour race, you're going to get a huge amount of rubbering in on the racing line, and that's going to then affect what's happening in terms of how the grip levels are going to affect the drivers later on. Tyre life, therefore, they may be able to extend. That looks like Ajit about to get back in the car. A little bit of bouncing around, get himself loosened up, and Yeah, what I loved about that interview with Ajit is just, you can see just how unbelievably passionate he is about the sport, and but also what a magnanimous guy he is. Very, very complimentary about the championship, about his fellow drivers, about the team, and you can just see that he's genuinely an asset to this series and to motorsport generally. Because it's always lovely when you see it, and we've seen it before with media stars. You know, obviously there's a lot of a focus on Brad Pitt at the moment because of, you know, the F1 movie, but you know, going back to way back to, you know, Paul Newman and Steve McQueen, and more recently, you know, Patrick Dempsey and Michael Fassbender. These guys that are huge stars, and as is Ajit, obviously, you know, less familiar to maybe Western audiences, but just a massive superstar.
I brought a tear to Patrick Dempsey's eyes. I made him cry. I think it was his second, maybe his third year at Le Mans. And I'd gotten to know him in the context of, you know, being in the pits at Le Mans.
Yeah.
And I said to him in his third year, and he just done an absolutely awesome stint in the GTE Porsche with Proton, as he was. And I said, you know what, Patrick, 2 years ago, you came here to Le Mans and you were an actor, a Hollywood actor, who did a little bit of racing. I said, but in fairness to you, you've become a racing driver who does a little bit of acting on the side. And he looked at me and he filled up and he said, that means so much to me, because that's all I've wanted to be. I've wanted to be accepted.
Yeah.
And having a character like Ajit Kumar, and all right, he's a big Hollywood actor. I had never heard of Hollywood until we met Ajit in Dubai at the beginning of the season. But it's a massive, massive film industry. And to be honest, this is what the Creventic series, the 24-hour series, is all about. To have an actor who, in his spare time, wants to be a racing driver, we will treat Ajit Kumar as a racing driver every time he gets in and out of that car.
Yeah.
When they come here in their spare time, and this is their hobby time, remember. This is not how they make their living. And there's a lot of people in this paddock and in this pit lane who are making a living in other areas, and this is their downtime. Yes, it's a lovely mix, isn't it, of pro drivers and amateur drivers, businessmen, amateur drivers who have got to the stage of their life where they can afford to go racing. And, you know, we have this conversation many times. If you had the lottery win, this is where I think I'd race.
Yeah.
Because I'm too old to be intense about my racing career anymore. I just want to enjoy the actual racing, and this is why I think Ajit Kumar kind of epitomises the concept of what the 24-hour series is about, and that mix of pro-am drivers and pro-am competitiveness, because it's still intense on the track. Go ahead, Di. Go ahead.
I sort of second a lot of what you guys are saying, and for me, being a journalist reporter, what I love about this is that anyone that comes here to compete in this championship, they push themselves to the absolute limit. They want to learn, they develop every lap they get behind the car, and they're always happy to talk to you in a very humble way. But you know, that's what competitive athletes and people want to do. You want to get the best out of yourselves, but what's even more important is everyone is openly wholehearted about it. So if it hasn't gone their way, they will discuss it, and you can get some really good, interesting stories and get to know the face behind the helmet for sure.
Yeah, and as you and I know, Di, we've been working pit lanes at all sorts of levels. There are some pro drivers who absolutely hate talking to the media.
Yeah.
Absolutely hate, and will go to great lengths to avoid being interviewed, and you've got to be very, very savvy to actually get them behind the microphone. Whereas, you know, amateur drivers, they love to talk to you. All right, you get people who are shy, personality-wise, but the majority of drivers in this series are so open. They want to share their experience, and even the pro drivers in this series, they can't escape Binksy and I when we're down there in the pit lane. They've got to share their experience. It's what has come to expect. You know, hashtag this is endurance. It should be hashtag this is for the fans. But I think the LMS nicked that little tagline, didn't they, many years ago?
But the other thing is that, you know, there's no I don't think it's certainly I've not come across the sort of the PR filter that you get at certain levels where you have to go through a PR person or a media person within that team or that manufacturer. Here it's like you walk into a garage, you see a driver, you go, can I have a word, and away we go. And we've got a raw, very honest interview. Just going back to what's happening on track for a moment, the 992 class is quite interesting. We've got just come in for fuel now, the Holmgaard Motorsport car, which has come in from the lead and 11th overall of the 992. Patrick Steen Rasmussen on board that car at the moment, been lapping very, very well. Looking at the other 992s, also in the pits now, Fabian Dance in the red Camel Jordan's car, and obviously we saw our friend Ajit, who we were talking about, ready to go. That car is in fuel at the moment, the Ajit Kumar Racing. Fabian Diffleur bringing that car in. And then a little bit further down we have Stéphane Parent in the Seb Lajou car, and the other Seb Lajou car behind that, Pierre-Arnaud Navarro, and then Philippe Humprecht in RPM. So super competitive as always, Joe. We know that that's going to unfold as time goes on, and I keep going back to the point that our dear friend, as Red Camels comes onto the screen there in 909 car, our dear friend Paul Trustwell said about qualifying. You know, it's not the end of the world. We're at the back of the grid, and look at where these guys are now. They've just worked their way through beautifully, and it's great. Again, great tactics, great management.
We say that all the time, don't we? Qualifying is very important for Saturday Eve, or well, the day before race day, in this case Friday evening. It was very, very important for bragging rights in the hotel bar, wasn't it? And just how important is qualifying positions for a 12-hour race? Arguably, you know, not at all if you look at the way that Rick Breukers went about the business when he first went out in the 909. I think the 992 class, I think that has got a lot of evolution yet. And the way that there's very little differences between, even in that car, the 909 Red Camel's car. Luke Breukers at the wheel of that car now, very, very much on the same pace as Fabian Dance, as Rick even. He's even catching his brother Rick, who we know, I mean, former Daytona 24-hour in the GTD class, Sebring winner. He's got several watches. We know how quick Rick is, and Luke Breukers is catching him, if not on a par. Sometimes in certain aspects and context of a 12-hour race, he's very much on Rick's pace. Diana Binks is a faint voice in my head, so that means she may be in the pits for us. Di, is that you?
I am, yes. Staying with the 992 class, Holmgaard Motorsport, the 902 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car has just come in. Marco Gersager is jumping in, so taking over driving duties. They've changed the tyres, and as we know with this team, also very well versed in the 24H series, so superb slick pit stop there as the car now leaves that pit apron back out onto the track.
Great stuff. We are ebbing and flowing with regards to the race order, and certainly that's what we're seeing with regards to the 992 class. I think what we're going to see, Simon, is Marco Gersager has just taken over the Holmgaard Porsche, showing in the lead, but that's going to slot back down. That's going to take us back to the Mulliner Motorsport Porsche. Valters Vidris at the wheel of the number 921 now in 18th place overall, leading 992, and it's going to be Luke Breukers who is going to come through in second place now, with the Mulliner car just moving ahead. It's about to move ahead next time by and into the lead of 992 as Marco Gersager gets up to racing speed on his outlap in that car.
So we're looking at the battle that we were just looking at there, the Era Motorsport car, the 81 car closing up on the TFT Racing car, Jordan Boissin, Jake Hill in the 81 car just set his, and the car's past lap. Looks like a move on the cards here, Joe.
Yeah, looking like he's Jake now with the bit between his teeth. Jake onto the back end of Jordan Boisson in the TFT Racing Mercedes, just lining him up there. Jake, of course, our current British Touring Car champion, getting very close. Almost a bit of touring car tactics coming in there, Simon, from the youngster. I say youngster, he's still a youngster to me. He's not, is he? He's a father of children as he makes that move around the outside of Singh. Now, that was a very British touring car move there.
Yeah, that was a good move, like that. Yeah, it's clearly the car's starting to get stronger as the race goes on. Goes back to what we were saying. Now they've got Jake and Ryan are the two quicker drivers in that car. Look at how good the Merc is, though, in the tight stuff. That's where, as we've seen earlier on, when Elia Earhart was in that car, and obviously the other Merc that we saw, the other Mercs that we've seen, have been very good through the twisty section, where the engine over the front wheels really helps the turn in and gives it really good front end grip. But overall, I think the aero
time there, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Took a completely. He probably took a textbook line through that final section through Bendor and Dulac and Dupont. Whereas Jake took the faster line clearly because he's been able to move away, and Boisson now having to get into the underneath, trying to get back underneath the rear wing of that Era Motorsport Ferrari now.
I think you could see
just eking away, Jake.
Yeah, through the quicker section, through the S de Verrières, the first two left-right section. That's where I think the aero on the Ferrari is very good, and that certainly looks. As he gets past one of the laps.
It was a great move, though. You saw him lining up down towards, coming out the Nord chicane, and Jake Hill goes to the left. Boisson defending very viciously, quite. But it's a very fast corner there. And Jake not having none of it and going round the outside and seeing quite a brave move there because he was offline, Simon, and probably on some very dirty track.
Yeah, but again, I think that's where the aero advantage of the Ferrari is noticeable. But also, you can see what he did there in that move is he just gave himself enough room that he wasn't going to chop the nose off of the Merc, and he wasn't going to risk the Merc washing out and understeering into him. Gave himself a bit of racing room, as it were. So, yeah. That was how we do it. Now watch to see what lap times was. The lap before was a 2:05.168, which was the quickest that the car has done so far. Still not in the same ballpark as the other two Ferraris in terms of lap times wise when they've got their quickest drivers in there, as of course we've seen earlier on with Axel Jeffries, sorry, the brain went for a moment. Axel Jeffries in the Into Africa car, and of course Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha car. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now. As I wonder if they're going to double stint with Era now. That would make sense because they've obviously had the AM and the AM Plus drivers in the car for a while now. They're semi-pro in Jake and they're pro in Ryan. Will jump in the car as that evolves. As we look at the GTX class cars being done, the 701 of Philippe Bonnel in the car at the moment.
Big test for Jake now coming up. The car ahead of him, Simon, little frog in the throw there, is Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber Porsche. So he's got a good base to base his pace on.
Yeah,
chasing that car down, that's going to be a big ask.
That combination of car and driver is so quick. Bachler is arguably one of the probably the top 3 or 4 drivers in terms of absolute ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
Current world endurance champion in a GT3 class, of course.
But it'd be a bit I mean, Jake is undoubtedly on an upward motion in sports car racing. He's established himself as being a superstar in British touring cars, winning the championship, of course, in 24. This is going to be a big test for him now, and a nice comparison for him to see what he needs to do to bring that Proton Huber car back.
Yeah,
work going on in that Vortex, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks to me like an electronics of some sort. They're under the dash there, panels being removed, which would suggest that there's something in there that's not doing what it needs to be doing. You wonder if that's perhaps something that might just, maybe some fuses or something under there that might be what's causing. You can't really see, and hopefully Di might be able to have a chat with somebody from the team at some point and see if we can get a bit of a vibe as to what's happening. But for now, frustrating for them, obviously dropping down the order a little bit as time goes on.
Yeah, it does look a bit concerning, doesn't it? It's costing them a bit of time. Remember, it's the battle of the Vortex for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We've got a change of lead as the number 703. What number is that one we were talking about?
701.
701. So the 701 is in 4th in GTX, and right down the bottom of the field there, Philippe Bonnel is the driver that brought that in. The change for GTX lead has gone to the 703. That's the Arnaud Gomez car, or Gomez car is French. The Vortex moving into the front. The Graf Racing Nova, that's the prototype that we've been talking about. Sebastian Page at the wheel of that car now in the pits. So whether we see that change, because the Graf Racing Nova was way ahead of all of the Vortex cars, and I'm wondering how long has he been in the pits? No, he's only been in the pits for 5 minutes, so he's on time.
pit stop time is 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's about right,
So, yeah,
isn't
that
it,
is
for
about right,
fuel
yeah.
and driver and potentially tyres as well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where he pops back out once we get that car back on circuit again. That was a really interesting interview with Sebastian earlier, wasn't it, finding out about that car? What a sensational bit of kit that is.
That was my intention when I went first into the pits. I wanted to find out about that car, because I think it was you who mentioned this morning. So where does that car fit? It looks like an LMP3 car, but it's not an LMP3 car. It's not an homologated chassis for the LMP3 class, but it's certainly on that level. And, you know, whether Nova pitches for a chance to be part of LMP3 remains to be seen. But
nice little battle here. This is 7th and 8th place. Paulius Ruskis in the RD Sainz Lambo, Mana Malmazak in the Prime Speed Sport, the New Zealand entered car, in the black car, the second of two. Well, it would be black, wouldn't it, being a New Zealand car? It had to be, really, wouldn't it? But look at that. It's not Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Honestly, it really is 24H series. Good move there, nice and neatly done. That seems to me one of the more popular overtake places, because you can see where, certainly when you've got a driver difference, the driver, maybe the slightly slower driver, seems to go in and take what I would call, with no disrespect to drivers, a racing school line, going quite deep and squaring off the corner,
yes.
As opposed to braking into the corner where you're using the brakes to trail into the corner and rotate the car. That's much more of a pro driver's technique, if you like.
More maybe confident and experienced.
It could be just the way the tyres work in, or the setup. Now that is a hell of a ball of rubber, isn't it? Now, if you want to know what pickup looks like, that's what comes off of the tyres. Possibly, I would suggest maybe from the inside of the wheel arch, maybe, of that vortex that's been in there. As we see there, Jeffries, sorry, not Jeffries, Azam in the Into Africa car.
I know the first version of the Vortex, the tube frame car, was renowned for pickup build-up into the under the wheel arches. Still, you know what? Are we seeing a slick track, or are we just seeing the odd driver error there as a car went straight on? That was just Kumar Racing.
A little bit of both, entry. I think. Yeah, just a bit late on the brakes. I think, again, there's a situation where you're carrying speed at the end of a very long straight. You're obviously trying to brake as late as you can, but then also there's a good example of where you may be doing a bit of lift and coast if you're trying to save some fuel, but also look after the brakes. If logically the brakes are going to be the coolest they will be at any point on the circuit at the end of the longest straight, as I've had plenty of cool air going through, well, coolish air, let's talk about here,
yeah, coolish,
30, relatively cool air,
out there
at the end of a very long straight, as we look at David Pagosian in the Continental Racing by Simpson car. The British flag there, the Union flag, or Union Jack as I prefer to call it, being displayed because it's Continental Racing as the team engine, even though Eastern European drivers obviously on board that car. They've been a stalwart of this series. It's a wonderful livery, isn't it? I absolutely love that
great, isn't
that
it?
mixture of blue, red and light blue that's on there. And just behind that we're seeing the E2P Racing car of Pablo Bulguera on board. Now Pablo is the AM driver in that setup, not quite lapping at the same sort of pace as Pagosian, and Pagosian has made his way forward now. He's lapping in the 208s with Pablo Bulguera in a 211s. So if you look at it, the top drivers at the moment, top cars at the moment, Vasek in the lead, 2059. Kaffer 2055. That gap's sort of gradually coming down. Vasek's doing a fabulous job, to be fair. When you think of the quality of Pierre Kaffer, former Sebring 12-hour winner with Audi in the magnificent Audi R8, as in the prototype Audi R8, back in 2004. I think he was on the right thing. Oh, that Scuderia Prague car then suddenly looked like he got caught up in a bit of traffic there, and had his nose well and truly chopped off by the Lamborghini. So perhaps just being a little bit cautious. In the background, it looks like the Team Viper Niza car flashing his lights very vigorously. Not quite as funky as the disco lights has been described on the Audi a little bit earlier on. I like that.
Yeah, I think they press a button and it flashes the lights for them rather than flicking a lever in a conventional way. It's getting close on track, isn't it? The cars coming together into turn one.
the Ferrari just looking down the inside of the Lamborghini there, and then the Lamborghini. And you know what? Caution over bravery there, I think, from Vasek. As he backed out of putting the car alongside the Lamborghini, and I think it paid off for him.
That's an interesting point, Joe, because you think about, here's a scenario. You've got Vasek, who's lapping very quickly, not quite as quick as Josef Kral, but as the second driver, very, very well. Think of the time that they would lose just with a little bit of damage. These cars are very aero dependent. The Ferrari especially is very, very good through high-speed corners. So let's imagine in that scenario where he's just stuck his nose down the inside, gets a little bit of a clump, not so much that it potentially forces him to pit, but affects the dive planes and the front splitter and all that kind of it. That's going to suddenly cost you a second, maybe 2 seconds a lap.
If he'd stuck that car any further into the inside of the Lambo, which was already turning in, remember that turn one, it's a very late apex to get, because you're keeping the car to the left to maximise out of the right-hander that's coming next. So you're coming from a very wide angle, and you're also in the blind side of the mirror on the Lamborghini, and it was I think that was very heads-up driving.
It was totally heads-up,
wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly that.
He compromised he didn't think, he thought, nah, I'm not going to put the car there, because that would have been definitely a coming together if he'd gone even a metre deeper into the corner. So yeah, that's what wins your races, though, as you said. It would have cost them a chunk of time.
You know, the best piece of advice that I heard a pro driver give a new pro driver, if you see what I mean, experienced pro driver to a guy new to it, was don't mess up. Although he didn't actually use the word mess up. He used another word. And that was very
broad. That's a very broad statement.
And it was, the point really was, you can lose, you could be putting in purple sectors left, right and centre, and everyone's going, my God, this is impressive. You know, this driver's doing a sensational job. And then that same level of commitment and speed would put you in that situation we've just seen, where you stick your nose down the inside, it gets chopped off, damage to the car, and all the purple sectors under the sun don't mean anything when you've then lost 2 laps in the pits.
I'm going to use a bit of insight, okay, Simon? I'm going to use a bit of insight, because you know, Jake Hill, your son, is in this race, but Jake's come from a completely different environment, and we get drivers from different environments. Single-seater racing, karting. You mentioned Ramez Azam being a superstar in the UAE, in the karting world out there in the Middle East. It's a different discipline, and from where Jake has come from in the British Touring Car Championship, if you don't put your nose into that gap when it presents itself, that's going to be a disadvantage, and you're expected to drive aggressively. However, in this discipline of the sport, that's going to cost you dearly. So Jake's come into this sport, come into endurance sports car racing with a completely different mindset than what he needs to use in British touring cars. So that's obviously a conscious process.
Yeah,
Jake has come in with.
Absolutely, and that's where having the Ryan Diels of this world as a very supportive, very experienced teammate, give them that little bit of an arm around the shoulder and go, you know, they're clearly happy with the overall pace that's being delivered, but it's the full package. It's the full package.
It's undoubtedly that there is pace there.
So
this is where it comes to the racecraft.
Last couple laps, interestingly, Kaffa has, I think, where we just saw that Dennis Vasek situation where he was being very, very intelligent in traffic. I won't say cautious, because I don't think it was caution per se. It was just, I'm not going to take an unnecessary risk. There's a big difference between not taking silly risks and being overly cautious, where you lose time everywhere. He's been quite decisive. Kaffa, the level of experience, 48 years old now, Pierre Kaffa, you know, a single-seater champion in Formula Ford and Vauxhall Lotus, or Vauxhall Opel as it was, remember that? Back in the day, many a superstar driver came from that.
Absolutely.
And then obviously into sports cars, International GT Open champion back in 2010, and is still very, very strong with these guys, him and Elia Earhart in the ADAC GT series, for example. But the level of knowledge and experience that Kaffa has got, still has that pace, hasn't lost any pace. That gap's now come down to just over 18 seconds. Now, one of the key things I think for the Santalog team and the Scuderia Praha team isn't going to be where we are now with Kaffa, Vasek, also with Elia Earhart, who was in the Santalog car earlier, and of course with Josef Kral when he gets back into the Scuderia Praha car. It's going to be what the other drivers do, the AM drivers. Who's going to have the best balance of AM driver versus AM driver, if you see what I mean. That's where it's going to be won and lost. The 18 seconds between Vasek and Kafa, that's not going to come down in big chunks unless one of them has a drama or a problem or an incident or some sort of a drama. But if you then put Matej Vibo in the car, for example, who isn't as strong as Vasek or Kral, then that could be quite a significant difference in terms of bringing that race back to him.
We are going to see that ebb and flow, I think. I mean, we've just under 9 hours still remaining in this race, so there's still a lot of evolution got to be got. And I think it's with the Pro-Am teams, I think we get a clearer view. Maybe in the last 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, is when we've cycled through our AM drivers, and we're in an optimum mode from the cars that we see out on track, and we can kind of get a bit better a gauge, a more accurate gauge on how the race is developing. And right now, great battle between the Ferrari and the Audi from Scuderia Prara and Sonderlock, with the Indo-Africa Racing Ferrari just kind of on the edge, just kind of circling above, aren't they, like a buzzard, just waiting to pick off the crumbs from where that Ferrari and Audi battle evolves. And then again, perhaps circulating even higher is the Red Ant car. And then this car here, the David Pagosian Continental Racing by Simpson. I mean, Julian Simpson knows how to go about a motor race, and he knows how to go about a long distance motor race, and they keep popping up into the top 5 and ebbing and flowing. So at the moment, I'm not a betting man, Simon, but I wouldn't be able to put my money on anyone in that top 10 right now.
Couldn't agree more. It's super competitive, as you see. Philip Humprecht, another very experienced driver, slicing down the inside into the first part of the chicane, into the Nauvoo chicane and Montreal, the exit there. This is a lovely view here of it's much more undulating circuit than at first you might think. Thinking back to the days I remember watching F1 here back in the 80s and the 90s, it always seems so unbelievably flat. But you can see here, there's a bit of a crest of a rise as they go into C, then the road flattens back out, and then look at the way it drops as they go into this long sweeping right-hander at both. So this feels like a tyre killer, doesn't it? It feels like the front tyres would be screaming as they...
And you really feel it as a driver, don't you? You feel the energy you're putting through the tyre, and you're just cringing because you know you're just, I'm leaning on this left front and I'm just burning it up. But you haven't got a choice. You've got to keep the lock in. You've got to get through it.
Exactly. But that's going back to what I was saying earlier about sometimes taking more of what I'd call a racing school line, which is straightening out the corner. That might at first seem like a bit of a kind of a basic technique to use, but it is a way of trying to take some energy out of the tyres, and that could be could well be the reason why drivers are doing that. But also, if you look at what you're needing to do to try and maximise endurance of the tyres, the brakes, and of course extend the fuel life, is all of these various different techniques. So you get a bit of lift and coast. We know about that, where you're just easing off the throttle before you get back on the brakes. When you're on the brakes, instead of being the last of the late brakers, you'll brake a little bit earlier, but nowhere near as hard, carry the momentum in, not overheating the brakes, allowing the aero of the car to actually slow the car down, which obviously in the GT3 cars especially is quite a significant element of what the drivers have to work with. On top of that, then when you're picking back up on the throttle, just allowing the tyre to settle itself down before you pick the throttle back up. In other words, if the car is already loaded up, so it's like squirming, for want of a better word, and you get on the power, that puts so much energy through those tyres that's obviously going to put more heat and therefore wear them out a little bit quicker. By allowing the car just to take a bit more of a settled approach, it just takes a little bit of the energy out of those tyres, and that could well be the difference between the really experienced drivers that are using those techniques just to eke things out, and maybe some of the drivers who can go quickly but have to use all of their tools in the toolbox to do that. So they're late on the brakes, hard on the power, throwing the car in, that kind of stuff.
I think that's the difference between, when we talk about quick drivers, you can have quick drivers, and then you can have the tyre whisperers. And the drivers, the Scott Dixons, who's renowned in IndyCar for not using as much fuel as the other drivers and not using his tyres in the same way. And the tyre whisperers and the fuel whisperers is how, and that was very interesting how you explain that, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
when you
Bachler.
think about it.
Sorry, Joe. Bo Bachler now pushing very hard. Quickest guy on circuit at the moment by some margin. 2:03.627 his personal and the car's fastest lap now. Only almost exactly 2/10 off of the fastest lap that Josef Kral took. Vasek now in the pits. We're seeing Vasek in for fuel. Kaffer now takes over the lead in the Santalok Junior Team Audi. And that then will move also Bachler up. Remember, that car had a penalty a little bit earlier on. There is a 30-second penalty hanging over the lead car at the moment. So Pierre Kaffer, the Santalok team, have a 30-second penalty. That could be quite significant as the race unfolds. Looking at the rest of the top 10, Kaffer, Vasek, we said Vasek's in the pit. Ramez Azam in the Into Africa car looking strong as well. He's lapping quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him.
Lapping as quick as the Ferrari of the ERA Motorsport team has gone. Jake Hill, another personal best for that car, 2 minutes 4.7. He's still chasing down Klaus Bachler, but now a car that has appeared in front of him, and he will have to get round Chantal Prince in the Hofer Racing Mercedes in 9th place. He's going to have to get around the Hofer Mercedes, then get back on the mission statement, which is to catch that Klaus Bachler Proton Huber car ahead of him. And they'll just be gauging that gap to this car, the Proton Huber car, who is in the midst of traffic. So there is going to be time gained as the 73, distinctive livery on that car, isn't it? The orange flames on the blue work really well. And this is going to cost him time as he picks his way through traffic, and that's going to work to the advantage of Jake Hill. Only for a moment, though, because then Jake has got to pick his way through this very same traffic, and that's what we mean by ebbing and flowing of a race.
Exactly. It was really interesting there. We had a bit of an onboard of Bachler coming up behind the RPM car, the green 992. It's not that much faster in a straight line than a 992 car.
Yeah,
and that's
right.
one of the things that's really tough when you're lapping these cars.
The 992 are as quick if in certain tracks on the straight as a GT3 car. However, they've got to brake a lot sooner because they haven't got the aero to get through the corner.
Well, you look at the footprint of that car there that we're looking at on the screen, the GT3 version of that car, and then you look at it compared to the 992. It's a much narrower car than 992. The aero front and rear is noticeably different. And I always remember when we had GT2 and GT3 when they were certainly about, and you'd look at the difference between a GT2 and GT3. The power wasn't actually any different really. They were about the same, but it was a huge advantage in aero and overall grip, which is where the lap time would come. So that's going to be interesting to see where that sort of midfield pack starts to go forward. Now, we were talking about the difference in driver performance, and you just mentioned there about Jake having to work his way up and catch the cars ahead of him. This is where you're seeing, as we said, as Jake and Ryan in the ERA cars are the quicker drivers in that car. Chantal is one of the slower drivers in their car, and she's lapping in 210s, Jake's lapping in 205s. So that's what we're saying, is that's the difference you're going to get between your quickest and your slowest drivers. Similarly, when Dwight and Andreas were in the car, they were sort of the lower end, the sort of the 8s and 9s kind of mark. I think maybe Andreas a little bit quicker than that. But that's what we're going to get. Vasek still in the pits, just looking at how long that stop has been.
3:53 at the moment, so that's regular.
Baguera in the E2P car in now. I wonder if we're going to see a driver change there. That's going to be an interesting one to see when that car comes back out.
So everyone's moved up with Vasek in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari into the pits for what looks like, and indeed is, a scheduled stop. The leader, Santalok Audi, Pierre Kaffer, now in the lead by just under 90 seconds from Ramez Azam in the Into Africa Racing Ferrari. Redant is still third, the number 93, Yannick Redant at the wheel of the Mercedes in third, and then fourth place is that Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, David Pagosian moving up to fourth. But they are obviously going to owe us a pit stop very soon, and we will see that completely change again. Just behind that top six battle, just out of touch really with that, maybe a lap off, or at least a lap off, is going to be the Nicolas Michelin Yuta Racing Audi, the Klaus Bachler Proton Porsche, the Chantal Prince Hofer car, and then the Jake Hill ERA car, with just behind them the Jordan Boisson in the TFT Racing Mercedes, Peter Hulenix in the Haas RT, and then the first of the 992 cars, 13th overall, Muldner Motorsport, now taking up the cudgels with a gap of 34 seconds. The battle there for the 992 lead. That's Voltas Vidris in the Muldner car up against Luke Breukers in the Red Camel car. 34 seconds the gap there in 13th and 14th overall.
So from a championship point of view, let's just quickly see where we are. I know we're very early in the race here, but just to give us a bit of a guide, our current championship in GT3, this is the team's championship. Scuderia Praha lead Duta Racing by 2 points, so 70 points for Scuderia Praha. Duta Racing on 68, Hofor Racing on 66. Proton Huber that we see on the screen now and Era Motorsport jointly tied in 4th place on 62. So if you look at how we're sitting at the moment, the advantage would still be very much with the Scuderia Praha team. They are the furthest up of the leading contenders. Duta Racing there, we're seeing just behind them, interestingly, then Proton Huber, then Hofor. So our top 5 teams are all running very close to one another in terms of the championship. Now in the 992s, as we said earlier, that RPM Racing are our championship leaders ahead of Red Camel Jordans and Seb Lajou, the 888 car. But they've got a much bigger lead. They've got a lead of 22 points, sorry, 12 points over Red Camel Jordans. So at the moment, when you look at where we sit in the 992, Red Camel Jordans are going to be taking a chunk out of them if it continues on this way. Anyone would think we're halfway through the race, Joe, but we're not.
We are getting that point of a championship, mentioning championship, Simon, where time is running out.
Yes.
Wherever you are in the championship going into this penultimate round, you need to score as many points, maximise your points haul going into the final round of Barcelona at the end of September. So, you know, you come into the season and before you blink, the season's almost over here. We've got, you know, a round and a half left. And, you know, we've got the Scuderia Praha team leading the team's championship. Their drivers leading the drivers' championship. They've only had one podium. They've only had a 3rd place at the 2nd round. And that, you know, and with a win here, that would absolutely put them in a very solid place going forward for, all right, it's 24 hours at Barcelona and anything can really happen in over 24 hours. But what they need to do here is continue in this guise and get themselves at the front of this field and maximise their points haul going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So then Azam in the lead car, the red 98 into Africa Dragon Racing. Very decisive in traffic there. Coming up behind the Jordan Boisson car that's in 9th. A couple of cars in for fuel. Pierre Caffa was from the lead in the Santaloc Audi. Jake Hill also in the Era car. Not sure whether there'll be driver changes or if it's just fuel. Caffa is now in the pits having done the fuel stop. Jake is still having fuel put in that car. As we know, depending on whether you do driver change and tyres or just driver change, that can save you between 20 and 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Bulgara has stayed in the E2P Aston as he is showing on his outlap.
So obviously, just a reminder for those of you who might not call it earlier, what the situation is with driving time, minimum drive time for the various different categories. If you have AM drivers in the car, if you have a Pro-Am car, then you need to have, you know, 50% of the drive time has to be done by AM, so it has to be 6 of the 12 hours. If you have a pro driver in the car, the maximum they can do is 4 hours. The semi-pro drivers have an unlimited drive time, so you could argue that if they're quick enough, much like the Red Ant Racing team who've got pretty much a whole car full of Pro-Am drivers, or semi-pros rather, then they're going to have a very strong across-the-board performance. They're now sitting in 2nd place. Yannick Redal is up into 2nd behind Ramiz Azam. There's a 47-second lead that Azam has. This is taking a little bit of while for Azam to get through this traffic. And let's think back to the conversation we had not that long ago, Joe, about being decisive but not reckless in traffic.
Yeah, caution being the better part of valour, I think, is the discretion being the better part of valour here as the Into Africa Ferrari comes up to lap the Mercedes of TFT, which is down in 9th overall. They're already 2 laps up on this car, about to put it 3 laps down, and not having a very easy time to get by I mean, it's not down to Jordan Boisson just to move over and let him through. The leader does have to find his way through, and Azam, very experienced, as you mentioned, Simon, this driver. We've not seen much of him in Europe, but he's certainly established himself, certainly in the Middle East, as one of the quick drivers coming out of that region, and flashing the lights there to let the Mercedes driver know that he's meaning business. Boisson just maintaining his pace, and the pace isn't that much different, is it? It's very tricky.
It's interesting because if you think about it as the overall race situation, yes, of course, at this particular point in time, Azam has got the advantage. He's got, you know, what's he got, a couple of laps or a lap and a half? No, 3 laps, in fact. Sorry, 2 laps, my mistake, on Boisson. This could change very easily, couldn't it? You only have to have a drama for the Into Africa car, or you know, they put their slower driver in and they lose time that way. Any of those factors could mean that actually, although you're not at this moment in time racing directly, over the 12 hours, there's not really a, let's call it a blue flag situation where you'd have to move out of the way to let lap traffic through that you would in a Formula race, for example.
The Nova had to take to the escape road there as he had the 2 GT3 cars barreling down. He's just going to resume. I would like to think he won't incur a penalty moving out of the way of these 2 cars. Now the Ferrari down the inside, out of the Nord chicane, down the inside of Boisson, and this time it's a Ferrari on the inside of Boisson to be lapped and put that TFT Racing Mercedes another lap down off the lead lap, as Ramez Assam will be. And I've got to say, Simon, he used his patience in the correct way there. He didn't lose patience, he didn't become frustrated, and he chose that by maximising his exit speed out of the Nord chicane. He was able to go down the inside of the Mercedes there and just waited and picked his moment after following that Mercedes for a good part of a lap and a bit.
Yeah, good use of awareness there by the GT4 Merc there, the venture car really sort of was aware of the fact that the GT3 cars were coming through, gave them a bit of space. Again, if you think about it from their point of view, they've got one other car that they're fighting for in their category. So, you know, it goes back to what we're saying, there's no need to take any silly risks at that point. Some driver changes during those stops. Andreas Las Garotos has got back on board the Era Motorsport Ferrari. We've also seen Michael Doppmeyer in the Santalot Junior Team Audi. And then looking down the list, who else did we see come in? There was another one that I've missed now. I'm trying to see who the other one was. But yeah, a few of the drivers coming back in. But no, it's Pablo Boguera, you mentioned earlier. The GP car stayed in the car. That's what threw me. I was looking for a change there. Nick Foster, obviously, back on board the Prime Speed Sport car. Just for British fans at home, just not to get confused. There was a Nick Foster that we all know and love, who raced in the British Touring Car Championship for West Surrey Racing. Yeah. And much like myself, he's probably better known for being the father of a very good racing driver now than actually being a racing driver himself. He's Louis Foster. So the Indy Lights champion, or Indy Next champion.
I did not know that.
Pole position recently.
Oh, he's a superstar.
He is a little superstar. Fabulous moustache as well.
Yeah.
He's developed moustache. Got
that 80s fashion's coming back into play, Simon. I'm not sure we'll ever go
But
back.
I saw Nick actually recently at one of the touring car rounds. He was driving a doctor's car for Dr. Trafford.
Was he really?
And, so he was there. He was still fitted into
Louis Foster is Nick Foster's kid.
Well, there you go, see.
Wow, I didn't know.
Every day's a school.
I remember Louis Foster being in racing for Argenti in the karts.
That's right, yeah, very good karter, and a good single-seater career in, did Euro Formula Open, Formula 4 before that, and various others. Ginetta Juniors way back when, of course, you know, single-seaters, but quite a lot of top-line drivers have come from that, so.
This is interesting, Simon, out on track, just to drag us back to the race. The Ferrari, who's leading, Ramez Assam at the wheel of the Into Africa Racing Ferrari, having overtaken and put another lap down on Jordan Boisson in the TFT Racing Mercedes. Boisson staying with the lead Ferrari. He's got the pace of the leaders as Boisson in that yellow and grey Mercedes, and I think he's quite happy to sit on the tail of the Ferrari and just drive at the same pace and make up ground and bring himself back into contention maybe, albeit he is, let's see what the gap is,
Yeah, he's three.
Yeah, 3 laps.
2 laps, I think.
I think interesting because the lap times, the last couple of laps have ebbed and flowed a little bit between these two cars. I do think that genuinely that Azam, once he gets into a bit of clear air, will probably start to edge away. But it just shows you, doesn't it, that if you've got a very quick car ahead of you that you can latch onto, and it's a bit of a cliche in any kind of motorsport. If you've got a really quick driver in front of you, you can suddenly get dragged along by them and find a little bit of time.
I always found it easier to follow than be chased.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you head down and you can just see where you're quicker, or where their cars may be quicker or slower than your car, that kind of stuff. And again, if you look at the overall performance gains and losses on all of these cars, you've got such a wonderful mixture of different configurations of cars. You've got the Porsche that we look at on screen now, absolutely legendary GT car. Recently won, of course, its class at Le Mans, with Richard Leitz winning for the millionth time, I think, in his class at Le Mans. What a legend that guy is. And Bachelor, of course, success in that championship. So we now look at our Vladimir Zvedris in the 921 car. Just interestingly catching up and be looking a little bit quicker than the Santalot car. So obviously in the Santalot car now, we've got Michael Doppelmayr.
Yeah, Michael's the driver in that car.
That would explain why, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, there's an example, isn't there, of a very, very well-driven, very quick 992 coming up against a very good, very fast GT3 car with a less experienced driver who's not quite at that pace. Yeah, that's where the challenge is here, isn't it?
Michael's the businessman driver, the driver. You know, I believe Michael's the owner of the car and bringing that car here and racing. And Michael knows his position in the team. They use Michael tactically. He does what he has to do, and invariably, in the majority of cases, he keeps the car on the road, enjoys his stint, enjoys the drive, enjoys being part of the operation and doing his part and bringing that Sonderlock Audi home after he's done his mandatory minimum time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Job done. But yeah, I mean, he's not on the pace of the pro drivers. He's probably our age, in fairness. So, you know, he's lost a bit of pace. But he doesn't purport to be as quick as the pro drivers in his car. But again, job done. And this is what we mean about the Pro-Am racing and the Pro-Am nature of the 24H series. We do get this variation. It just adds another element to the competition aspect of the race, and makes our job even harder to predict who's going to be where towards checkered flag time.
Absolutely.
Absolutely impossible.
Doing a good job here in the lead of the 992 class, 921 car, Muller Motorsport. Such a strong team, Muller, and various different levels of racing that we've seen them in, things like ADAC GT and things like, you know, this championship especially. But yeah, Zvedris, I'll get the words out in a minute. Let's have another go. Zvedris doing a very, very solid job, sitting there 12th overall, and as we said, leading now. Let's look at the gap now. He's got, he is on, round about. Next in class is the Luke Breukers driven Red Camel's car. That gap now, around about 34 seconds between those first two.
992 still being led by the Mullner car. It's still Valter Zvedris at the wheel. He's into his second stint in that car now, and the gap has gone. It's been about 34, 35 seconds for a while, and that's been maintained. We've got the pesky Lamborghini in there in between, about 15 seconds just ahead of the Red Camel car. Luke Breukers at the wheel of the orange and black Red Camel car. Behind Luke Breukers in the 992 class, quite a chunk back as well, just about, what's that, about 40 seconds behind is the Holmgard car, Marco Casaga, at the wheel, and doing a great job in getting that car established in that third place, and very strongly now in that third place, and ahead of the fourth place in the 992 class, Stefan Perrin in the 888 numbered car, the Sebel G Racing entry, in 18th place overall, who's got 15 seconds on the RPM car, the RPM Racing, that's the bright green car. Tracy Krohn has been in that car, Philip Hamprecht
currently at the wheel of the car in 19th overall, 5th in class, and we've still to see Nick Johnson get behind the wheel of the 907. Quick rundown of GTX. It's Oliver Gomez that's established itself very much at the wheel at the front of the field, and this is a little bit of a mission that I'm going to give myself when I get back down in the pits. Sebastian Page in the Graf Racing Nova, that has dropped a chunk of time and has gone to the back of the field and is 10 laps off the GTX leader, and that's gone unseen by us at this stage from our camera positions, but that's more like a bit of an investigative work in the pits when we get down there. The Graf Racing car, the little prototype that we saw just avoiding action, I'm wondering why that's dropped off the pace so greatly and has dropped 10 laps when it was so strongly in the lead of GTX.
Yeah, we saw the problem obviously with the 701 car in the pits for quite some time with what looked like it might have been an electrical problem. Now, we've been watching on screen for the last lap or so the Venture Mercedes GT4 class leader in GT4, Matthew George, on board of that car. And as always with this team, a British-run team, very, very professional, really doing a great job of delivering high level of performance. In a lot of cases in the past, they've had minimal, if any, competition, but they've always done a very professional job of really working themselves hard to get the maximum performance out of the car. And it's always been a pleasure to see the delivery that we've got. We've seen Matthew Higgins in that car in the past as well, son of David Higgins, the rally driver. So some good drivers and a very, very professional job being run by those guys there. At the front, still Azam on board the Into Africa Ferrari. Pogosian now up into second place. Lap difference between them. Klaus Bachler now worked his way into third position in the Proton Huber competition, Porsche. So now we're starting to see some real interesting mixtures of drivers and teams. Miroslav Weibo now on the Scuderia Praha car, the car that's been leading earlier on in the hands of Denis Vasek, and that's going to be interesting because Weibo is currently lapping at 2:12s, so that's 9 seconds slower than the quickest lap that was in fact the fastest lap of the race set earlier on, as we're joined once again by the wonderful Ben Constanduros. Hello,
Thank you,
Ben.
Yeah, good. Ready to get back to it.
It's all been getting really interesting, and we've got, especially 992 has been a very close battle, and the GT3 really sort of ebbing and flowing between the Into Africa car and Scuderia Praha and the Santalok team. Now, both the Praha and the Santalok team have got their amateur drivers on board now, so that's where we're going to see potentially advantage going back a bit to Into Africa. Have got their probably, I think, their second quickest driver after Axel Jeffries in the car.
Yeah, so expecting pit stops in the next couple of laps from those at the top of the timing screens. The likes of Inter Africa, Hoffer, Proton and Continental Racing by Simpson.
Yeah, just looking, you can see if you on our timing screens, it tells you how many pit stops everyone's had, and it's the 1, 2, 3, 4. The top 4 teams have all only had 2 stops. The first car that's had 3 is the car in 5th position, the Miroslav Weibo driven Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So you would expect that car to scroll its way back to the top once the others have made their stops. However, Weibo, as we were saying, is the amateur driver in that car, and he's quite a long way off of the ultimate pace.
Likewise with the Santalok Junior team and Michael Doppelmayr now aboard that car. He's got plenty of experience in GT3, Doppelmayr. He's done lots in Creventic over the years in his Audi, then moved away to drive an Audi GT2 car in the GT2 European Series. We've seen him in LMP 3 in the Michelin Cup, which of course is this weekend in Imola. So much motorsport happening this weekend with, obviously, yes, the starring Formula One at Silverstone, but actually that doesn't really matter in this world. What matters in this world is the European Le Mans Series at Imola, the Le Mans Historic as well, with, what is it, nearly 700, 800 cars, therefore 700, 800 drivers, therefore 1,700 plus mechanics and all the rest of it. And there is a correlation between historic racing and this style of GT3 racing, because an owner of a GT3 car will also be potentially an owner of a GT40 whatever. So
I'll give you one example in Era Motorsport.
Well, yeah, there we go.
Regularly have Kyle Tilley, who's obviously the team principal of Era Motorsport. He's at Classic Le Mans racing an absolutely gorgeous 1971 Chevron B19, as well as a Lotus Elite with his brother Kane, which I think they took class pole yesterday, as well as the blue coral Porsche 993, which is a sensationally beautiful car. So there's a great example. In fact, we talked a little bit about Jake obviously driving for them. That's where the relationship with Era came from, historic racing. He shared a car with Kyle Tilley last year at TVR Griffith at the Masters Historic event at Donington. They won the race together, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. That correlation with GT racing historic's pretty common. You know, you look at Alex Lynn, pole position at Le Mans this year for Joe to Sport in the Cadillac. His dad Sean, of course, is absolutely intrinsic part of historic racing.
And yet you very rarely see Alex in an historic car.
But
you see his brother.
You do his brother Max, don't you? So we've got Lascaratos back on board the Ferrari here. So interesting the tactics with Era. Now we've seen Lascaratos at the start, then Merriman, then Jake Hill, the quicker of the drivers there, and then back to Lascaratos. Remember, they've got to, between Lascaratos and Merriman, they've got to do 50% of the drive time.
That's 6 hours.
So
it's a huge amount.
It appears that they're trying to get quite a lot of that done early. Which makes sense. I know from a conversation I had with the team earlier, the plan is for Jake and Kyle, sorry, Kyle, because we're talking about Kyle Tilley. Let's start again. Ryan Diel to do the latter part of the race.
Yeah.
Certainly into when it potentially gets a little bit darker later on.
Is it though? I mean, 10 o'clock in the evening.
Dusky. How about
Dusky, I think. We're not going to see full dark, but I think it's going to be that time where it's hard to adjust your eyes and low sun and a different challenge altogether. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the slight silence for the last 10 minutes. A few technical issues over in the scorching heat of the south of France, but we are back with you to continue to guide you through another 8 hours of this 12 hours of Paul Ricard. And we will endeavour to make sure we fill all the gaps, which, to be fair, haven't been a lot. We've had a couple of pit stops since we've been off air, but you were seeing all the pictures and hopefully, therefore, up to speed with what's going on circuit. It is Scuderia Praha that lead, and we have a vortex facing the wrong direction. That's the most exciting thing that's happened in a while. It's apparently down at turn 1. Which is, oh yes, it is on the exit of turn 1. And then this is exactly why Paul Ricard is going to be a race where we're not going to see very much in terms of code 60s, because look at that, he had a spin, he didn't dip a wheel into the gravel trap and get stuck or anything like that. He was able to continue on his merry way. We have at the head of the field Scuderia Praha, but Miroslav Weibo is mid-stint there, so we've got lots of different strategies playing out at the moment. Peter Huylink is in the 21 Haas RT. That basically needs to come in the pits in the next lap or two, which leaves the Into Africa race by Dragon Racing Ferrari in second position, and Joly Lidlaka is aboard that car. He's down in the 209s right now. Ayrton Redant is in the Mercedes in fourth position. They owe us a penalty because they've got a 20-second penalty for contact, and they are again mid-stint. The Santalok junior team Audi of Michael Doppermeyer is mid-stint as well, and then we've got Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi in sixth position, and he's just jumped aboard that car, so he's 5 laps in. So all over the place. E2P Racing after that, they're mid-stint as well, and we've just seen Mark Vallenvine jumping aboard the Proton Huber competition Porsche, and we were riding on board with him just as we were sorting everything out.
A little bit more drama for the 701. Running wide on that occasion. So let's have a little look, Ben, at how we sit at the end of the first 4 hours.
What's this replay of? Was that a replay?
Just caught the end of that little drama. Here's our standings so far, Ben.
Ah, right. Okay, so Scuderia Praha lead. As I've said, 22 seconds is the gap, and then we've got the Redent Mercedes in third position. The Haas RT car is in the pit, so expect that to drop down at least a lap. It takes about 4 minutes to do a full service. We've then got the Santalok junior team, followed by the Continental Racing Audi, E2P Racing Aston Martin, Prime Speed Porsche, Prime Speed Lamborghini has just got past actually the Proton Uber competition Porsche. And then the first of the 992s is the 921 of Mullner Motorsport that leads by about 45 seconds over Luke Breukers in the red Camel Jordan Porsche. The first 2 992s are the Pro cars. The third is a Pro Am for Holmgard, and they are the first Am competitor, which means we've lost Lion Speed. That's the big change since I've been out of the commentary box. Lion Speed are back down into 8th position in 992, and they've lost about 3 or 4 laps. So let's see if I can find out in the history as to why that is. But of course, we're cycling through different drivers, we're cycling through different levels and performances of drivers, and that always shuffles the pack. No retirees. A delayed GTX Racing Nova, which has promoted the Vortex 703 to the lead of GTX. But other than that, a completely trouble-free event so far after 4 hours, and we have not even seen a purple flag out on circuit. We've seen a couple of yellows, but they have been very, very far between. So what happened to Lion Speed? Okay, so Jose Garcia had a stint in the Lion Speed Porsche. His average lap time at 2:18 compared to a 2:10 from Patrick Kolb and a 2:8 from Patrick Niederhauser. Possibly explains all you need to know. Just a 23-lap stint for Jose Garcia. It was a short stint compared to a 39 for Patrick Kolb the stint before. But as we did know, we spoke to Jose when we were in qualifying, and he was saying he was new to the car and new to the championship. Here are the highlights then after 4 hours of 12 at Paul Ricard. It is sweltering out there. It's over 35 degrees air temperature and even hotter on the circuit. Drivers and cars all getting ready for a full 12 hours straight from 10 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the evening. A little bit of feistiness at the beginning through the first couple of corners. It's always a bit tight through those corners here at Paul Ricard. The Vortex deciding to miss the first couple of corners and got a penalty for missing turns 1 and 2. The pros in the cars early doors were really getting their elbows out, and it was very, very entertaining in the first hour before pit stops then came. Mostly everybody changed tyres, mostly everybody changed drivers, but some decided to try and do the double. We haven't seen many doing the double since. Off sequence, certainly the 72 in a completely different sequence to the rest, and keeping cool is absolutely vital. Keeping your head. Patrick, Pierre Caffer, sorry, there, getting into the side of the Era Motorsports Ferrari and getting a penalty for that. They're both of them spinning at Signes. And we are not even halfway through. A little bit of a problem for the Vortex with some rubber build-up inside the car. And 921 is our leader in 992 category. A beautiful drone shot of the facility here at Paul Ricard, the airport just alongside, to be able to fly your private jet in and jump straight into your high-performance race car and then fly back out to... I remember when I was here in April, May time for an SRO event, a couple of the drivers very frustrated that the race had been delayed slightly because of earlier incidents, so they couldn't take their private jet to Ibiza.
It's a nightmare, isn't it?
And it really was. It was like, oh, I'm not sure we're going to go racing. Why are you not going to go racing? Oh, because my gentleman driver has a table booked at so-and-so in Ibiza, and it will be late if we don't go racing soon.
Well, that's the whole point of having the mixture of drivers, isn't it? You've got these drivers that are racing as, you know, as a wonderful hobby. They're in a position that they've been very successful in their businesses, and they could afford to do that kind of thing. As we see the 11 Hofer Racing car making its way through and just getting a little bit further ahead with Bartel on board that car now, just passing Las Carretas. I think that changed for position. I think that may have been actually. So yeah, let's have a look. Where are we? Yep, that's for 15th place overall, and for 13th and 14th in GT3.
E2P into the pits. Paulo Buguera has only done 19 laps on that stint, so you can do a full 34 laps if you want. And he had done a full 32 laps. I wonder whether that's the team trying to double stint Paulo and him just saying no, absolutely no way.
Yeah, I think that's what they were doing. Let's have a look here what's been going on for our friends in the GTX class. A little spin for the 702. No harm done. As you rightly alluded to earlier, Ben, the wonderful thing about Paul Ricard is it has such an amazing array of runoff area that you have to be very unfortunate to get anything other than a spin which allows you to rejoin.
Really is a day here where the human element is having a massive effect. I'm surprised that E2P have chosen to try and double stint all their drivers. Obviously, we saw in the early part of the race, Oliver Campos double stinting. He handed over to Paulo Buguera, and now Paulo is trying to double stint, but Paulo is the am in that car. Oliver is the fit young pro. The two of them can't do the same thing, and it was quite a good pace actually, the second stint for Paulo Bogueira. I wonder whether they've been trying to do double stinting on tyres as well, but ultimately, what was their pit stop in between the two? Yeah, I reckon they double stinted the tyres as well, and they've just decided that's not possible. Now, is there a strategy, and this might not necessarily be the question for you, where that still works out, where doing a stint and a half with a stint and a half's worth of tyres is still better than... Oh, that's one for the highlights reel. Landed very well. Can we have a replay of that, director? It's beautiful. Yeah, is there an argument whereby you can say a stint and a half is our plan?
Yeah, potentially. I think that's the thing with this kind of event, isn't it? Is you've got lots of different. You sit there as a strategist and you go, okay, so if we do with this driver on these tyres and this fuel load at this various point in the race, looking at what we think the track evolution is going to do, looking at what we think the other teams and drivers are going to do, then there's inevitably going to be some fairly, what on paper look like quite out there strategies that actually could be quite a clever one to use. The one thing that I think most teams in endurance racing will be factoring in normally is that there's usually, and certainly we've seen it in the 24H series so far, all the events, both the European events and previously the Middle Eastern events, is there are usually a fair amount of code 60s. And as we said, you know, I literally cannot remember the last time we've gone over 4 hours without any kind of a significant incident, other than a few spins and a couple of people running wide. A couple of technical dramas in the pits. We've seen some people with issues, particularly the GTX class cars seem to have some dramas, but generally speaking, it seems to have been pretty simple and straightforward, isn't it? It's only our comms that have been a bit all over the place, haven't they?
Yeah, we should have had a code 60 for the comms.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do anything, don't touch anything. Although actually, when we do have a code 60, it's always the most kind of chaotic moment, isn't it? to try and work out what's going on.
Interesting, just looking at the head of the pack, Miroslav Vibo in the leading Scuderia Praha Ferrari, currently lapping in 2:10.590 was his last lap. Ayrton Redin, one of the quicker drivers in that Red Ant Racing Mercedes AMG, 2:08.023 last time, so a couple of seconds a lap quicker. 12 seconds the gap between first and second. Jolie Letlacker in the Into Africa Ferrari, lapping in the 2:10, so the same as the leader, and he is 31 seconds off the lead. But as we've already established, certainly in Vibo and Letlacker, they are very much the amateur drivers in those cars.
Yeah, so watch out for Ayrton Redon, because it's going to be a change for the lead, I would say, pretty soon. In fact, there it is, right on our screens, sooner than I imagined. No, it's not.
No,
That's the Hoffa car going past.
Lapping, I think, or unlapping himself. Unlapping him, I'd say, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That would be another timing screen suggesting something completely different to what's happening in reality.
Yeah, so Vibo, as we said, is quite steady at the moment. You see just coming up behind in the Into racing, what I'm talking about, the E2P racing.
No, but I think they were called Into Racing.
There was a team called Into Racing. Yeah, Nick. God, my brain's gone. Oh, I thought there was contact there. That looked very close to being contact, didn't it? And Sanero having to be very last minute, sort of drag his nose out of the way of potentially getting into the side of the race leader. We've obviously seen an incident earlier with Pierre Caffer getting to the side of Dwight Merriman and getting a penalty for it, which they haven't. Have they served yet? I don't know. I'm just having a look to see if they've served it yet. Where are we? Lost him on the screen. Santalog. Yes, they've taken their penalty, so they're actually net where they will be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, whereas Ayrton Redon owes us 20 seconds the next time they come into the pit. So, yes, he might move into the lead. Yes, he might then make a gap, but he's going to lose 20 seconds for, I think that was contact, wasn't it, last time? So a few different cars owing us penalties, including, I didn't follow the TFT. Why have they got a penalty?
It didn't pick up on that one. We'll find out.
Something I noticed.
Yeah, E2P Racing, as opposed to Into Racing, I got confused, which was Nick Dudfield's Porsche Carrera Cup team, amongst other things. E2P Racing currently sitting there in 18th position. They lost a bit of time with their AM driver, but Sanero and Campos, the two quicker drivers in that car. no doubt will start to work their way back up through the order as things unfold.
So the TFT have a 30-second penalty for an unsafe release in the pits.
Okay.
That's why they've got 30 seconds on them. Viper Nisa have got 10 seconds, which is going to be probably track limits, I imagine, not respecting refueling regulations for the 72, and that's a 30-second penalty for them, and that's all the penalties that are still sitting there. Hello, chat. It's not something I usually come across, but as you're there, thank you very much for joining us. And just a quick question from Carl 10, asking about the... Oh, that's an interesting bit of damage to that Porsche. Have you seen a Porsche with a... That's like a pout.
A pouting Porsche?
There's a pouting Porsche. I've never seen it fold like that.
A pouting purple Porsche, if we're going for alliteration, Ben. You know, let's throw them all in there.
Look at that.
Yeah, well, that is a well and truly bent bonnet, isn't it?
And that's literally the air getting under it and just bending it?
Yeah, because it doesn't look like there's been contact. Because if you'd had contact, it would have damaged the splitter and the bumper.
Yeah.
So that, to me, looks like, for whatever reason, either one of the brackets has broken. Oh, wow, that is not an easy fix. Very...
Okay, so they've had damage already because there's tape all around it.
That's
and
what
now...
it must have been. They must have picked up some damage. Maybe there was a damaged bumper before, and they put a new bumper on. And then now, what would we do without race tape?
Oh, but Joe Bradley's going to be very upset because that's not the correct colour.
It's not the correct colour.
And I totally agree with him as my OCD. You're just mucking up the livery.
I know.
Put pink stuff.
Purple's such a cool colour as well. So, I mean, that sort of pinky purpley kind of super cool colour that they've got on there. I love that. I know that they. I remember when I used to actually. Well, we're talking purple. I used to race a purple and lilac single-seater once upon a time. And because, to go with your OCD point, there is a point to this. We had what's called helicopter tape, which is the clear tape that we would use, so which F1 teams use. Coincidentally, I'm not suggesting that it
fills
was my
the gaps
idea.
between the joints.
Fills the gap, but it also acts in a similar way to tank tape without upsetting the aesthetics of the car. Everyone's a winner. Except me in that case. It wasn't that competitive, but there you go.
This is not pretty.
That's horrific, isn't it? I mean, yeah. There's a great shot of way back when the Sunoco entered Ferrari at Sebring at Daytona in I think 1970-71. Mark Donoghue. The great Mark Donoghue. Roger Penske run in that beautiful dark blue with the yellow livery Sunoco Porsche. But have a look at that picture of that car, and that was literally held together with tape and good. It was mainly, and I would suggest in 1971 there wasn't many choices of colour for tank tape or race tape or duct tape or whatever you want to call it. I think it was a blue car with lots of silver tape on it, and it looked well and truly tatty is the word I would use, as this one does. But 10 out of 10 for the boys and girls in the team, working very hard to get that in an operational state, shall we say.
Off he goes, the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing. Remember that car was wrapped into a ball in April at this circuit. Mammoth accident that Seb Lejeune had in what I think was GT Open or Ultimate Cup, one of the two. And they rebuilt that car to race at Spa in 3 weeks, and has been part of the championship since. They didn't somehow write off the chassis, but Google that shunt if you haven't seen it, because it was incredible. He vaulted over the concrete barrier and catch fencing here at RICARD. I mean, I don't know how you do that. Chat, just going back to you, because I got interrupted by the duct tape scenario. A question from Carlton about the car that should have been in the entry list. We're supposed to have 33. We have 32 starters. It was Herbert Motorsport who were the 33rd, and the car was written off by Ralph Bond's son in a private test, which is run by Creventic, on the Thursday before the event. And so that is why we are down to 32 cars. We were discussing it yesterday because we didn't know, but now we know, so we can tell you. If you do have any other questions on the chat, do let us know, because now I'm looking at it and it's a long race and it might help us get through it together. As a team.
As a team, as fans and comms team unite. So Ayrton Redan in the lead now, ahead of Miroslav Fibo. As we surmised, the lap time difference now 8 seconds, 2:06.7 for Redan in the leading Mercedes, and 2:14.6 for, so almost 8 seconds difference. Now that sounds to me, or looks to me rather, like maybe some sort of a drama or an issue for Fibo. So even on his quicker part of the stint, he's been lapping in the sort of 208s, 209s. So to drop to a 2:14 would suggest some sort of a, maybe running wide or getting really hampered by traffic could have potentially been the drama there.
Yeah, because it's actually consistency has been really good for Fibo. If you look at his stint, it averages of a 2:13, but pretty consistent at that pace. With a couple of starring performances a bit faster. Rick Hamill Jordan comes into pits.
Comes in from second place in class. Luke Breukers on board at the moment, out of the car. Who's going to be jumping back in? We will see in just a moment. New slicks going on. Very well-oiled team. Another great livery. There's some really ace liveries in this championship, aren't they?
Yeah.
All of the classes there, yeah. I know, let's be honest, that the livery doesn't make the car go faster, but as motorsport fans, there's been debates over the years of the greatest liveries of all times, and there's some very simple ones and there's some very classic ones. And a lot of it has been dictated by the team sponsor. Back in the day, whilst I'd never advocate smoking, the cigarette sponsorship always brought us some fabulous liveries. And the cigarettes and drinks seem to have been the driving factor between some of the coolest liveries in motorsport of all time, haven't they?
We will get one of our pit reporters back out there to discover the fate of the Nova, find out why that's gone to the tail of our field, and Vinny Villatoro trying to understand the live timing bar on our left-hand side. It's the amount of laps. So the leader has done 116 laps, and then the gap to the car ahead is what you can see. Hence why it kind of looks a bit confusing, but it's basically the gap to the car ahead. So Fibo 17 seconds back from Redon, Let Laka 18 seconds back from Fibo, and then Vladikin 41 seconds back from Let Laka, so on and so on and so on.
But also when you look at, if you look at the live timing itself, which is much more detailed, gives you the sector times, etc.
Yes, but don't forget that only the coolest of the kids watch this with a live timing screen as a second screen.
Well, that must make me cool, because when I'm watching this at home, I have a live timing screen and the TV going on, listening to your dulcet tones, Ben, and of course, sometimes Bruce Jones. It's not as dulcet, but much taller.
Much taller. Yeah.
We love Bruce Jones.
Bruce did all 3 24-hour races, but he did the Nürburgring from home.
Did he?
And so that's cheating.
Did he have some bratwurst and beer whilst he was at it?
No, I do know he went to a school reunion halfway through.
Did he?
Yeah, in London.
Might have had bratwurst and beer there.
So I'm sure there was a little glass of red consumed.
Exactly. Go with his hair.
Did we have? No, we had lots of Frankfurters. Bratwurst is from the south. Frankfurter's closer to Nürburgring.
Okay.
And I had a lot of sausages.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the sausage in Frankfurter, and just to get me through.
And why not?
3 24-hour races on site, the only English voice to do it. And then guess what I chose to do? Come here and do a 12-hour race and drive here to make it even harder.
Al, don't start with the driving thing, because I'm sorry that you can't possibly beat me on that one. So let's just put this to bed, folks. Thanks to the wonderful world of French air traffic control, all of the team that you hear on the commentary and pit lane team have been affected by air travel disruption. So my good friend Joe Bradley and Diana Binks were originally supposed to be flying direct to Marseille from Stansted, and that then ended up with the only option was to fly to Geneva. Was that right?
No, that wasn't the only option, but because I live close to Geneva, it made sense until it took 4 hours to get from Geneva to where I live, where it should take 45 minutes.
So Joe and Di went to Geneva, went to basically near where you live, and then you guys, as a trio, drove 6 hours. Was that right?
I would say not as a trio. I drove 2 passengers for 6 hours.
There were 3 people in the car.
There were 3 people in the car, yeah.
And also hampered by the fact that it's an electric car, so you had to stop about 700 times.
Not hampered. No, hampered is completely the wrong word.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, obviously.
It created a wonderful driving environment. We stopped once, and everything was fine.
How long do you have to stop for?
We stopped. We should have stopped for less time than it took for us to eat our coffee and croissant.
Okay, that's right. So, in fairness to the electric car, then that's okay. That's not so bad. So that was about 6 hours. Is that right, from Switzerland to Paul Ricard?
Yeah.
So they made it okay in the end. So for me personally, I'm just going to, if anyone's got a violin out there, just for the sympathy at this point, you could maybe take this.
Well, so did you see the Bentley that's parked outside with an English plate? Somebody's done it as well.
Probably lives here, Ben. Come on.
What, an English plate?
Yeah, it's probably got a house in the south of France. I've got a friend of my son's has got a house down this way. So yeah, it's not uncommon, is it? And a Bentley's a very dirty, rotten scoundrels kind of car, isn't it? You know, that's the sort of thing that you have. Anyone who knows the film reference I'm talking to a wonderful film with Michael Caine and Steve Martin. I had to think for a minute. So anyway, my journey, however, was supposed to be a fairly simple flight from Gatwick Airport on Friday morning to Marseille, pick up a hire car and drive roughly an hour from Marseille to Paul Ricard. Unfortunately, thanks to the same air traffic control situation, I got advice at about 10:30 on Thursday night that my flight was cancelled. Trying to find an alternative was not really working. Couldn't find one that was either the right times or not the 7 million quid that were trying to charge us for it. Profiteering at its best. So the only option we came up with was for me to jump into my car and drive from Kent to Paul Ricard. Something I would not recommend to anyone. So you're measly 6 hours. Mine was 13 and a half hours. So.
Yeah.
I did have to stop a couple of times. Cause
longer than the race itself.
Longer than the race itself. So, but there you go, man.
The things we do for you, people.
Things you do for you. I bet there's probably people I'm going, we wouldn't have really cared, Simon, if you'd have just not bothered. So, but sorry, folks, you're stuck with me as the RICARD from Las Queretos. It must be getting quite close, I would suggest. The RICARD's coming back in, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Ryan Diel on board that car fairly soon. He's the 4th of the 4 drivers who's yet to drive the very distinctive purple, blue and black Era Motorsport car.
Well, so a few more questions coming on the social media, trying to understand the classes. Quite easy on our timing screens. Would be easier. You've got the colours on the left-hand side. They're not really very bright, but they're easier to see on your screen than on ours. The white is effectively GT3. The blue is
992s.
992s, and then the greens are the GT4s and the oranges are the GTXs. So the first of which is obviously a first in class. A class is a different spec of car, so you can't race you can race the 992 against the GT3, but GT3s are going to be faster than 992s and GTXs such as the Vortexes. So we split the field into effectively 4 different races, and they're all happening at the same time. So at the moment, the leading 992 car, which is a cup car from Porsche, is the 921. Also, the 992s all they have 3 numbers and they start with a 9, so that's another way you can see it on that timing screen. Martin Rump and Ivo Brukers are the top 2 in 992, 16th and 17th at the moment. So that is exactly kind of how we are able to decipher who is leading what race. If we use a different word, not use class, but use race, that's how we decide who's leading what race on that left-hand side. And we can also see by the gaps that are presented there that there's a race on for 10th position at the moment, because ERA are only 0.8 of a second ahead of Viper Nisa Racing. You can also see there's a 5-second gap between 15th and 16th, for instance. So actually, yes, it's confusing and it's different to how you see MotoGP and Formula 1, but it does help you establish each individual sort of space between each individual class and car.
But when you then also put a little bit of context into what the ultimate lap times, if you look at the fastest lap of the race overall, set by Joseph Kralv early on in the race when the tyres were in good shape and the fuel load came down, 203.429. So you then look down to our 992 category, and to give you a little bit of context, the fastest lap in that is a 207.042 set by Patrick Niederhauser in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. So you're looking at roughly 3 seconds, just under 3 seconds of difference between the fastest GT3 lap and the fastest 992 lap. You then look down into the GTX category, and obviously the GTXs are pretty quick, especially the Nova, 204.807. So that's just over a second slower than the fastest lap of the race. And then finally the GT4 category, which of course is the Mercedes and the BMW, and the fastest lap in that is set by the Mercedes of a 213.812. So the GT4 cars are about 10 seconds a lap slower than the GT3 cars, and the GTX cars are about a second slower than the GT3 cars. As we said, the Porsches around about 3 seconds slower. So that gives you a bit of a spread on lap times. It explains also how you've got such a difference in where they are, like the positioning laps-wise, laps completed, the leading 992 car, which is the Martin Rump-driven Muller Motorsport Porsche. As we look at the 9 and 11 car in the pit line, Ben's favourite livery. We'll say that again and again. I did. I'm not.
What's your favourite? What's your favourite one?
My favourite livery?
Yeah.
Or in this race, or of all time?
No, in this race.
Oh, that's a good one. I actually have to give a bit of thought to that. I do like that. I do like the green and red. That does look nice and simple, but I wouldn't say it's my favourite, though. I think I do like the purple. The all-purple Seblejoux car, because I'm a bit of a fan of purple. It's one of my favourite colours, so that's why. That works pretty well.
Yet they've ruined it.
Yeah, well, yeah, with the tape. That's a different conversation. That's pretty cool. I like that one. And I like sometimes, like, much like the 9 and 11 car that we're looking at there, simplicity is often the key, isn't it? Sometimes less is more with some of these liveries.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, I actually really like the Hofer Racing livery, the grey and the pink. That works pretty well. So yeah, so we get that. Isn't that a great drone shot? That looks like we are watching like Forza or something like that, doesn't it?
I mean, they have changed the game, haven't they? The drones. They really have changed the way that we view motorsport.
I just love that, the way that unfolds. You can actually see how the lap comes. And we had that great shot a minute ago of a real overview of the circuit. There's I've been lucky enough to do some archive work on some of the historic Formula One stuff. And there's some great heli shots of Paul Ricard in its early days. And what was really interesting about Paul Ricard when it first opened in 1970, and then subsequently had the first Grand Prix held here, was in 1971, was how sophisticated and advanced the circuit was for its day. When you look at contemporary shots of paddock areas, they were literally paddocks. They were just grass areas or dusty areas.
Yeah, that's where the name comes from.
Yeah, there were no garages.
It's a horse paddock.
You would see teams literally doing engine changes or whatever in the open, not even an awning above it. They just sort of came along early 70, like 72, 73, and eventually Paul Ricard really set the benchmark in terms of, okay, now let's have some proper garages and proper pit lane areas and proper tarmac paddock and all that kind of stuff. But when you actually look at the facilities that Paul Ricard had back in the day, it was proper, like, wow, this is taking it to a new level in terms of what we had. And there were a few other new circuits that came along in the early 70s. There was sort of Zolder, for example, although it wasn't brand new, but it was evolved. Nivelles was another one in Belgium, which was very short-lived, but held the Belgian Grand Prix for a couple of years. And then obviously you ended up with some tracks new to F1 that were a little bit different, like some street circuits like Long Beach and such, like, as we watch the Santaloc car coming in.
Got our pit reporter and our camera back down there so we can say hello to Joe Bradley.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yes, Sandaloff car in for a driver change. Ellie Earhart about to step in. It's Michael Doppelmayer's arm shift over, and a good job, because Michael's primary objective is to do his stint time, enjoy his stint time, and bring the car home in one piece, and it very much is in one piece. High five from Pierre Caffer, his teammate. Good job, Pierre, from Michael. Brings the car home. As your RAM driver, you must be pleased with that.
Yeah, at the minute we are quite pleased with everything. So it's a very hot race today. So we all try to keep concentrated, which is not easy in these heat circumstances.
Are you expecting the track to get slippery like it was in qualifying yesterday by the time we get to 4 p.m?
Yeah, but this is for everyone the same. So, of course, you need to look for the tires and also for the car. Right now, we are in a good shape, and we are continuing. We have a plan, and in the end, we will see what we get.
Great stuff. Thanks, Pierre. Pierre Caffer there, just congratulating Michael Doppelmayer, getting the car home. I'm going to head off to Graf Racing, guys. I'm intrigued to know what is happening with the Nova. That car dropping out of contention in GTX after leading by what was a considerable margin. So obviously it's got issues. We'll go and stick our nose in there where it's probably not wanted and ask the questions.
Michael Doppelmayer getting out of the car after his stint, and because of the combination of that driver lineup, they've got 5 drivers in that car. We have not yet seen Ernst Indebitzen or Philippe Chatelet inside the car. Chatelet is an AM, although he is a driver coach, so he's going to be a fast one. But between Philippe Chatelet, Ernst and Michael, they have to do half of the race. Still quite a lot of stints to do for Doppelmayer and Chatelet, I would have thought. But who do we say was in the car now? So Elia Earhart back in, okay, and he's the semi-pro. Doppelmayer, part of the Doppelmayer family that builds ski lifts. If you've ever been skiing, you'll notice that there is the Doppelmayer ski lift, and Michael part of that effectively Austrian family. Yes, not effectively, he is Austrian. I sometimes think he's German. He's not in the car though, so you can ignore that graphic. He has got out because I think a double for Doppy. I don't know if he's called Doppy, but that's kind of
Doppel is double, isn't it, in German?
Yes, so a Doppel for Doppel.
Don't know what Meyer means, unfortunately. I'm not my German's not very good.
Isn't Meyer Master?
No, Meister is...
Because like Jäger, Meister is... Oh yeah, Meister is Master.
Master, yeah. Exactly. Like champion is Meister, isn't it? Meisterschaft.
Meisterschaft,
yeah.
I know.
So me sitting here talking to a man who speaks fluent French. So
ask me German.
Your language skills are infinitely better than mine. So
I do have somebody who might be able to help me. I'll wait a message to tell me what Maya is.
But you live in Switzerland, Ben, and they speak 700 languages in Switzerland.
No, I live on the edge of Switzerland, not in Switzerland.
Oh, do you? Okay.
But it's true that there is an official language of Switzerland.
Romansh, is that correct?
But it's kind of a German Swiss.
Yeah.
Swiss German.
But if you look at the history of Swiss Formula One drivers, you have the greatest name of a racing driver of all time, Clay Regazzoni.
Yes.
Italian Swiss.
Yeah.
And you had a superb driver who should have been infinitely more successful than he was, Joe Siffert, which is French-Swiss.
Yeah.
And then another brilliant Swiss racing driver, Marc Surer, German-Swiss.
German-Swiss.
Yeah.
And then Sebastian Buemi, Iranian-Swiss.
Iranian-Swiss, obviously, yeah. Is there any other mixture of Swiss that you'd have? Maybe that's why they make so many interesting things in Switzerland, because there's all these wonderful mixtures of different backgrounds and nationalities. Right, Vipanese are in. Can't get used to seeing that in a plain black livery. I know
they found a sticker to put it on.
They did put a little sticker on the back, but just a reminder, if you missed earlier on, what was happening is these guys had a shunt in qualifying yesterday in their lead car, or in their regular car rather, which is normally that wonderful gunmetal and vibrant green livery, and unfortunately was beyond repair. They managed to rent another car, get it prepped overnight, a fabulous amount of work. Great credit to the team for getting everything done. So hence they have this fairly plain looking car, but it's working and it's going okay, and they're doing a pretty decent job. They're sitting there currently in 15th.
Do we know where the car came from? I don't know if we know who gave the car to them.
Well, we heard an interview earlier, and he didn't actually say where. He said another team or somebody hired us the car. So I don't know if there was a reason. I think it was Douglas Koo was talking to Joe earlier, but I don't think he actually said who it came from. So
Is Joe down there? Is he wanting to? Yeah, you are. Okay, fine.
The office of air-conditioned splendour. So I'll go and
Did you say that on the door? This is the Office of Air Conditioned
It
Splendour.
should do.
Yellow flag.
It absolutely should do.
Do you remember those? They used to be all the rage once upon a time, yellow flags. So I wonder what that's for. Let's have a look, see if we can understand why there's a yellow flag. And is it just a minor, somebody stopped?
Well, it's gone again.
It's gone again.
Yeah.
Don't sound so excited about a yellow flag, Ben. You know, we don't want yellow flags. We want it to be a nice... It would be... I would be so pleased if we did this whole race under green.
Why?
I just think it'd be a real... The only problem I have with Code 60s is you don't gain or lose by a Code 60. So,
well, no, you do. You can.
Well, realistically, what I meant is like, so if you're leading by 20 seconds and a Code 60 comes out, you're still leading by 20 seconds at the end of the Code 60. The only thing that changes is if you use your pit stops. But my point is, with a traditional safety car, you could have just done the most fantastic strategy call, and then the safety car comes out and it can completely unwind what's happened.
There is white flags now being shown. And if you don't know what a white flag means, it means it's a slow car and it's a vortex. And I'm slightly worried that vortex is heading back to its factory rather than around the circuit. It's a 702 or a 701. One of those, a 701's in the pit, so it's Selen Amarouche in the 702 going slowly on track. Meanwhile, whilst that limps its way back to the pits, let's go down to Joe at Viper Nisa.
Yeah, Viper Nice, the car 65 is the number. Quite a fairy tale story here. With your car being damaged, Dominic, you've got a brand new car or a different car. I don't know how new it is, but are you finding any difference with the car that you're now driving?
Yeah, of course, this car is not our car. It's the car from, we managed to get it from Redan. So thank you for them for offering their car. So we are just running on their setup because we didn't have time to test the car after the damage from our car. So we just put in all the necessary electronics to race, and then we just run with whatever setup we have. Yeah.
Are you happy with the Redan setup?
Yeah, okay, not too bad. Just a little bit on the under and some parts, but not too bad. I think because of the track time that's being too hot, so I think everybody is struggling as well. Yeah.
It's hard to judge, isn't it? Just you think it might be the new car, but it's like everyone's in trouble. So how disjointed did that make the team and your drivers feel when that car was written off and a new car was brought in? Does it kind of unsettle things?
Yeah, of course I didn't feel good. I was the one in the car that went off. Yeah. So thank to Douglas, the team owner, who said that it's okay as long as I'm safe, and also to the team who spent the whole yesterday evening tonight to prepare the car. So really thank you to Douglas and the team as well to my teammate Melvin and our engineer Duat. They're more understanding, and they just we move on for tomorrow and then get the next car and go to racing. Yeah.
And it looked like a big hit against the barrier. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think it was okay. I think unfortunately that section was concrete barriers. Yes. So I think we saw on the V-Box the video, the speed wasn't that high, but because of it being concrete barrier, it's just a hit. Yeah, it was the tire barriers. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Yeah.
And you're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
The neck hasn't taken anything.
Yeah, I'm still okay. 2 stint already. I'm still okay. Yeah.
So the team's approach to the race. All the pressure is off. Let's just see what we can get. Is it?
Yeah, we just we get another car. So I think the key is just to finish, because Misano we didn't finish. So I think just to finish and then score as high as in the championship. Yeah.
And enjoy the drive.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dominic. Dominic Ang, who's just got out of the car. I've got to say, thank you for joining us, Dominic.
Just Dominic and his drivers who are from Malaysia. It's the whole team. The whole team fly out every single race from Sepang, Kuala Lumpur, over here to run this car. The car stays over in Europe and is transported around Europe thanks to Tockwith. But it's Red Ant that's rented them a car, so thanks to Red Ant and a competitor. I speculated earlier that the car was probably from the Technopark, but actually it's not. It's from one of the teams that are already here with their spare car, and so often you see in the garage a second car just parked up, and that must have been the car, therefore, that Ajit Kumar tested on Thursday, because he said in an interview earlier, I tested the Mercedes GT3. So that would make sense that is his the car that they tested.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there are a few teams that did. ERA Motorsport have got 2 Ferraris that they bring, and they regularly run both the cars in the test days. And that's actually, if you're in a position to do that, it's a great strategy to develop your AM driver, give them as much track time as possible. So they've applied an approach where the team manager Oliver Meads and the team owner Kyle Tilley sat down and go, okay, yes, of course, there's going to be an expense involved in that, but it gives Dwight Merriman, who's learning the circuits and learning the cars, some extra track time. They can do like a lead and follow with either Ryan or Jake leading Dwight around, and it's worked very, very well. So a great opportunity to get as much track time as you can, if possible. And obviously, of course, you have a spare car in the event of something like that happening. So, yeah, good logic if you can do that. And just going back to what's happening at the front, Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing now in the lead. There have been 3 stops by everyone down to 8th place. So that is Vladikin leading Joliet Laka in the Into Africa car.
And the reason for that is Red Ant have just come into the pits. And not only have they come into the pits and changed driver to Kobe de Bruyke, they actually also had to absorb a 20-second penalty for causing a collision. So that's why their pit stop was long, and it's dropped them down to 9th position right now.
Yeah, makes sense. But I've got it out of the way, and we're getting close now to having completed 5 of the 12 hours. My goodness, it's gone quickly, Ben, hasn't it? I'm really surprised. And again,
5 is less than half.
Yes, my maths aren't great, but even I can do that one. Yeah, but yeah, they're
getting excited about being less than halfway through.
Well, everything's relative, isn't it? Going back to my mammoth journey, it's just like doing it in chunks of 2-3 hours at a time. Oh great, I've done 5 hours. I've only got another 8 to go.
Timing screen says Michael Doppelmayr is in the 18. He's not, but also Joe Bradley said that L.A. Earhart was in the car. He's also not. So it's the first opportunity we get to see Philippe Chatelet's lap times. And even though Philippe is an AM driver, he's got huge experience. We've seen him racing for Signatec, for Santalok in GT2 Europe and also in GT3. So what's his lap times right now?
2:05.
Yeah, 2:58. It's not bad.
Good. Yeah, it's decent. Yeah, very good. I mean, certainly when you look at some of the AM drivers who've been lapping in the sort of the 9s, 10s, even down into 13s and 14s in the case of some of them, there's been a huge difference. So we'll get a chance to see exactly how that unfolds. Now, we have a little bit of an update from our friend Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Lots of people have been asking about what happened to the Nova to lose sort of 8 to 10 laps earlier on, and hopefully now Joe has the answer.
Steering belt cost them 28 minutes in the pits. That's equated to about 10 laps. They are still plugging on, and they are very much hoping that attrition becomes a factor in the GTX class, which is invariably usually does. So they're not out of contention for a podium. They're still 4th. There's only 4 in class, so there's very much a need to continue on. But it was a bit of an unfortunate occurrence there. 28 minutes for a power steering belt. So I suspect it was in a place that was pretty inaccessible on that mid-engine prototype.
Yeah, I mean, when you design a new race car, that is one of the things to consider, isn't it? Making sure that it's easily serviceable. And it's amazing, these GT3 cars now, the way that you sort of service the rear end of that Ferrari, for instance, or even the front end, it just comes off as one piece. And the serviceability of the GT3 car, just as important as the pace on circuit. We spoke about the Mercedes being a very comfortable car to get into, to go racing in. But is it actually very easy for the mechanics to work on, for instance?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know small things, for example, I looked very closely at the back of the Ferrari. They were showing me around that, and how things like the alternator and things are mounted, they're so easy to get to now on the newer generation cars, whereas the original, like some of the early Porsche GT3 cars, it was all very much like a road car with stuff, with a lot of the ancillaries in quite difficult places, and that costs you a huge amount of time, as we see the Haas RT car, the 21 car coming up on Las Carretas. And that is a change for position, I think.
Yeah, because first time we've seen Jeff McKeel's aboard that car, and he is the semi-pro in the Haas RT, and he should be. You see, he's semi-pro, right? But he's running a similar speed to Philippe Châtelet as an AM. But Jeff is definitely the fastest of those three in the Haas RT car. They're not really here, as we spoke to team manager at the start of the day. They're not really here to do much more than just go round and round and round and see what happens. But with Jeff McKeel's aboard, we can expect that car to climb up through the rankings over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how that one plays out in terms of, you know, as we've said a few times now, just understanding what the difference is. I mean, Jeff McKeel's, of course, racing in the GT World Champion, World Challenge
with his dad.
With his dad, yeah, in an AF Corsa Ferrari 296. So, you know, as you'd expect, his dad, Louis McKeel's. You know, a lot of experience and a lot of experience at very high level as well. So you would expect that level of performance to be there. If you can run competitively in GT World Challenge, then there's absolutely no doubt that you are really one of the top line drivers in GTs. Now, back in the Scuderia Praha car is Josef Kral, currently sitting in 11th place. Remember, they have just had Matthias Vibo in the car, who's their AM driver, who's the least competitive of the drivers. Look at that, attacking those curbs there, as we see the 701 Vortex in the pits. Looks like that's been a longer stop.
Isn't this just the sort of thing we've been talking about with regards to the GTX class? The 701 Vortex just being pushed out. You guys can tell us how many or how much time this car has lost in the pits, but clearly a bit of a
10 minutes, Joe.
It's been in there 10 minutes, right?
They're about to get a visit from Selene, so Lionel's daughter, who is in the 702, and she's taken about 10 minutes to get. Oh, that sounds horrible.
Oh dear.
I think that's the Limmy diff kicking. I think that's the diff setting. It was really struggling to turn right there, wasn't it? It's probably the diff just grabbing onto that rear axle, giving it the. Let's see if I can find a problem now. I don't speak French.
Say bonjour. I can do it. I can be your puppeteer. You know, on Saturday Night TV, where you've got the celebrity in the ear of somebody else.
I'm not sure this is going to work, Ben. But what was the problem? Philippe Bonnell is who I'm talking to. It's another belt. What is that? Is that a belt?
I don't know the word in English, but I think you cannot
say the word in French because Ben speaks fluent French.
La courroie. We work the courroie of alternator. Yes.
Yeah. Cooling belt. So the alternator belt.
Yes.
Yeah. Philippe, that was perfect English.
Oh,
no. Très bien.
Almost.
That is the extent of my French.
Do they know that Selene's coming in with a problem as well?
And Selene is into the pits now with another problem.
I think Selene is in the car, yes?
Yes, she's into the pits now.
She's in the pit now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
More problem.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, because she took a long time.
They just changed of driver, I think.
Am I getting confused, Simon? I thought she was really slow back to the pits. And she was the white flag. Well, maybe it was.
Thank you, Philippe.
It possibly could have, because all we saw was a reddish car. It could have potentially been the Nova. It might have been. Okay. You couldn't really see what it was.
Len's heading back out. No problem.
Yeah. So maybe it was a Nova. Just looking to see where's that's disappeared to. Yeah, that's Trier. He's a long way down as well. So Vladikin leading by 21 seconds from the Into Africa car, still driven by Jolie Letlaka. Mark Vollenwijn in the Proton Huber car sitting in third, a further 20 seconds behind. Still some pit stops to unfold. The first cars down to the first 7 cars are still on 3 pit stops. So it's the Continental Racing Audi from the Ferrari, from the Proton Huber car, TFT Merc, Duta Racing Audi, Hope4 Racing Merc, and then the Haas RT Audi. I think there's another stop. Yeah, Las Carretas in Era Motorsport car is in. Wonder if we're going to see a driver change. I wouldn't at all be surprised to see Brian Diel on board that car.
Well, fastest lap of the race for Josef Kral, 2:03.17.
So that's about 2/10 quicker than he went previously. And he had the fastest lap before.
Yeah, okay.
2:03.3, I think it was, he'd done before.
And here he is with Nick Foster just ahead. Now, we haven't really had a chance to talk very much about Nick Foster and Jono, long-time partners across racing in Australia, New Zealand and Asia. First ever GT World Challenge champions, Nick Foster and Jono Lester. And I think possibly the first time we've seen them here at Creventic. Great to have a New Zealand-based team. Obviously, the Lamborghini surely hasn't been flown all the way from New Zealand. But as we get into the quieter parts of this race, it will be a nice extended interview to chat with those guys and find out exactly how it's going. Now, Nick is a fast driver, so even though Joseph Kral's closing in on him, this is not going to be easy pickings, as Kral has to go around the outside of Letlaka. And those two were fighting for the lead of the race a few hours ago. But Letlaka, it's still second. Kral, thanks to his teammates, down in 10th position. Back to Joe.
Yeah, staying in Vortex line, the 703 is in. Now, the driver that's taking over from, I think that was Arnaud Gomez who's just got out. You might be able to tell me. It's Tom Perry. And now Tom is a French rally driver who you may have come across, Ben. I think he mainly races in the National French Rally Championship, so not in the European Rally Championship, which I think you're more familiar with. Or is that a name that you're familiar with in the world of rallying in France?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Oh, well, he's in the car and he's back out. Now then, my question, because I'm not in anywhere near a timing screen, what has that done with GTX then, with problems for Solène Amarouche in the 702? The 701, we heard from Philippe Bonnel, has had an alternator belt, very similar problem to the Graf Racing Nova, of course. So what has that done with regards to the Nova Vortex?
So Tom Pieri's 703, which is the orange one, that is leading the GTX class, and it's leading now. It's possibly the only one that hasn't had an issue. So it's leading by 7 laps over the 702, which is second. And then about a lap and a half behind is the Nova. And then Lionel Amarouche in the 701 Vortex is 3 laps back from that. So at the moment, the 703 is the car which is run by the two brothers that own Vortex, with Tom Pieri, he's an instructor basically, and he is the third driver in that car. So they really are, there's definitely the strongest lineup of the 3 Vortexes anyway, and they are doing exactly what they need to be doing. And yeah, no, Tom Pieri, a long time. What the? There's a purple thing on my screen, Joe. We're gonna get a code 60. Somebody's lent on a button. Why are we getting a code 60?
We're nearly 5 hours in.
What?
I mean, come on, we've done pretty well, haven't we?
Why?
Well, we'll find out in a moment, won't we?
Unfortunately, Joe is now going to have a mammoth busy pit lane because everyone's going to take advantage of this. Unfortunately, TFT Racing coming in very much last minute, just as that code 60 was called. And
everyone's now...
purple flags flying. I wonder whether we just need to reset all the bollards. Wonder whether it's that. Joe Bradley, down to you.
With Sonel Amarouche's car, which is the 702 Solène. The car got so hot it stopped. It just stopped. So by the time they've got the car back, it restarted. She then restarted the car. There isn't anything apparent. Solène said it got too hot and it stopped. That was a really poor French accent, by the way, but that's the way she said it to me. So she is very hot, and she's cooling down now. Everyone is hot. We should all be by the pool. But no, we're going to race instead. And under code 60. I'll get ready.
We're going to get hot. We're all going to get hot, including the cars, because now they're not travelling around the circuit at top speed. The airflow is less. And suddenly, this is where all the heat soak sets into the cars and to the drivers. What I would love to know from race control is why. There's a marshal. Where's the marshal going? Show the marshal, because that will tell us what's going on.
What's happening there?
I think it's debris and bollards, I'm going to say.
It's definitely debris. That looks like bits of a splitter.
No, that's, well, yeah, on the left.
In his left hand, he's got what looks like the rubber strips that run along the front of a splitter, possibly from a 992, and that was a bit of marker that's been re-slotted back into the circuit.
So these are floppy. They're not bollards as such. They are floppy bits of rubber, and they act as bollards, and they're being replaced on the outsides of various points of the circuit where they've been destroyed. And what we know from qualifying is when a Porsche hits them, their splitters get ripped off.
Yeah.
And so he's got a couple of splitters in one hand, and the bollards are going back into their slots in the other. So this is it's a reset.
Reset, which is frustrating, but it's not the end of the world. Why is it called a splitter, Ben?
Is it not called a splitter?
Yeah, no, it is called a splitter. I'm just saying, do you know why it's called a splitter?
It splits the air.
It does split the air.
Yeah, sends air up and air under.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, let's just quickly take a little bit of stock. Who may have won or lost because of that?
Well, hang on. Yeah.
Well, no, the reason I'm saying that is because there have been a couple of people who just made stops. And that could work against you a little bit, because now there's some people who are going to be making a stop under code 60.
Don't forget, though, under code 60, you can only take 25% of your fuel allocation.
Yes.
And I don't think you're going to get more than a lap of code 60 here, so you're not going to be able to come back and do it again. So this is going to really put loads of cars, and everyone is taking, pretty much everyone who has had the opportunity is taking the opportunity to put fuel in the cars. But it is going to throw all the strategy up, and literally we describe it as shuffling the pack of cards, because it is. It's literally taking a pack of cards, chucking it on the floor, and then repacking it. And so who hasn't taken advantage of the stops? We will wait, because some cars, you know, in the early part of the lap haven't had the opportunity to come into the pits. I noticed there, actually, that the Inter-Africa racing by Dragon Racing, missing pit lane. So not coming in and deciding against stopping. They are rookies to Creventic Race. Not rookies to Creventic Racing, but they have not a lot of experience in Creventic Racing. I wonder whether they've decided against it. In fact, Scuderia Praha have decided against it as well as they come down pit lane.
But that car's not been out for very long.
You could still get fuel into
Kral's
it.
Been in the car. If they took new tyres, they've done 8 laps with Kral in the car, if just looking at that screen. So they haven't done an awful lot.
And they're not allowed to, are they?
No, exactly.
Because
now
you've got to go more than 50 minutes to be able to change.
So
the
just
tyres.
quickly look at where the number panel is on the screen of that Porsche. You can see where it says 021. Next to it is a little green LED flashing, and that's quite interesting, because what that basically says is that during the code 60, there's a slight evolution of the tyre regulations. Then if your code 60 is out, depending on the amount of, is it 50 minutes that we were talking about before on the lap times, Ben? 50 minutes is the maximum, is the minimum amount of time you're allowed to have run with before you're allowed to change tyres under code 60. So if that light's flashing green or red, it means you can or you can't. Red means you can't, green means you can. Now, fuel flow is an interesting one, because part of the balance of performance, or BOP as we affectionately know it, for this particular championship, gives you different fuel flow rates for each car and maximum refueling amount. So, for example, if you look across the list, the McLarens aren't here this weekend, of course they are, but the Aston Martin is allowed to refuel a maximum of 110 litres. The Audi R8, 100 litres. The Ferrari 296, 100 litres. Lamborghini Huracan, 105 litres, and so on. And the Mercedes, 105 litres.
Charlie Leclerc has stopped. The leader of the race has stopped on the circuit into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing. Has he been in the wrong gear and stalled? Has the car stopped because it's too hot? But this is a bit of a disaster, because we were going to release this code 60 and go back to racing, and we're not going to be doing that now, whilst Joly sits stationary, motionless, on track.
And this is our race leader, let's not forget.
Yeah.
So he did have a 17-second lead. That clearly has gone. Now the question is, at the moment it was showing at 133 laps completed by that car, and the other 2 cars, the Continental Racing Audi and the Proton Huber car, also shown as being on the lead lap. And
so they've come out in their quad because it takes that long for a marshal to get from the barrier to the circuit. They're just trying to make sure they understand what the problem is. That quad, they're going to use that quad to tow the car away, aren't they?
I think they are.
Yeah, wow. Right, whilst we watch this is massive drama. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who's chatting with some of our drivers that have come out of the cars.
Patrick Niederhaus has just got out of the 957. Very much at this stage of the race, Patrick, it's all to race for. 7 hours left. You guys are still in contention in the 957.
Yeah, we lost a little bit of lap time, or of time in general in the pits. That's unfortunate before, but just generally the car is running really, really well, yeah.
Now, everybody's talking about the heat. It's going to get so hot, the kind of conditions we saw in qualifying. And everybody was telling me yesterday how slick the track was and how slippery. Is that what you guys are thinking? It's going to get slippery and slippery as the heat continues?
Yeah, especially throughout the stint. When I think the first couple of laps, it's not a big issue when you got the peak of the tire. But the longer you go, the more you start to slide. And yeah, you really need to work on the tire to preserve them from overheating. You just don't slide and try to drive as smooth as possible. But it's really, really slippery.
Right. Now, it's our job to talk about the race and you guys racing within that race. But from a driver and a team perspective, what is your focus on at this stage? What is your focus as the team and driver at this stage?
Yeah, obviously we try to win. We always try to win, but we knew it's going to be a little bit difficult with Jose Garcia giving his comeback in racing. He's doing really, really well, but obviously we're lacking a tiny little bit towards our contention. But still, we try our best. We try to have a trouble-free race, and then we see where we end up.
You've had a very busy month, haven't you? It's Nürburgring, Spa, and now the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, just to kind of wind yourself off the 24-hour races. How are you finding it? Is that a challenge in itself, just keep plugging away every weekend?
Yeah, a little bit, but unfortunately, obviously in Nürburgring I didn't really do the race. We could not start the race. But yeah, Spa was super tough. Just generally, it was, I think for me, the most physical race I've ever done in my life. With the heat and everything, so that was really, really tough, and I'm still recovering a little bit from that. But yeah, here we go. Adrenaline is the best help here.
Yeah, you are living the dream. Are you anywhere next week, or maybe a day off?
Oh, finally I got a weekend off. Yeah.
Yay! Hey, what are you doing?
It's nothing planned yet, but for sure it's going to be a calm one.
By a pool.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Patrick.
Stop mentioning swimming pools, Joe Bradley.
I know, I'm yearning for one, mate. It's so hot. People on holiday, right, when it's this hot, it's too hot to sit by a pool. And here we are, enjoying our being at a racetrack. It's fantastic. I love it, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love it, and I love it. I prefer it when it's this hot rather than too cold, because then it's just wet and ugly and horrible. This is fantastic. But yes, I do yearn for a pool.
And I don't know whether all the cars and drivers would have enjoyed that Code 60 at all, because that would have been really, really hot to sit in those cars going slowly. It's completely shuffled our pack, so we need to go back through the order once again and really give you an idea of what's happened. We've got a couple of cars still caught in fuel and pit lane, and because they went into the pit lane under Code 60, they will still only be allowed to refuel 25%, and Proton Uber Competition are one. Now, actually, I think they're so late into here, surely they came in under green flag conditions, so they're going to be able to get the full tank in, and they've chosen to do that under green flag conditions. But
yes, absolutely.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because they were sitting there in third whilst the safety car, the Code 60 was out.
But they've been in a minute, and we've not been racing. It was very close. Do you know what? It was very close. Green flag at 3:03:47, and now we are at 3:05:47. 2 minutes later. How long have they been in the pits for? 1:40. No, so they were just afterwards.
Yeah.
So that was very, very close. Really? Some have come into the pits and refueled. Some have changed tyres. The refueling would have only been 25%. We don't have any kind of information on our timing screens, on your timing screens, as to who did what, I'm afraid. So this is where the guesswork comes in. What we can tell you is what we see in front of us. The leader of the race is this car, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Audi, Vasily Vadikin has been in the car for 1 hour and 17 minutes, so they chose to ignore the Code 60 and to inherit the lead of the race. Nico Bastian came in to the pits under code 60, and they've ended up in second position. Nico Bastian jumping aboard that car. They've got brand new tyres on that car, but they came in just as the code 60 began. Did they put a full tank in? Did they only put 25% in? Actually, their pit stop was short, so I would say they did 25%. Jutta Racing Audi of 71 is in third. No pit stop from them under code 60. Jeff McKeels, no pit stop for him. And still going on is the Proton Uber competition. So they're taking a full tank of fuel into that car, which does explain they just decided they came in just afterwards. Whether they were choosing to try and come in during or not, I'm not totally sure. But the order's been shuffled. Maxim Partel in Hoffer Racing Mercedes is now in fifth position. That was another car that did not pit, and Vortex facing.
That looks like it's got a problem. That looks like it's stopping like because it has to stop, as if you say what I mean. So. And
this is the leading car. This is 703.
So yeah.
So is this another hot Vortex?
A very hot Vortex. I mean, we heard that
Selene,
yeah, she said it was too hot. The car stopped because it was too hot. So I wonder if that's a similar sort of problem this time. Could well be. That is, as you say, our leader. So amazingly, in the last few minutes, we've had our overall leader and leader in GT3 stop, and now our GTX leader stop. So really, it's got quite dramatic. Looking down in the pits to understand the Vortex team looking very concerned. Selene, they're looking to get some hydration on board. So let's wait and see what unfolds here.
Selene.
Little cheeky wink from Selene.
But this is not good because it's the leading car in GTX. This is the star car, really. This is the two owners who are not in the car right now. It's the driver coach that's in the car. And if it doesn't get going soon, we might have to do another code 60. And suddenly, well, what do they say? Code 60s breed code 60s? Maybe in a different sense today. As finally Proton Uber competition trundle down to the end of pit lane and get back out onto circuit.
How long was that stop? Let's have a look. Where are we? Manuel Lauk on board now. That's not actually not that long a stop, is it? It's
no.
4:53.
It's as it should be.
Yeah. It seemed, I think, because we caught them just as they came in and just as they were being finishing the fueling process, it seemed to be an extremely long time. But obviously, when you then looked at the overall times, it perhaps wasn't as bad. Fastest lap for the car sitting in second place. Fastest lap by that car, 2:03.489, about 3/10 off the overall fastest lap set by Josef Kral a few laps ago.
We are going to go code 60 again. So this, you see, this is where you dive into the pits now and you go, right, I'm seeing a code 60, let's get into the pits because we know it's happening and take advantage of the possibility. And actually that regulation, Joe, remind me of the regulation about the code 60 that changed from last year to this year.
It's just regarding tyres.
No, not for this race.
The
fuel for this year, yeah.
Yes, so before, if you got into the pit lane before it went purple and it was green, you then were outside of the code 60 refueling conditions. However, that's not the case. Right. Even when you're mid-flow with your fuel pump, the code 60 regulation comes into play. So if you've gone over your 25% and say you're 30% of the fill, it will then stop. Okay. As far as I'm aware, they're very, very clever petrol pumps. These they're completely different to supermarket ones.
Yeah, so that's the case. So it used to be you could see that code 60 was coming, dive in and get a full tank of fuel. But now, if you're in there and you're fueling, then it shuts off. And so.
Which takes one of the tactical elements out of it, though, doesn't it?
Because sort of luck as well, isn't it?
A little bit of luck, but then isn't endurance racing to a degree? There's always been a bit of get your timings right. So let's have a little look and see what's going on. That is well and truly out. So whatever stopped that car is something fairly serious by the looks of it, and that's a great shame. That was a car that was absolutely a contender for the overall win, and Charlie Leclerc is going to be absolutely devastated after the car took pole position, and both Axel Jeffries and Remy Azam did a superb job.
The leading Ferrari.
Being put onto the back of a flatbed truck. There's one thing being towed off the circuit by a quad. There's another thing doing that, and that's not going to go on like that. You need to be straighter, because that rear wheel, not sure. Well, they're going to try. I think they've done well there. It is absolutely at the capacity of the flatbed. There's not much space to put even a snail. Whereas the Vortex 703 is stopped in the final part of the lap. That stopped at round 12, turn 12, turn 13. So it won't take long to get that car back to pit lane if they are able to fix the problem.
So that it's interesting, that, isn't it? Why they've towed that one back and they didn't try and tow the Ferrari because of where it was.
Miles away, yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's more of a process thing and a principle of what would define, like the etiquette or whatever you want to call it, regulations. Say surely if they're not towing cars back, they don't tow anyone back, regardless of where they are, because the proximity to the pit lane shouldn't be an advantage or disadvantage.
Well, I suppose what they're saying is they're going to bring the car Ferrari back. It's just going to be on the flatbed rather than behind a quad.
Yeah, so a couple of cars in for fuel. Under code 60, the leading Continental was really due at a stop. Also, the Arūnas Gestiaukas due to racing Audi, so two of the Audis in, as is Antonio Cenero in the E2P Aston and Philippe Châtelet in the Santalok Junior Audi. So we're going to see a few shake-ups there. There were a few drivers and teams that stopped just before the previous Code 60. The Era Motorsport car had stopped and Dwight Merriman coming. Now we're hearing from our friend Joe Bradley that we might have a bit of an update on what's happened with Dragon Speed.
Yeah, it's a high-pressure fuel pump failure on that car. They are a bit despondent considering where they were when the car stopped. Despondent meaning, I said, well, the car is going to come back, so you may have a chance of fixing it. And he went, yeah, but, I mean, you know, it's going to lose a lot of time getting it back here and then fixing the car. So I think maybe when they get the car back, they'll you know, weigh up the job and think whether or not it's worth fixing and getting back out there to the finish, or whether they were really, you know, I'm probably looking forward to a podium at least, because they were very much in contention.
And don't forget that the whole philosophy here of Creventic is you're not done if you have a technical issue. If you stop out on circuit, you can be brought back to the pits, you can replace the faulty part, and you can get back out on circuit. And to a degree, we've seen cars on podiums after multitude of issues, because that's the spirit of endurance. The element of fixing cars, and you know, on a day like today, and as a mechanic, I'm not sure I'd want to be rolling around doing a massive rebuild, but it may well be that they've come a long way, Dragon Racing. They've got a Ferrari to play with. If it's not a massively difficult fix, then okay, they lose half an hour, but the boys can still go out and do their stints and get some running, and that's what they've paid for, and that's the reason why they're here. And if they don't get onto the podium, then they don't get onto the podium simply because it's a competitive class. But if you look at Vortex, you've got 3 Vortexes and a Nova in the GTX class. There's 3 spaces on the podium, and there's only 4 competitors, so keep on fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Code 60 due to finish very soon as we look at the 71 Audi in the pits. Now it's just been for fuel. That's the, well, came in with Arūnas Gestiaukas in the due to racing car. Looks like a driver change there, and tyres. So see who is on board that car as it comes back out again.
We are going to go back to green flag running very shortly, and I think Nico Bastia is going to be caught in pit lane. There's the Vortex behind the quad that's waiting to get down to the far end of pit lane as we do go back to green flag, and we've got both of the Jutta Racing cars in the pits. They're actually underneath where we are, but it's all a little bit messy between the two of them, and they've got their green lights, so they're allowed to change those tyres, but I am sure that the cars out there on circuit that were caught out by that regulation, you're not allowed to change tyres under Code 60 if those tyres have not been on the car for less than 50 minutes.
50 minutes, less than 50 minutes, yeah. So you have to have done 50 minutes on that set of tyres when a Code 60 comes out for you to be able to change them. Otherwise, if you do a driver change, you have to keep the tyres on.
Yeah.
Which might be okay because they may be planning on doing a double stint. But if you'd already done a double stint and that happened, then you are going to be running on a very, very tired set of tyres, if you pardon the tyre expression. So there is the forlorn 98 into Africa. Very, very sad.
Hot, perhaps.
High pressure fuel pump. I know that has been a bit of a bugbear of the Ferraris in the past. There's been some fuel system dramas on the 296. So could be something that's happened. Hopefully won't affect the other two Ferraris that are out there at the moment. And who's looking at who may have benefited from that? It's still really hard to say until it all kind of shakes out a little bit. They're still looking at the pit stops. We've got the most amount of stops we've seen, assuming that that's not a technical problem that's caused it, is of the cars that are near the front of the pack, is the Red Ant Racing cars. Had 6 stops now. Kobe de Bruyke on board that car, and that currently sits in 8th place. And then other than that, most of the stops have been 5. But interestingly, Haas RT car is showing it only as 3 stops.
Yes, because it hasn't stopped under either of those last Code 60s. And so it's artificially high up with Jeff McEels doing 30 laps. It's not going to be long before it needs to come into the pits. Yeah. What's interesting is they just didn't do it under Code 60.
Yeah, and I guess there's an interesting dichotomy there as to, because as you were explaining, Ben, that you can only take 25% of your fuel allowance on under Code 60. If there's a theory that when you look at what's caused the Code 60, like if you've seen a big accident, which we've had in the past, where it's obvious going to be some time to recover the car, repair the barrier, etc. Whereas there you could see cars that had just stopped, which are going to take a relatively short amount of time to tow them out of the way and allow the racing to resume. They could be looking at it going, well, hang on a minute, if we make a stop now, we're only going to put 25% in, which means we're going to have to then do a short stint, 75% of what you would normally do, and therefore that could actually throw our strategy out. So, yeah, interesting sort of way of thinking about it and looking at what they're doing. Bastien is in the pits at the moment in the 28 car, so that's the TFT, the yellow and black Mercedes that we saw being driven very quickly early on.
So interestingly, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport 69 car pitted under both Code 60s and retains the lead. Now, it was on a 33 laps stint before the Code 60, so that was perfect timing. It needed to pit after 33 laps, came in, and they would have done a full service, I would have thought, but only got 25%. Then the second Code 60 comes out after just 4 laps, and they get another 25%. So now they can do, Vasily Vladikin can do a 50% of his stint, as long as the tyres can do them. And
that could be potentially a master strategy.
And it's jumped them right up. Yeah.
And they're now leading by on the screen by over a lap at the moment, so that could be an incredible benefit for them. Let's not forget, without stating the obvious, that we've still got more than half the race to go, so there's an awful lot of potential changes, tactics, etc., and dramas. Of course, commentators curse well and truly in evidence of Ben Constantura saying, we've not had any Code 60s.
And we didn't have a Code 60. It was the race direction who decided to put the floppies up again. It was nothing to do with the car or the race. So, right, let's go back down to Vortex again. I think Joe might as well just set up shop there for the rest of the afternoon.
It's been incredible, hasn't it? That code 60 just cost. It seems, Philippe, that the Code 60 has brought a lot of problems. What is the problem?
I don't have any details, but the result is that the gearbox is broken on this one.
Yeah, I saw them cleaning up some sort of fluid. Was that gearbox oil?
Yeah, exactly. That's gearbox oil, yes.
That's bad news. That is bad news. 2 more cars left. This one was in the lead. You guys still fighting?
2 still on the tracks.
Fighting. Thank you, Philippe. So I think the gearbox casing's cracked, because that is the only way the oil can get out the gearbox, and the way that the engine cover came off, and the mechanics were kind of getting the paper towel, handfuls of paper towel, and mopping something up there, and the area of the car where they were mopping it up from, I'm thinking it can only be oil from around that area of the gearbox and the where it attaches to the motor. So yeah, as predicted, as described by Philippe Bonnell, it's a gearbox issue. So the car has actually been pushed to one side in the garage, leaving enough room to get maybe another 2 in if needs be, but hopefully
Unbelievable battling going out on circuit. Manuel Lauck has got his elbows out and sharpened. Really defensive on the Haas RT Audi, which wasn't even racing him. He's 1 lap behind. And now Kobe De Bruyke has just got past Lauck. But Lauck is really not happy about it as a piece of something comes off the Audi. Lauck is all over the back of De Bruyke now. But yeah, big defence and now big attack from Lauck. It's for 6th position they're fighting. But sort of unnecessary for halfway through the race, in my opinion.
Yeah, this time it looks like the Mercedes, the Red Ant car's just pulled away a little bit, hasn't it? Just dropped him coming out of the chicane, as you can see. Absolutely no respect to track limits for Jeff McKill's in the 21 car there. Obviously, all that GT World Challenge stuff where you see every single car exceeding track limits. It seems to be the case there.
Now looks to the inside, tighter line from Lauck. He really is very attacking, and so he's already massively defended on the Audi and lost the position there. Here comes Kobe De Bruyke to the inside line and gives him a little bit of a squeeze, and then he comes back over. Okay, in slow-mo it doesn't look quite as dramatic, but it felt quite aggressive, the move from Lauck, and now he tries a different line to go back at him, because the Mercedes a bit hot in there.
De Bruyke went in a bit too hot, didn't he? Trying to outbrake the Porsche. As we see, that's Joliet Lacco has just been escorted back to the pits with the car, and you could just see by his body language how unbelievably distraught and devastated he is. Absolutely not his fault. If it's a high-pressure fuel pump failure, there's zero he could do about that. It's clearly absolutely nothing to do with the driver.
But I get the feeling that whole rear end comes off. You can see actually where the clip is on the wheel arch. That whole rear end comes off, giving access directly to the engine. I imagine the fuel pump is not going to be in a particularly awkward area, and it's not going to take very long to service that car to get it back out if they want to.
Yeah, because as I was saying earlier, with the design of the Ferrari, this is one of the latest generations of GT3 cars. They've very much made it as accessible as possible. Things like the alternators and the fuel pumps and all the other parts on those cars are easier to get to. We saw the era car at Spa had a gearbox change mid-race, and it was amazing how quickly they did that. I think it cost them about 4 laps or something like that. So, relatively speaking, it puts you out the race. I think they were running in a podium position. Oh, that was remarkably close with the Continental Audi. That was down the inside of the Ajit Kumar car, I think.
Let's quickly run through what happened over those last 2 Code 60s. Now it's sort of settling down. We know Vladikin pitted under both, and so took 50% fuel, and this will be effectively therefore his 3rd stint in the car. Haas RT with Jeff McKill's ignored both, and so he owes us a pit stop pretty soon. Hoffa Racing with Max Party did a pit stop in the first one, and they owed us a pit stop, but they ignored the second one, so they've got a similar amount. They've only got 25% fuel, so you've got 50% fuel in the first one, probably nothing in the second car, and then about 25-30% in the Mercedes in third. Scuderia Praha in fourth, Joseph Kral ignoring both, but he'd only just pitted, so he's on about 50% fuel now. So I think actually Praha and Simpson could be on the same strategy thanks to the way that's worked out, whereas Haas RT need to come in the pit soon, and Hoffa have got about 25% in. The Jutta Racing 71 pitted under both, but changed drivers and tyres on the second, so Tim Müller is now in the 71 car. And then in the 93, which we were seeing with Red Ant, they pitted under both. Kobe De Bruyke stayed in the car, but they had already been in the pit 7 laps before, so they had a pretty full tank of fuel. Then they got 25%, then they got another 25%. So they are absolutely full to the brim, and presumably got fresh tyres on for Kobe De Bruyke to do a mammoth stint here in the 93, and it's no wonder he was trying to get a wriggle on. The the 73 car, Proton Hubert. Remember, they missed the code 61. They pitted under green flags. So they got a full fill, which is what they needed to do. So they've now back up to full, and they ignored the second one. But they didn't pit under code 60. They pitted under green flag, and so would have lost time there. But in terms of where they're at, they've got a car much like nobody. I think they're probably fuller than anybody else. Looking at that, no, sorry, much like Red Ant. So 7th, 6th, and 7th. I know this is really confusing if you're not looking at the graphic that I'm looking at. 6th and 7th positions are the healthiest in terms of the amount of fuel they've got in their car. They can go the longest out of that top 6, 7 spots. Did that make sense if you weren't looking at the screen, Simon?
Yes, it did. Okay. I understood that very well. Thank you for explaining that. This is really where, you know, this combination of tactics and tactics as in when, you know, how much fuel they've got on, etc., but also tactics as in how they're going to maximise the performance of the drivers that they've got. As we've said before, you know, obviously the trick is to try and get the most out of your high performance drivers in terms of giving them the best tyres, the best fuel, etc., to really get yourself up the order as well as you can. And where it's has been as nip and tuck as it is, literally you look at it at the moment and there's, I would say, one of only 10 cars in GT3 that really are still in contention for a potential win. You know, that's how easily things can change, because there are so many things to play out in terms of the driver combinations especially.
And a pit stop is so long, a conventional pit stop around 5 minutes, which is 2.5 laps. Dragon Ferrari on our screen. Joe Bradley observing what's going on down there. We've already been told as to what's happened. What are you seeing now, Joe?
Well, high pressure fuel pump failure is what they said. Car fired up on the button. You can probably hear it. They switch it off, of course, when the car's just ticking over in the garage on the stand. It's not needing any high fuel pressure. So it would be a completely different thing, say, down on the Mistral, where it's needing every bit of fuel it can be given. So I think they're going to probably download some data from the ECU, etc., and find out exactly what it was. But they could see straight away on the telemetry that it was the high pressure fuel pump. So I'm going to leave Di down here to maybe get a view on whether or not they feel that there is a requirement to fix the car, get back out there. I mean, we're not quite at half distance yet, so there's still 6.5 hours of racing left to go. So it's, in my view, and I know you guys are the same, it's the spirit of endurance racing, isn't it? Hashtag this is endurance, fix it, get back out. The challenge is to do the 12 hours.
Joe, would you not be able to limp home on with just the normal fuel pump if it car fires?
Oh, that would be just like, oh. Can you imagine tootling around here?
No, but you were under code 60 anyway. They were under code 60.
Oh, well, no, the car stopped. This is the anomaly, isn't it? So the car stops and the driver won't restart. By the time it's got back here and you fire it up, it's the simple thing of, the frustrating thing is it fired up off the button. They are getting a driver ready. I'm not sure whether they're happy with what's happened here. You know what? It could be fuel vaporization.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
In this heat. So the high pressure is asking a lot of it. If the fuel starts to vaporize, that high fuel pressure pump would look and tell everything and say to itself, we're not working here because we're not feeding enough fuel. However, once things have cooled down, the nice ride back on the truck has cooled everything off. And that might be the fuel problem. I'm going to leave Diana down here now. I'm going to hand over to Diana and she can maybe find the answer. There's a Ferrari engineer that comes with the car, of course. Axel Jeffries just walked past me to get into the car. So I'll leave you with Diana.
Wow, the car is back on the apron. There is a driver getting ready and they haven't changed a thing. That's even more heartbreaking.
Do you know what's interesting is, Joe mentioned about the Ferrari engineer. As with all of the manufacturers that have these cars in the series, there is a real-time telemetry back to the factory. So Maranello will be able to see what's going on. Sorry, let's hear from Di down with Dragon Racing.
So we need to go forward. Sorry about that. We need to move forward.
Let's go down to Diana then. Just need to get at the front of the garage so that the microphone works. And yeah, Let's hear what's going on down there.
Okay, we're still here with Interrupted Racing and Dragon Racing. Brad Fincham is the team principal of the team. Brad, we can see the team working pretty hard on the car there. Just sort of tell us from your perspective what you've found and what the sort of strategy from now is.
Yeah, so unfortunately we had a mechanical issue with the car on the code 60 when we went to code 60 on the in-lap there. We were due to stop 2 laps after that. Yeah, so unfortunately mechanical issues. We came back in and managed to fix it with some of the settings within the car. So now we're back out and off we go, but unfortunately we've lost 10-12 laps from what was ultimately really the race. So big shame. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating, but weirdly enough, we still got more or less half of the race still to go. This heat is obviously causing a number of issues as well. What are the predominant, if I could talk, predominant ones for you?
Most importantly is the drivers get very hot. Thankfully, the Ferrari has really good AC, so they're keeping nice and cool in there. And then, yeah, for the rest of the crew, I mean, the limits on everything on the car are as high as they'll go for the temperatures. But, yeah, it's nearly 40 degrees. Track temperature is nearly 55. This is very warm today.
What's the feedback on the tyre management? Because we're seeing and hearing from a number of drivers, you know, that it's just like sliding around out there completely.
Yeah, so we're not too bad. I think the actual pace of the car over a stint is actually pretty good. The drivers haven't really complained too much about it. They're pretty happy with the car balance. They were super happy with the car the first thing this morning. As the hot temperatures increase, obviously it gets a bit harder to drive. We've only obviously seen the first code 60 then, which was a shame that we couldn't capitalise on a pit stop on the next lap. But let's see, it's, as you say, a long way to go still. Just a shame that we out from the lead of the race.
Was that problem that you had, was it in any way linked to that code 60 at that time?
We're not sure. The error happened about 30 seconds before the code 60, and then when we slowed down, we were trying to play with the functions of the car, and ultimately the car just cut out with a power loss. So we've now fixed that, and hopefully the car can continue now for the rest of the race.
It looked like a good slick job by your crew.
Yeah, unfortunately took a few laps to get the car back here, but yeah, the job's done now, so now we look forward to the end of the race and making 10 o'clock tonight.
Thanks, Brad.
Cheers, thank you.
Great that they're back out on circuit. Sounds a frustrating problem. You kind of wanted to come into the pits and pull a piece out that looked broken and then put a nice shiny new bit in and send the car rather than tic-tac-toc on the laptop.
Yeah, but you know that's just like a road car now. They're so computer driven, aren't they? You know, you take your car in for a service, and the first thing you do is plug in a laptop and plug in a diagnostics equipment, and that's the way that modern cars are. And obviously, a modern race car are even more sophisticated. As we were saying earlier, there's so many systems on the car apart from the obvious ones like the fuel system that we were talking about, but things like the ABS, traction control, paddle shifts that are some of them are hydraulic driven, some are electronics, all kinds of different things can affect what will potentially hinder you in these sort of problems. And as you said, it could have been that just this extremely high temperature combined with the car running at code 60, just the car didn't like it, and maybe the computer said no, as they say, and just literally switched itself off. Again, and not suggesting for a second this was the case, but it could be that the less experienced driver, Jolly, that was in the car, maybe there was a system in there or a setting or something that he did press when he should have done or didn't press when he should have done. Absolutely, that's complete speculation, so that's not casting any aspersions. Just trying to go through all the what-ifs that could happen. There's so many different factors. I've seen it before where drivers, come out the pits, for example, and put the pit, don't disengage the speed limiter, the pit limiter, so suddenly the car's trundling along and they're trying to work out what's happening, and it's a fairly simple fix. But it can catch you out, though.
Shall I tell you a story that you're going to love and laugh at? Once upon a time, I pretended to be a racing driver, and
you and me both.
I was in a Formula V this day, and came up to the grid, and they told me a few little things that I needed to concentrate on before the start. Came up to it was a standing start. Came to the grid, and they said you must get your revs at exactly this moment. So, put my foot on the clutch and put my foot on the accelerator to get to the revs, waiting for the lights to come out. Drop the clutch and go. Didn't go because I hadn't put it in gear. I just went, bah!
So just a lot of noise and no action.
Just a lot of noise and no action, which is my life.
Well, it happens so drivers even more experienced than yourself.
I've watched enough races.
Last year, at the end of the season, at the British Touring Car Championship awards ceremony, they had I won't use the exact words, but mistake of the year.
Yeah, okay.
They didn't actually call it mistake of the year. They called it a something up. And Tom Chilton
never
actually put his car into reverse at the start of a touring car race and was going backwards when everyone else was going forwards.
Oh, that's even better. I did not know that.
Yeah, so that's quite impressive actually how you could do it.
Yeah, because it's quite hard to do.
He came out with the typical Tom Chilton rubbish about what had happened, but love Tom, lovely man. But his excuse was the worst excuse I've ever heard.
Okay, he's really up me on that one.
Yeah, so that does take that. Yeah.
It looks like a slow-moving vortex once again. It's missed the chicane on the Mistral, and this is the 701 this time. Lionel Amarouche back aboard that car, and it's going slowly. The 702 is in pit lane and has been in pits for 15 minutes. The 703 we found out 23 minutes in the pits, and it looks like the 701 is going to be in the pits. It looks like all three Vortex could be in the pits with issues, and there's just not enough mechanics at that team to work on all three cars to get them back out. Gearbox cracked, casing cracked, probably was going to retire the 703 car, but Diana must be down that end of the pit lane. 702, we don't know why that's in the pits, and 701 is heading her direction as well. I can't believe that they're going to end up with a triple retirement, but it's one of those days it's going to take its toll on all the systems.
Yeah, it's just, again, I know we keep going on about it, but it may well just be that it's incessantly hot conditions. Really, no, it looks like is he bringing it into the fuel station?
Yes, he is. So has he just run out of fuel?
Could be. You know, we were talking about, all the hypotheses of what actually caused the Into-Africa racing Ferrari to stop. It could well be that there's some kind of fuel vaporization, or if the fuel level is low. Yep. Again, going back to other teams, I know that ERA had a situation with a fuel pressure situation in the Abu Dhabi race earlier in the year, and the only way they could get the car to the end was to stop every 15 minutes or so and just keep topping the fuel tank up. So they had to keep the fuel level really high.
Right, okay.
And that's the sort of thing that can sometimes happen in extreme situations. Back in again for Jeffries. Now that is clearly not a scheduled stop. Or back out again. He's obviously been in, so...
No, he's just driven straight past his garage, so that he has come in and put fuel in that car.
Right, okay. So let's have a look at where's his 26?
Because, of course, it stopped out on circuit, went onto the low loader, came back to the garage, and past the fuel station.
Last pit was 4:23, which is basically what you'd expect, isn't it, for a fuel stop?
Let's have a look at the...
Because he then says...
What was his pattern?
Time in pits 46 seconds, which is just driving through the pit lane, which is what we've just seen.
Yeah.
So he's obviously done a fuel stop and then just driven back out again, because he'd already come out with tyres and drivers, so there's no need to do anything other than just send it down the pit lane. That's about right, isn't it? That's about what it would take to do that.
Where is the... Okay, so they had done... Right, so Joly had done 33 laps before he stopped on circuit. 33 laps is about maximum. So you're right, Simon, that car had very little fuel in it. It then got brought back to the garage without going to the fuel bay. It's done one lap, and now they've got the car not completely filled up, because it was only 4.5 minutes.
This is, again, massive hypothesis. As you've just said, they were right on the end of the fuel.
Yeah.
Could it be they ran out of fuel?
Diana, any more?
Yes, I've got Jeff McKeels from Haas RT that's just come in with that car. There was a slight delay during the changeover and pit stop, but first of all, Jeff, you were putting in some really strong times there. How satisfied are you with that run?
Not happy enough, because we still need to be a bit faster, but it's very hot on track and it's very difficult to manage to keep the tires cool. But it's very nice to be back with Haas. Last time I was here was in Misano, and we won together with Peter again and Matthias Liesmond. now it's someone else. Now it's Nicolas, the son of Peter. Very happy that I can be the pro, let's say, to be the one driving with the father and son, because I drive also together with my father, and I know how fun it is. So I'm very happy that I can be part of it. It's Nicolas, his first time in the GT3, so it's tough for all of us, but the goal is top 3 in the M class. Now we're P5, we're trying our best, and I have 2 more hours to go, so you never know in this race. It's very nice. Like I said before, it's to keep the tires cool and go as fast as you can. So we're trying for a podium for Nicolas and Peter. Yeah.
You said it's Nicolas's first time in the car. What advice or what discussions have you been having?
This weekend it was only testing, driving, and keep improvement, because he's gaining a lot. He's going very well compared with 2 days ago. We were too slow. It was just now we're a bit competitive for a podium, so you never know.
We saw some damage at the front where the vent is. Is that causing you any issues?
No, not yet. No. Luckily, no. But it happened with me, and unfortunately with the Porsche. Just before the Code 60, I was very close behind, and he braked very hard. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry for the team, but I hit the car in the rear. I can imagine that it's not nice. Also not for us now.
So what's your plan now? A bit of a rest, a bit of hydration before you get back in?
Now resting a bit, and then after go full power, a maximum attack again. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jeff looking pretty fresh, I have to say, considering he's just come out of the car. But plenty of racing. The Michelin family, very well known in Belgium. Jeff named after his grandfather, who founded the gravel extraction company that has made them an absolute fortune in waste management. So effectively extract the gravel, make a big hole, and then use it as a waste deposit facility in Belgium. And from Hasselt, just the town where Zolder is based. And yeah, absolutely big characters, the Michelin family in the world of motorsport. Nico Bastien is really struggling here. He's got Oli Campos all over the tail of him. This is a battle for 6th position. And I need to let me quickly have a look at where we're at. Nico Bastien is pretty heavy on fuel. And actually, okay, so Nico Bastien's just past Oliver Campos. So Campos ignored the first Code 60 and then did a half fill on the second Code 60. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens in the next few moments. But we do have our leader into pits, and we did suggest that Continental Racing would need to do only half a stint, and it is proven to be just that. Just 13 laps before he's needed to come in, and it'll be a full service for the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. Vatican has been in the car since 1:45. It is now 3:45. 2 hours in that car with Code 60s and those little changes. And back out the pits comes which one is that? The 701. So it was just a fuel thing for the 701. And that's the only lonely Vortex left in GTX. And it means that the Nova has taken back the lead in GTX.
I remember only a short time ago that Nova, Ben, was 10 laps down.
Yep.
Off the lead of GTX.
That's because 703 hadn't had a problem yet.
That's right, because no one had a problem in GTX, and it's become a bit of a race of attrition. Is it me, or did that attrition start becoming a factor after that first Code 60?
Well, interestingly, the team Dragon Racing mentioned that the problem occurred 30 seconds before the Code 60.
Okay.
And then when the car started going slowly, then it stopped. But we're reading in more between the lines that they must have not had a lot of fuel in that car.
Well, yeah, there is that factor as well. I'm not just talking about that one, though. We certainly had a lot of Vortex attrition.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, it was you who said, oh, this is where the cars are going to get really hot, running at 60 Ks. And then we started getting a flurry of pits. Strangely, the Dragon Speed car and the Vortex, they're in the section of garages at pit out, which is kind of a massive, huge area in the middle of the Paul Ricard pit lane, where there aren't any garages, like a central building. And the row of woe was those few garages at pit out. And so I didn't really have to go very far with our cameraman.
So Josef Krell then takes the lead of the race as Vladikin stays in the pit lane, but Josef Krau is going to owe us a pit stop in, well, actually, he probably could go 4 or 5 laps longer because he did not pit under either code 60, and so would have saved fuel in doing that. But meanwhile, in the pits and getting a full service is the Continental Racing Audi, and that's still 1 minute to go. So it drops 2 laps by doing a full service. But I just don't know. We're in that middle part of the race where you're not working from the back. You're not working from the start of the race forwards, nor are you looking at the end of the race and working backwards. You're just like, oh, we'll see how we're going and give it 2 or 3 hours, then we'll start predicting the future. But at the moment, we just have to tell you what's going on. And there's not really much analysis other than everybody's on different things going on right now.
I find it interesting, Ben, that out of all of those, top, well, I'm going to say top 10, even beyond that, top 12, how they're all in contention for a podium. And the way we flip-flop through the pit stop phases, everybody's coming back up the order and then dropping back when they pit stop. That we haven't really had a reset where we've had 2 or 3 teams pulling away from the rest of the field. Everybody's still clumped together in that 1 or 2 lap phase.
Yeah, and I think because the pit lane is so long, it's a full service is 5 minutes. That's 2.5 laps. So you're dropping 2.5 laps from the leader of the race is down to about 10th position. And so it really is mixing everything properly. We'll find out exactly where the Audi comes out of the pits. We're looking for the 69. At the moment on your timing screens, it says he's 3rd, but he's going to drop down to 7th or 8th. Meanwhile, a car that's been off strategy since the very beginning, to be fair, is the 72 Jutta Racing Audi. It's a new car, new combination. Tom Jackson is one of those drivers, and Tom is with Diana.
Tom is with myself. You just come forward to us there. Great, thanks, Tom. Now, Tom, we've just been chatting, and you've actually not been behind the wheel as yet, but you're getting ready. You're suited and booted, got your helmet in your hands. What's the sort of feedback so far from the team on to how we've gone at this sort of halfway stage?
So far, everything's still running like clockwork, really. I mean, Francois had 2 spins. He had a contact with another car, and Amir had another contact with another car that spun him out. So we've been unfortunate. We've had a few incidences, but you know, they're saying it's very hot in the car. That is one thing. But as you mentioned, I haven't driven yet. I think the sort of strategy of the attack of the race was for the amateur drivers to hopefully catch some code 60 in the first 5-6 hours, which, you know, up until recently we've been pretty green running, which is quite impressive. But yeah, so 30 minutes, and then I'm in for a nice 2-hour toasty stint, and then I'll have an hour rest, and then back in for 1 more hour.
So what's your approach going to be for your stint?
Just hope that 2 hours goes as quickly as possible to get out. No, the plan of attack is to just catch up, really. You know, obviously it's my time now to try to catch up for the deficit. I think some of the other cars have had some of their pros in as well. So hopefully now we can start to see our name come back up the leaderboard, try to hopefully get top 5 in the AM class. That'll be a nice result from where we are currently. So, but being realistic, if the car gets to the end, 12 hours and no penalties, you never know. You know, we're seeing the vortex breaking down, a couple of guys running out of fuel. So it's some smart moves, smart driving, and we'll see what happens.
I know you've not been behind the wheel yet, but how much does the balance of your car, the Audi, change in conditions like this when it's so hot? Have you had any feedback?
So the feedback we're having so far is obviously when they got a full tank of fuel, the 115 litres and the new tyres, initially, like, this is great. And they get to the midpoint in their stint there, where they're mid-fuel, the tyres are, you know, the new tyres pressures are creeping up, the car's starting to move around. But then as the fuel starts to burn off, the car's starting to come back to them at the end of the stint. So they're just, some of the feedback from Amir was just, you just got to drive through that middle bit, drive through the pain, and, you know, get to the hour mark.
I think there was just a moment for your car, but everything's good. It's still there. Had a little wobble off and back on again. So, you know, they're working hard, these guys, aren't they?
It's still in one piece, though.
It's fine. It's on the track. It's moving. It's not a problem.
As long as I get to drive, that's all good. Nice one.
All right, Tom, thanks so much. We'll catch up with you after you've been out so we get a bit of feedback from you.
Yeah, you're going to see me in a lot sweatier state, though, unfortunately. I'm sorry for everyone.
No worries. Thanks.
Well, we can catch up with them once he's actually driven the car a little bit later on.
It must be very frustrating, though, seeing we're almost half distance, 9 minutes away from half distance. You haven't driven the car, and you've got your fingers and toes crossed that, you know, any kind of endurance race can go anywhere, really. Attrition can be a factor, incident can be a factor, and when you are the fourth driver in the rotation. I mean, I remember our good mate GM Littman, I think it was a Barcelona race where he was down to drive fourth in the line for a car that was, I think, I'm not going to mention the team or the name, and we all said, mate, you might as well go to the pool. You're never going to get in that car. And sure enough, I think it was like 20, 30 laps into the race, and it was involved in a massive shunt, and he slunk off to the pool.
How does that work, Joe? You're in a arrive and drive team, seat by seat, and you pay I don't know how much to race in one of these races. It doesn't have to be one of these races. It can be anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you never get a chance to drive the car because it's being crashed by another arrive and drive driver. Do you get your money back?
Not really. You might get a little bit
back. It's like
back.
going shopping and saying, I want that chocolate bar.
Yeah.
And they go, well, here's the wrapper.
There's a third.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a third of your money back.
You're not getting your money back. So you would get some money back, would you?
Potentially,
okay.
Potentially not. I mean, that's the contract you sign. And usually, you know, it depends on how well funded the team are. There are a lot of teams that we know well, that are massively well put together, great presentation, you know, well kitted out. But they're kind of hand to mouth, and the money that's coming in from drivers to drive in the next race go towards paying for the cars to get to the track, for the crew to be paid to get, you know, to run the car. And so the vast majority of your payment has already been spent by the time you get to the track.
Yeah, right.
So getting a full payment back is a chance that you take. And it's kind of industry standard, I think. There's a lot of other teams that are perhaps, you know, would have to be, you know, well funded, that you maybe have a contract clause that says if you've got if you don't get 70% of the race, or you don't get 30% of it, or whatever, then you get some money back, or you get all of it back. It just depends on team to team. But the majority of teams that I know, that money's already gone, mate, by the time by the time the truck's turned up.
It's a funny world when you apply those sort of logics.
It's mental, mate.
From here,
quite frankly, it's mental. How much money have you spent on going racing?
Quite a bit.
Yes.
I
once remortgaged. I once said to my then wife, "How much equity we've got in this house?" She said, "About 25 grand." Right, we need to remortgage it then. And then I just blew it all on tyres and engines. We had a great season in 1991. European karting, did every special Cull Street race, Metro Centre race, the lot, did everything. Blew it.
All for memories.
All part of the experience.
All part of the experience, yeah. Yeah, it's a funny world. Be a billionaire to become a millionaire. One of those. That was a change of position while we were talking, by the way. That was Alexander Prince up to 11th, followed by Paskevicius up to 9th. Sorry, Prince up to an 8th, Paskevicius up to 9th, getting ahead of Nicholas Hullink in 10th position. There he is in that Haas-T RT car, and as we've spoken a little bit earlier on, he is really learning his very first experiences of racing. This is a test session for him, so he is the slowest of the three in that car. It's the car that won the last race in Misano, and so quite logically dropping down the field, but just gaining and gaining experience. And you know, when a car drives past you like that, and faster car, if you can hold on to them, you can learn so much. If you can sit and just go, right, that's a championship leader, I'm just going to sit behind them for a couple of laps and work out how they're going so fast.
Yeah.
I used to learn a lot by doing that. Sort of half put his nose up the inside there, and the Hamo for BMW happily taking the corner.
In complete contrast to the overall lead of this race in the GT3 category, which is obviously the primary, the fastest category, the 992 class has been pretty static.
Yeah, not much has changed.
As far as Mulliner Motorsport have been quite strong, or very strong in fact, quite dominant. Martin Rump, I see, back at the wheel of the 921. They're 13th overall. They've completed 152 laps. and they are at least a lap ahead of everyone else in the class. And I'm not quite sure how they've done that.
Well, let's colour that from what happened with the Code 60s, because everything was normal, and then the Code 60 came out. The number 921, our leader, Martin Rump, he was only halfway through his stint, or not even, and pitted under that Code 60, so got a 25% fill up, and is kind of close to the end of his stint now. Same applied to the 902 Holmgaard car. Jonas Holmgaard coming a bit, actually came in slightly later, also pitted under Code 60, also has the same amount of fuel probably in that car. Same applied to RPM as well with Nicholas Jonsson. Nicholas Jonsson had done 23 laps actually, so he'd done more, then did the Code 60 pit stop and has done another 23. And where I was wondering where Red Camel had gone in that. The difference is Red Camel, similar strategy beforehand, but they pitted under Code 60 number 1, changed driver, changed tyres, put Ivo Breukers in the car, and actually came out of the pits just as the Code 60 went back to green, and then so they took a 25%, but they then came in for the second Code 60 as well. So they put another 25% into the car. So they are fuel richer than the 3 cars ahead of them, and probably also better with their tyres than the 3 cars ahead of them. So it's
so when the 3 cars ahead of them come into the pits for fuel, it's a fuel-restricted stint, this, for the 3 cars in 992. It's already been in after 16 laps, did you see?
And it's coming again after 16 laps and changed to Rick. So that's why they're really far down. But why did they need to do that? Why did Ivo...
Well, Ivo's done quite a chunk of time.
Okay, so Ivo
17 laps, then 3. Came in under purple.
I was wondering why they did a 3.5 minutes. They must have got caught in the fuel bays or something, because there's no reason why their pit stop should be 1.5 minutes longer than the others during that same Code 60. But yeah, they've done a lot more pit stops, and having to change to Rick recently has really hurt them under green flag conditions, because it was a short stop. They haven't fueled up there.
Exactly 1 minute.
Standby caller. 1 minute 13. So, Diana, there's a mission for you if you have the legs and the ability to go and find out what strategy call has befallen Red Camel's Jordan, because pitting under both Code 60s and then pitting again 16 laps later on a short stop without refueling by the looks of things. Hang on, where is the... Yeah, they didn't go to refuel at all. They came in and changed Ivo out for Rick. So I wonder whether that is another driver going where it's too hot here.
Well, he'd done 17 laps plus 3 with a little bit of a break into the pits.
Yeah, so he'd done one
and then
stint.
he'd done another 16.
Just
so
over.
he'd done a lot of laps.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it might have been. But yeah, Di can maybe have a chat to Ivo, who's now in the pit garage. He'd be in the air-conditioned splendour of the office.
Go and say to Trussers, what are you doing?
You can't interrupt Trussers during a race, mate.
Ben Constanduris has suggested your strategy's out.
Yeah.
I'll go and criticise him for once.
Yes.
Rather than
yeah.
After yesterday, him criticising me about using the wrong tyre graphics or tyre data, and then actually turning out not to be correct anyway. Leader in the pits, Joseph Kral, Scuderia Praha in pit lane, so has already done fueling. And hasn't done a long fueling, has he? What is going on here? 3, so he was due a fuel stop because he'd done 33 laps, but he is, unless that is wrong, and it's...
Unless he's still in fueling, you mean?
I think he's still in fueling in the sense of saying he's in pit lane. The big P there on your timing screen suggests he's in the pits. It goes to F when he's in fueling, and that would be weird if he was not in the pits after 2.5 minutes when he would need fuel. Sorry, not in fuel when he needs fuel.
Yeah, he definitely needs fuel.
All of the questions, I don't know if I'm going doolally or just everything's going doolally because the heat.
No, it's probably you. we'll see
Answer-
when he appears on pit road.
Answers on the postcard, please.
Yes. We know for a fact he needs fuel, so he's been in the pits for three minutes, so I think we're speculating correctly. But yeah, I mean, they're great cars, and would be very welcome in this type of endurance race if you want to move away from sprint type clubbies. And the other thing about coming to the 24H series, if you are a car owner, you can spread the cost of the race by, you know, hiring the seats, hiring, or even just, you know, getting a group of similar-minded people who have experience in driving the car, and it spreads the cost across 3 or 4 drivers for the long-distance stuff, which is the very concept, the very idea behind the ideal behind this way of going motor racing. The orange and blue liveried Proton Huber competition Porsche now at the front of the field. It's being chased down though by Kobe de Bruyker in the number 93 Red Ant Racing Mercedes. 2 minutes 5.544 for Manuel Lauck in the Proton car. 2 minutes 5.548. 1.9 seconds the gap at the front. That's how close. We've got an absolute stonker of a battle there that is developing at the front of this field for their overall lead. And with inside of the second half, we've had half time, we've had our sliced oranges, and we're back out for the second half now, and a run to the flag.
Oh yeah!
Battle for 7th, very close battle there as well, with the gap about less than a second. Paulius Pesavicius in the RD Sainz Lamborghini, with the Dennis Vasek Scuderia Pra after the pit stop, coming out of the pits and now trying to get back through the traffic.
I mean, yes, it's a battle, but Pascavicius is on 47 lap old tyres, if the tyre graphic is working, and he himself has been on those tyres since 2:15. So he's nearly coming up to a 2-hour stint. So he's a bit knackered, tyres are a bit knackered, and he's got a Scuderia Praha with brand new tyres chasing him down. So it's not a surprise that Ferrari looking stronger.
Yeah, he's fresh, isn't he? He's fresh.
What we do,
here they come across the start-finish line.
What we do need to try and work out is what's going on with the 71, because Tim Muller is just underneath us, literally is underneath our commentary position, has been in the pits now for 8 minutes. That is longer than you should be if you are just doing a normal service. And that 71 car has been really in the thick of things and right in the mix. So problem for Jutta Racing Audi, and very much one for Diana and our RF cameraman, if it's working, to head down and find out.
Only 0.2 of a second at the line. We'll keep an eye on that 7th and 8th place battle. It seems to be a matter of time before Vasek in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari finds a way past Pascavicius, and there it is. Tries to get down the inside and not quite coming off for the Ferrari. He waits to fight another corner or two, following the Lamborghini onto the back straight now, onto the Mistral, and down towards the Nord chicane. They are nose to tail heading down to the Nord chicane. Let's see if he's going to wait for the slingshot out of the chicane. Vasek looking for a way by and into. He doesn't want to hold himself up. It's a fight for position here, as they continue on then. Still no change. Still the battle at the front continues, with a little bit of a cushion now being created by Manuel Lauck. And still the Ferrari trying to find a way by towards Sing corner, through Sing into Beausset. Using all of the curb and more, the Ferrari looking down the inside. And they are now through Beausset. And the Lamborghini, if anything, is just holding that tighter line, making the job ever harder for... And as we come out of the final turn and across the line, the Ferrari's gone for it and will come across the line ahead of the Lamborghini. So Denis Vacek lost about what, do you reckon, Ben? About 2 laps, just being held up slightly? I mean, I'm saying held up. It's with the Lamborghini, Paulius Baskevicius is quite within his rights to hold up that Ferrari as long as he can.
And he owes us a pit stop. And to be fair, the pass sort of looked half like he just missed the apex and understeered really wide, and half like, okay, come through, I've held you up enough.
Well, maybe the tyres on the Ferrari allowed him to kind of do that, the tighter switchback kind of thing.
But expect the Ferrari to disappear now. Diana's down in the pits.
No, I've got the wrong pit box, unfortunately. Sorry.
It's hot, isn't it, Di? Di's got heat stroke.
I thought I was waiting on Seb Lejeune Racing, but I wasn't. I am at Seb Lejeune Racing, but it's a 910 car that's just coming in, and they are having a complete. They've not changed driver, so they've just put new tyres and cleaned the windscreen, and off it goes. So that's why I got confused, because the other car is clearly just on its way in, because the driver is standing here waiting. So Paul Meyer looking like he's getting ready to get in that. So they're having a quick clean up here and expecting the next car, the one that I thought was arriving, any minute now. Then I'll head back down to the other end of the pit lane to find out what was going on with the Utah number 71 that you mentioned.
Di needs a cold rosé, doesn't she? Just to chill that blood up to the brim. Hang on, the what? The technique needs to cool down. See, now, this is back to Ben's idea of 6 hours followed by 6 hours. Everything will be cooling off now. Yeah, especially Di. With a glass of wine in her hand.
5.5 hours remaining.
Yes, well, I mean, this is the thing, Ben. We knew coming into this race, we knew before we got here, let's not talk about getting here, but we knew before we got here that Paul Ricard, over the years, as always, by its very nature, become a race of attrition. And that is purely down to the beautiful high temperatures that are created here in July. Come to Paul Ricard in July. Yeah, it's going to be hot and sunny. Yeah, we know. That's the challenge. That is the challenge. There's the challenge. Look at the Shuttle Dew car. Oh,
you missed this bit. This was your lunch break, I think.
No, I saw the bonnet had folded up on itself.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the
absolute disrespect for tank taping.
That is poor tank tape work. Yes. Oh
no!
Oh, lads, you've done it wrong.
No.
Tape as possible, and there's like 3 guys around the front of this now just trying to tape up the front of the car, and it's taking quite a bit of time, but I do think that it's because of the heat. It's not quite sticking as well as they want, but there's a little bit of anxiousness going on around the car while they're trying just to sort that. They keep pushing onto that bonnet, and it's sort of still moving slightly, so they're just trying to get underneath to get a bit of a better grip at the bottom there. But yeah, it's going to be here for a few minutes or more, I think.
See the gap there, that big hole in the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side of the bonnet, the right-hand side as we are able to look at it in the pit lane. That shouldn't be there. That's just creating a massive umbrella of wind and air.
Are you sure it's not
through there? I'm pretty sure that's a.
No, it's ducting. It goes down. I'm pretty sure it goes down to the brakes.
Well, have they blocked that duct on the right there?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just looking at, because if you look at the Ajit Kumar car behind, it has the middle nostril and then 2 side nostrils.
I thought they were blocking those nostrils up.